Hey guys, I've got a story that's going to give you serious goosebumps. It's about how even the people who love you can sometimes do really horrible things. So grab your headphones and listen. I never thought I'd be the kind of person to post on a forum like this, but I am desperate. My wedding was supposed to be the happiest day of my life. Instead, it turned into a nightmare that I am still running from. Let me start from the beginning. I am Lily, 28 years old, and I was engaged to James for a little over a year. We met at a charity fundraiser, hit it off immediately, and it had been a whirlwind romance ever since. He was charming, successful, and came from a well-respected family in our small town of Oakwood. Everything seemed perfect. Until 3 days before the wedding, I was sorting through the mail, sifting past the usual pile of RSVPs and last-minute wedding cards, when I found a padded envelope with no return address. Curious, I tore it open. Inside was a plain DVD in a clear case, unmarked except for a post-it note that read, "Watch me." Now, I know what you're thinking. Who still uses DVDs in 2024? But my curiosity got the better of me. I popped it into the ancient player hooked up to our living room TV left over from when James moved in. The screen flickered to life, and what I saw, God, I wish I could unsee it. It started with a dimly lit forest clearing. The camera was shaky, like someone was filming on an old handheld camcorder. Figures in dark robes moved around a bonfire, their faces hidden behind grotesque animal masks. The flames cast eerie shadows, making their movements seem jerky and unnatural. I was about to turn it off, thinking it was some sick prank, when I heard a voice that made my blood run cold. "Bring forth the sacrifice." It was James. I'd know his voice anywhere the slight southern drawl, the way he emphasizes certain words. But this wasn't the warm, loving tone I was used to. This was cold, commanding, almost cruel. The robed figures parted, and two of them dragged forward what looked like a person, bound and struggling. I couldn't make out any details in the flickering firelight, but the muffled screams sent shivers down my spine. I slammed my hand on the power button, my heart racing. What the hell had I just watched? It had to be fake, right? Some elaborate hoax? With shaking hands, I rewound the video and played that part again. And again. Each time I became more certain that was James S. voice. I must have watched it a dozen times before I heard the front door open. James was home. I yanked the DVD out of the player and shoved it into the first hiding spot I could think of, the pocket of my bathrobe hanging on the back of the door. "Lily? You home, sweetheart?" James called out. I took a deep breath, trying to compose myself. "In here," I managed to croak out. He walked in, all smiles and warmth, leaning in to kiss me. I flinched away instinctively. "Everything okay?" he asked, his brow furrowing with concern. I forced a smile. "Just wedding jitters, I guess." He laughed, pulling me into a hug. "Cold feet already? Don't worry, it'll all be perfect." As I stood there in his embrace, my mind raced. The man holding me seemed nothing like the cold voice on that video. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly, terribly wrong. "Hey," James said, pulling back to look at me. "You sure you're all right? You look pale." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. "Well, I've got a surprise for you," he grinned. "Remember that necklace you loved at the antique store? I went back and got it for you. Thought it to be perfect for the wedding." He pulled out a small velvet box and opened it. Inside was a delicate silver chain with a pendant, a tiny animal skull, intricately carved. I felt the blood drain from my face. It looked just like the masks in the video. "Don't you like it?" James asked, his smile faltering. It is beautiful," I lied. "I am just overwhelmed, thank you." As he fastened it around my neck, his fingers brushing my skin, all I could think was, who are you, really? And what have I gotten myself into? I spent most of that night tossing and turning, my mind racing. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those masked figures dancing around the fire. I kept hearing James S. voice, cold and commanding, echoing in my head. The next morning, I woke up to an empty bed. There was a note on James S. pillow, "Gone for a run. Back soon. Love you." I don't know what possessed me, but I found myself creeping into his office. I'd never snooped before, I'd always trusted him completely. But now Now I felt like I was living with a stranger. His desk was meticulously organized, as always. I started rifling through drawers, not sure what I was looking for. Old bills, work documents, nothing out of the ordinary. Then I opened the bottom drawer. My hands trembled as I lifted out a small wooden box. It was beautifully carved with intricate symbols I didn't recognize. My heart pounding, I opened it. Inside was a collection of what looked like tiny bones. Animal bones, I hoped. There was also a small vial of dark liquid, a lock of hair tied with a red ribbon, and a USB drive. I grabbed the drive and rushed to my laptop. As it loaded, I heard the front door open. James was back. "Lily?" he called out. "Just a sec," I shouted back, my voice unnaturally high. The drive finished loading, revealing a single video file. I didn't have time to watch it, so I quickly emailed it to myself and deleted the sent email. Then, thinking quickly, I uploaded it to a secure cloud storage account I rarely used, under a fake name. I had just closed my laptop when James walked in, flushed from his run. "There you are," he smiled, leaning in to kiss me. I forced myself not to pull away. "What are you up to?" "Oh, just..." Confirming some last-minute wedding details, I lied. His eyes narrowed slightly. "In my office?" I was looking for stamps," I said lamely, "for thank you cards." He stared at me for a long moment, then his face relaxed into a smile. But there was something off about it, a tightness around his eyes that hadn't been there before. "Well, no need to start those yet. We've got a lifetime ahead of us for thank you notes." As he headed to the shower, I let out a shaky breath. Had he bought my lie? Or was he just playing along? I spent the rest of the day in a fog, going through the motions of last-minute wedding prep. James seemed normal-loving, excited about our big day. But now, every smile, every touch felt off, like he was wearing a mask, and I could see the edges where it didn't quite fit. That night, after James fell asleep, I snuck out to the living room with my laptop. With shaking hands, I opened the video file from the USB. It started similarly to the DVD, the same forest clearing, the same bonfire. But this time, the camera was steady, the image clearer. I could make out more details of the robed figures, their animal masks even more disturbing in high definition. James S. voice rang out again. "The time has come. Our sacrifice has been prepared." The camera panned to show a stone altar. On it lay a person, no, a woman struggling against her bonds. Her face was covered, but I could see long dark hair spilling over the edge of the altar, hair that looked disturbingly like mine. One of the masked figures approached the altar, raising a wicked-looking knife. "With this blood we seal our pact," James intoned. I slammed the laptop shut, my heart threatening to burst out of my chest. This couldn't be real. It had to be some elaborate movie prop, right? A sick joke? But deep down, I knew this was real, and I was in danger. I must have made some noise because suddenly James was there in the doorway. "Lily, what are you doing up?" I looked up at him. This man I thought I knew. This man I was supposed to marry tomorrow, and I felt nothing but terror. I couldn't sleep, I managed to say. He came closer, his eyes darting to the closed laptop. "Wedding jitters again? Come on, let's go back to bed. Everything will be better in the morning." As he led me back to our room, his hand on the small of my back, all I could think was, would I even survive until morning? I lay awake for hours, my mind racing. I knew I couldn't go through with the wedding, but I also knew I couldn't just confront James. Not when I'd seen what he was capable of. I needed to run, but how? Where would I go? As the first light of dawn crept through the windows, I made a decision. I had to get out, and I had to do it now. I pretended to be asleep as James got up, my heart pounding so loud I was sure he'd hear it. I felt his lips brush my forehead. "See you at the altar, my love," he whispered before leaving. As soon as I heard his car pull away, I sprang into action. I grabbed a small backpack and started throwing in essentials clothes, toiletries, my laptop, phone charger. I emptied out my rainy day cash stash, about $500, and shoved it into the bag. Then I grabbed my purse, making sure the DVD was still there. I ran to James S. office and retrieved the wooden box from his desk drawer. My hands shook as I opened it, half expecting the bones inside to start rattling on their own. I don't know why I took it. Evidence, I guess. Or maybe I thought it might give me some clue about what James was really up to. I was about to leave when I noticed something I missed before a small notebook tucked under some papers. I flipped it open and felt my blood run cold. It was filled with names and dates. Some were crossed out, others circled. Next to each circled name was a symbol, the same symbols carved into the wooden box. And there, on the last page, was my name. Next to it was that day S date and a symbol I hadn't seen before, a star inside a circle. I shoved the notebook into my bag along with the box and ran out of the house. I got into my car, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I pulled out of the driveway, I saw Mrs. Henderson from next door giving me a strange look. I realized how odd I must look, the bride, fleeing on her wedding day. I drove to the police station, my mind racing. This was it. I was going to expose everything. But as I sat in the parking lot, doubt crept in. What exactly was I going to tell them? That my fiancé was part of some weird cult? That I'd found some creepy videos and a box of bones? It all seemed so unbelievable. And then there was his family to consider. The Blackwoods practically owned this town. James's father was a judge, his uncle the chief of police. Who would believe me over them? Before I could change my mind again, my phone buzzed. It was a text from my maid of honor asking where I was. The reality of the situation hit me like a ton of bricks. I had a whole wedding party waiting for me. Dozens of guests would be arriving soon. In a moment of panic, I made a decision that would haunt me for months to come. I drove to the Oakwood Inn where the wedding was to be held. As soon as I walked in, I was swept up in a whirlwind of activity, hair, makeup, getting into my dress. My bridesmaids chattered excitedly around me, but their voices sounded distant, like I was underwater. Lily? Earth to Lily. My maid of honor, Sarah, was waving her hand in front of my face. You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. I forced a smile. Just nervous, I guess. She squeezed my hand. Cold feet are normal, but trust me, once you see James waiting for you at the end of that aisle, all your doubts will melt away. If only she knew. As I stood there in the bridal suite, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest, I made a decision. I was going to face this head on. No more running, no more hiding. I took a deep breath, smoothed down my dress, and opened the door. My dad was waiting to walk me down the aisle, his eyes misty with pride. If only he knew. The wedding march began and we started our walk. The church was packed, every eye on me, but I only saw James, standing at the altar, looking devastatingly handsome in his tuxedo. For a moment, my resolve wavered. How could this man, who looked at me with such love, be involved in something so sinister? As I reached the altar, James took my hand, his touch sending conflicting waves of comfort and terror through me. The officiant began the ceremony, his words washing over me in a blur. If anyone can show just cause why this couple cannot lawfully be joined together in matrimony, let them speak now or forever hold their peace. This was it. My last chance. I cleared my throat. I have something to say. A collective gasp went through the church. James's hand tightened on mine, his eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and... Was that fear? Lily, he whispered, his voice tight. What are you doing? I turned to face the congregation, my voice shaking but growing stronger with each word. I am sorry, but I can go through with this wedding. Not until I get some answers. I pulled out my phone and the DVD from my bouquet. James, I need you to explain this. Now. His face went pale as he recognized the DVD. Where did you get that? He hissed, his charming facade cracking. It doesn't matter, I said, my voice carrying through the now silent church. What matters is what's on it. A ritual in the woods, people in masks, your voice talking about sacrifices. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. I saw James's parents exchange a worried glance. Lily, please, James said, reaching for me, his eyes darting nervously around the room. This isn't the time or place. I stepped back. No, no more secrets. No more lies. Tell me the truth, James. What are you involved in? For a moment, he just stared at me, his face a mask of conflicting emotions. Then, to my shock, he started to laugh. It wasn't a joyful sound, but hollow and tinged with bitterness. "Oh, Lily," he said, shaking his head. "You weren't supposed to find out. Not like this. Not yet." He turned to face the congregation, his posture changing, becoming more commanding. "I suppose the cat is out of the bag now. Sorry, folks, but this wedding is going to be a little different than planned." To my horror, several people in the pews stood up. They reached into their jackets and pulled out those terrifying animal masks I'd seen in the video. "What's going on?" I demanded, my voice rising with panic. "James, what is this?" He turned back to me, his eyes cold now, all pretense of love gone. "It's our legacy, Lily, our birthright. The Blackwood family has been the guardians of this town for generations. We keep the balance, make the hard choices so others don't have to." "Guardians? Hard choices? You were talking about human sacrifice." He winced. "It's more complicated than that. The rituals, they protect the town, keep evil at bay. Without them, this place would fall into chaos and ruin." I shook my head, unable to believe what I was hearing. "This is insane. You are all insane." "I know it sounds crazy," James said, taking a step toward me, his voice low and urgent. "But I love you, Lily. I chose you not just as my wife, but as my partner in this. You are strong enough to bear this burden with me." "Bear this burden?" "James, you are talking about murder." "No," a new voice rang out. I turned to see James S. father standing up, his face grave. "Not murder. Sacrifice. There's a difference." More people were standing now, donning masks. I looked around wildly, realizing with growing horror that at least half the guests were in on this. "The woman in the video," I said, a terrible thought occurring to me. "The one on the altar. Was that supposed to be me?" James S. composure cracked completely. His eyes darted around nervously and sweat beaded on his forehead. No, that was a rehearsal of sorts, to prepare you for your role." "My role? As what, some kind of ritualistic murderer?" "As a protector," he insisted, his voice rising with desperation. "Lily, please, just listen. Let me explain everything. You will understand." For a moment I wavered. Part of me wanted to believe him, wanted there to be some explanation that would make all of this okay. But then I remembered the terror in that woman's eyes, the cold command in James S. voice. Whatever this was, it wasn't right. I took another step back. "No, I don't want to understand. I want no part of this." I turned to run, but found my path blocked by masked figures. They were closing in from all sides, their animal masks grotesque in the church's dim light. "I am sorry, Lily," James said from behind me, his voice cold again. "But you don't have a choice. Once you are part of this, you are part of it for life." I felt a hand grip my arm, and panic surged through me. Without thinking, I lashed out, my elbow connecting with someone's face. There was a cry of pain, and suddenly, chaos erupted. Guests were screaming, some running for the exits while others, the masked ones, tried to grab me. I saw my parents being held back by men in suits, confusion and terror on their faces. "Get her," James shouted, his voice cracking with panic. "Don T, let her leave." I ducked under grasping hands, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I caught a glimpse of Sarah, my maid of honor, her eyes wide with shock. "Run!" I screamed at her. "Get out of here!" I made it to the church doors, shoving them open with all my strength. Outside, I could hear sirens in the distance. For a moment, relief washed over me. The police were coming. But then I remembered James's uncle was the chief of police. They weren't coming to help me. My wedding dress caught on something as I fled, tearing a long strip from the hem. I didn't care. I just ran, my bare feet pounding against the pavement, my lungs burning. I could hear shouts behind me, but I didn't dare look back. I found myself in the parking lot, surrounded by rows of cars. For a moment, panic threatened to overwhelm me. I didn't even have my keys. Then I spotted Sarah's car. She always kept a spare key hidden in the wheel well. My shaking hands found it, and seconds later I was peeling out of the lot, tires screeching. In my rearview mirror, I saw James and several masked figures burst out of the church. James' face was contorted with rage, a far cry from the loving man I thought I knew. He pointed at my retreating car, shouting something I couldn't hear. I drove like a madwoman, weaving through traffic and blowing through red lights. Every set of headlights in my rearview mirror sent a jolt of fear through me. Were they following me? How far did their influence reach? It wasn't until I crossed the state line that I finally allowed myself to breathe. I pulled into a run-down motel, paid cash for a room, and collapsed onto the bed, still in my torn wedding dress. As the adrenaline wore off, the reality of what had happened began to sink in. My entire life had just imploded. The man I loved, the future ID planned it was all a lie. And now I was a fugitive, running from a cult that had infiltrated every level of my hometown society. I curled up on the bed, violent sobs racking my body. The events of the day played on repeat in my mind: James's cold laughter, the grotesque masks, the terror on my parents' faces. What had happened to them? Were they safe? Or had the cult done something to them? Sleep, when it finally came, was fitful and filled with nightmares. I dreamed of masked figures chasing me through endless dark forests, of James standing over me with a knife, of altars stained with blood. I woke up screaming, drenched in sweat. For a moment, I didn't know where I was. Then it all came flooding back, and I had to run to the bathroom to throw up. I spent the next few days in a daze, barely leaving the motel room. I survived on vending machine snacks and cheap coffee, jumping at every sound outside my door. I knew I couldn't stay there forever, but I had no idea where to go or what to do next. On the third day, I finally worked up the courage to check the news on my phone. There was nothing about a wedding gone wrong, no reports of a missing bride. It was as if nothing had happened. The Blackwoods must have covered it all up. That when I knew I couldn't just run and hide. They would find me eventually. And even if they didn't, how many other innocent people would suffer because of their rituals? I had to do something. I had to expose them. But how? I had no proof beyond the DVD and the contents of that wooden box, which ID left behind in my panic. My word against theirs wouldn't be enough, not when they controlled the town. That when I remembered ID emailed myself the video from the USB drive and uploaded it to a cloud storage account. With shaking hands, I logged into my email on my phone. The message was still there, unopened. I downloaded the file and watched it again, forcing myself to look for any details that might help identify the location or the people involved. It wasn't much, but it was a start. I began researching, digging into the history of Oakwood and the Blackwood family. I reached out to investigative journalists, to podcasters who specialized in exposing cults. Most ignored me. A few responded, intrigued but skeptical. One journalist, a woman named Elena, seemed particularly interested. We arranged to meet at a coffee shop in a nearby city. As I sat waiting for her, my nerves were on edge. Every person who walked in made me flinch. Was that James? Did that woman bag look like it could be hiding a mask? Elena turned out to be a middle-aged woman with kind eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor. She listened to my story without interruption, her face growing more serious with each detail. "I believe you," she said when I finished. "I have heard whispers about the Blackwoods before, but never anything this concrete. This could be big, Lily. Really big." For the first time since my wedding day, I felt a glimmer of hope, but it was quickly extinguished by Elena's next words. "But we need to be careful. If what you're saying is true, these people are powerful and dangerous. We need more evidence before we can go public with this." I nodded, trying to hide my disappointment. "So what do we do now?" Elena leaned forward, her voice low. "We dig deeper. I have some contacts who might be able to help. But Lily, you need to understand this could take time, and it could be dangerous." As if to emphasize her point, at that moment, a man in a dark suit walked into the coffee shop. He looked around casually, but something about him made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Elena must have noticed my reaction. "Go," she said quietly. Use the back door. I'll be in touch. I slipped out of the coffee shop, my heart pounding. As I walked briskly down the street, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. For months, I moved from town to town, always looking over my shoulder, never staying in one place for long. I worked odd jobs for cash, using public libraries to continue my research. Slowly, with Elena S. help, I began to piece together a picture of just how deep the Blackwood S. influence ran. There were whispers of other towns, other families like the Blackwoods, a network of guardians stretching across the country, maybe even beyond. The more I uncovered, the more terrified and determined I became. But the constant fear and stress were taking their toll. I lost weight. Dark circles formed under my eyes. I jumped at every unexpected sound, flinched at every touch. Sleep became a luxury, always interrupted by vivid nightmares of masked figures and blood-stained altars. One night, in yet another anonymous motel room, I woke up screaming, convinced I'd seen James standing at the foot of my bed. It took me hours to convince myself it had just been a dream. I am writing this now from another motel room, my hands shaking as I type. I don't know if they are still looking for me. I don't know if I'll ever be able to go home again, but I do know that I can stop until the truth comes out. To anyone reading this, be careful. Evil doesn't always look like you expect it to. Sometimes it wears a charming smile and offers you a diamond ring. Sometimes it hides behind respectability and tradition. And if you're ever invited to a wedding in a small town called Oakwood, run as fast and as far as you can. Because trust me, some vows are better left unspoken. I don't know what will happen next, but I do know one thing: I'm going to bring them down. Somehow, some way, I am going to expose the Blackwood family and their twisted rituals. And maybe, just maybe, I will find a way to save the next bride they try to recruit. If you have any information that might help, or if you've experienced something similar, please reach out. But be careful. They were watching. They were always watching. And to James, if you are reading this, I loved you. I really did. But I will never, ever be part of your legacy. You chose the wrong bride to sacrifice. Update. For those asking, yes, I've managed to contact some friends and family. Sarah, whose car I took, is safe. She got out during the chaos. Others, I'm not sure. Some act like nothing happened. Others have vanished. I don't know if they were threatened, recruited, or worse. I've moved again, kept seeing a black SUV outside my motel, and one night I swear I saw someone in an animal mask watching my room. Paranoia? Maybe. But I'm not risking it. The journalist Elena and I are making progress. We've found financial records hinting at a network of families like the Blackwoods in other towns. It's just not enough yet, but we were getting there. Oakwood seems fine so far. No catastrophes. Did they find another sacrifice? Or was it all just for power? I don't know. I'm exhausted, scared, and some days it's hard to keep going. But I think of potential victims out there, and I know I can stop. Be me, be Brazilian. Just finished school, and after studying a lot and through some miracle of luck, managed to get into a good public university in my state. Although not in the course I wanted. Be sad because I wanted to study something else, but it is what it is. In uni, most people are retarded normies who only think about the usual things. Normies think these days Instagram, Twitter, the latest American issue imported to the Brazilian political debate, pronouns, be at the uni library one day, looking at the books they have on the history and sociology section. Lots of books about religion and occultism here, covering everything from African folk religion to ancient mystery cults. This piques my interest, and I begin to spend my time reading these instead of the course S subjects. This goes on for weeks. During this time, a guy came up and began talking to me. He introduced himself as N, cool dude, albeit a little strange, had this slumped eye, which was really noteworthy on his face, and walked as if he was always slightly off balance. He also had a string on his neck that seemed to hold some kind of necklace, although I never saw what the necklace was exactly. He and I shared the interest about occultism, although he was clearly way more knowledgeable in the matter than me. In all conversations we had, he led the subject, and I always came out of them knowing things I would never imagine or probably even find in the library books. He tells me the library is cool and has lots of resources, but some things are simply not available in places like this and that. To know the real truths, I needed to go beyond that. I asked him what he meant by this, and he said that if I wanted, he could show me some special books he had that showed the truth of things. I asked if he was talking about things like the Lesser Key of Solomon or Dogmas and Rituals of High Magic. Some books I already knew from the Occultist Phenomena, or even the book of Saint Cyprian, a very popular grimoire here in Brazil, said to have mainly metamorphosis powers. But he said those books were nothing compared to the things he had read curious. I agreed to his proposal, and he invited me to go to his home that weekend. When I arrived there on Saturday afternoon, it was a normal middle-class house on a small and unremarkable neighborhood. He welcomed me inside and explained that his mother was asleep, so we should not make much noise. The house was pretty silent and somewhat cold and dark, even though the day outside was very sunny. Most windows were shut, and this gave the house a very still feeling. He took me to his room, which was on the back of the house. When we entered, I saw that it was also very dark, with only a small sliver of light entering from a crack in the curtains. It was a pretty unremarkable room, quite small, painted white, and with the standard furniture you would expect. What really caught my attention was the 3 bookshelves spread through the walls filled with books. When I say filled, I do mean filled to the brim with the things, to the point that some books were in front of others and piled up in a disorderly manner to make up space for the things. He smiled at my astonishment and began talking about how his grandfather was a collector of books and how the custom must have rubbed off on him, although not on his own father. He told me that when his grandpa died, he left a chest with lots of special old books to him. Apparently, he was also big on the occult, and had some materials from the imperial times that once belonged to the church, and detailed many obscure occult practices. I asked to see one of them, and he went to the foot of his bed, where a large wooden chest with a sturdy-looking lock rested. He pulled up the string from his neck, and I saw that the necklace was just a key, a very old-looking iron key made to look like a cross. When he opens the chest, I can see a lot of leather-bound books without any covers, just different shades of brown, black, and red. There's not even titles on the covers. And the material seems very old, like just by looking at them, I get scared that they might turn to sand or something. He carefully picks one of the books and lays it gently atop his computer table. The tome is heavy and thick, and when he opens it, I can see the yellowed pages. The first page of the book has a religious picture, and something written in Latin. He explains to me that it is the Creed prayer. Apparently the priests who wrote these books made them like this to prevent them falling into wrong hands or something. Luckily, the rest of the book isn't in Latin, but in old-school Portuguese, which, although somewhat difficult to read, isn't impossible to someone who isn't monkey-brained. The book seems to be a study of some finer points of Goetia, containing lists of demons, astrological tables for summoning hours, procedures for rituals, and the like. It's a very complete and complex volume, apparently, with hundreds of pages going into the specifics of how to summon demons, elementals, and spirits, and making sure they don't fuck you up. He explains to me that, while this book has the how-to one needs to summon demons, the real jewel is the more theoretical works that explain the worldview you need to have to first be able to make the rituals at all, and then not be consumed by the creatures. I listened to his lecture with great interest, although admittedly I always had a rough time with these right state of mind ideas. Always seemed like religious crap to me, and since I left the church early, my cynicism was very strong in regards to these things. My interest is mainly in the fact that these books seem the real legit deal, and so if there is something capable of summoning the supernatural, that should be it. I asked them if we could summon something with those books. Since he had them for so long, he probably knew how to use them, right? He tells me that he received them just last year, and that he didn't believe himself ready to do a summoning yet. His state of mind wasn't prepared for it. He wasn't pure enough, etc. I insist with him over and over, trying to convince him that we should do it. I even ask once if he had already seen or summoned something at all to know if they work. He says he tried once, But it didn't work out that well, which is why he is dedicating himself to the theoretical studies more before doing anything else. Maybe I should have asked what went wrong, but I was so interested in testing the supernatural that I didn't bother, instead going back to pestering him about trying some rituals. The rest of the afternoon was divided between we talking about occultism and me trying to get him to do a ritual. He didn't budge the entire time, but I wasn't going to let this opportunity slide without a fight. So when we said our goodbyes by the end of the day, I promised myself I wouldn't stop until I had convinced him to try a ritual. During the next weeks, I insist progressively more on him to try something up. He tries to hook me into his theoretical study ideas, saying that if I summoned something without the proper preparation, something bad would happen. But I insist that if we followed just the grimoires, everything would be fine. This goes on for almost a month until, finally, he gives in, telling me that I had won and that he believed he could pull the weight of us both in a ritual with his knowledge, but that I would have to do everything he said. I agree, and we decide to try summoning an air elemental in his backyard. He says he wanted to summon any demons because that is asking for trouble. He also asked me to purify myself for a month before we did the summoning, trying to eat less meat, avoid pornography, ire, and other sins, as this could fuck up the ritual. Can I say I did much effort on that department? We wait for a day when his parents want to be home for the night. It's a July night, his parents are away at a party, and we can begin our work. I want to explain the ritual with details to you guys, because I don't think the average X-File has the sense to practice this without getting fucked. But what I can say is that we spent a good time making circles and sigils on the dirt of his backyard, as well as arranging candles and some other ritualistic tools. Before the ritual began, he asked me to join him in a prayer for protection and purification. He had already asked me to bathe profusely before coming to his house tonight, and frankly, I was getting tired of all this purification shit. But I followed with his orders because I had promised to. Once everything was set up, we began the summoning ritual. Now, most people believe that you have to sacrifice living creatures to get a supernatural being to come to you. That isn't always the case. You can also make the offer of food and drink, and some spirits accept that. Only more demanding creatures will require a living sacrifice to manifest themselves. So we did that. We got some meat, fruits, and wine together and offered it to the elemental. I was mainly repeating what my friend said as he had more experience, but I had difficulty pronouncing the Latin incantations used to bring the creature forth. We chanted for a long while. It seemed like an entire hour, and the cold wind of the night only made it worse. It was a dark night, and there seemed to be no stars above. Even the neighborhood seemed more silent than normal. It seemed that we are wholly alone. It was then that I heard and felt a strong gust of wind, completely out of nowhere. It was as if some giant had begun blowing upon us with terrible strength. My clothes began to be pulled violently. The pages of the grimoire on NS hand began to flap wildly, interrupting him mid-chant, and some clothes that were hung on the backyard flew off. I almost fell because of the surprise and force of the wind, but I did my best to stay up. N had told me not to leave the circle under any circumstances. I tried asking him what was happening, but I found myself unable to beat the gust of wind that now dominated the backyard. I gazed upon him, and he seemed to be still chanting the ritual from memory, as he could no longer read from the book which was now being violated by the terrible wind. It was a terrible and terrifying situation. I felt my legs and whole body shake, not from the cold of the night wind, but from the fear that we had messed with something beyond us and found what we searched for. I don't know for how long the violent gust lasted, but it felt like hours. Terrible, long and cold hours. Then it died down. The violent gust slowly became more like a breeze, a tremendously good breeze, yes, but still a breeze. No more that violent tornado-like gust of hell. I could now hear my friend chanting again, but his voice was also dying down. I looked at him and saw that he had stopped chanting. I asked him what had happened, but he just raised his hand and shooed me, closing his eyes and raising his head as if trying to hear something. I got confused for a second, until I began to hear very faint whispers coming from all around us, as if we were suddenly in the midst of a whispering crowd. I looked around, but there was nothing to see except the clothes on the strings that were still faintly moving, giving the illusion that something was there. The whispers continued, and I couldn't make sense of them. They seemed to be asking something, but I couldn't even make out what kind of language they were. They just sounded vaguely cohesive, like when you are drifting off to sleep and you hear people on your house, but you can understand what they are talking about. I felt once again a terrible cold and a sensation of my legs shaking, but this was now an internal cold, the kind of thing you feel when you think you fucked up real bad. I don't know if this was because of the whispers, but I felt like something or some things were looking at us, as if we had summoned a whole gaggle of undead spirits that would now haunt us forever. It felt like forever, but eventually my friend began speaking, but it felt as if he wasn't talking to me. I had difficulty making up what he was saying because the wind seemed to be stronger around him, as if he was becoming the eye of the storm. This went on for a while, until finally, after I had shat enough bricks, the wind seemed to die down again, and he opened his eyes. The feeling of being observed went away with it. He told me to chant with him a finishing prayer to make sure the elemental went away, and I concurred, although I stuttered somewhat while saying the Latin words. Afterwards, we quickly disassembled the ritual preparations, and I noticed that the wine had vanished from the bottle, which was now empty. We went into his house and turned all the lights on. We both were visibly shaken from the experience, and I asked him what had happened during the ritual. He explained that we had managed to summon some wind elemental, but that it was too violent and powerful to be the one specified in the ritual. He said the elemental didn't answer to the name in the book, and thus he had to use a different closing incantation to get rid of it, as he didn't know the name of what he was talking to. I felt as if a cube of ice had materialized in my stomach. I asked him if the creature had gone away for sure, to which he looked at me with a not very trusty face and said, "Maybe you never know for sure with these things." After that, we parted ways. I called an Uber to go back home since I didn't want to get mugged. He had offered me to stay at his home, but after the experience, I decided I didn't want to go back there for a while. I managed to fall asleep pretty quickly. I didn't notice how much tired I was until I lay down. But I didn't sleep well that night. I can remember exactly why, but I feel like I had terrible dreams during that whole night. When I woke up the next day, I still felt weirded out by all that had happened. I didn't have enough time to process the happening last night because I was just so tired when I got home. But now that I was awake again, I began to think just how crazy the entire thing was, where a normal person would have their curiosity satisfied or be fearful that something bad may happen. The event only made my desire to know more grow, and I quickly picked up my phone and texted N to talk about yesterday. The conversation dragged on. He was taking his sweet time to answer my texts. I felt at the time that he probably was tired after the whole ordeal the previous night. I for sure was. He seemed as impressed as me that it actually had worked, and neither of us had died. So I convinced him that we should try with a demon next time. He said that he would think about it, and recommended me again that I should read theory to better my abilities. I told him I would next time I went to his home, without any intention of actually doing it. The next weeks I spent a lot of time going to his home, not to study theory, but instead to learn more about the rituals to invoke demons, which were way more complicated. We decided that, if we were going to summon a demon, we might as well try to summon one that would help us with our grades in college, since we had been skipping a lot of classes to study the occult, and it was beginning to take a toll on our grades. After going through many names in his books, we decided to summon Glacia Labolas, who, amongst other things, is capable of teaching the arts and sciences. We waited again for the adequate astrological moment, and he stressed again that I should purify myself, this time especially because we were going to deal with a demon, and thus purity and strength where necessary. I was very tired those days, and I believed it was because of having to juggle between college and the occult. So I started going less and less to college and spending more time sleeping or studying the rituals with him. I even convinced him to allow me to copy some pages of the book and take it back home with me for further study. The day finally came and we were ready. It was another night, but this time he insisted we shouldn't do it near his house. So we gave our parents the excuse of going to a party, and instead gathered our things and went to an abandoned terrain in the farther part of the neighborhood. To prevent someone recognizing us, We wore coats with hoods to hide our faces. It was still a very scary situation, since it was late at night and the two of us could be mugged. We hoped that the appearance of Satanists we surely gave off would scare away any criminals. When we get there, we quickly begin to prepare the terrain for the summoning again. This time it's a lot more work, and the air is just as cold as the time we summoned the elemental. The terrain is very dark. The only light source is from an old lamppost on the street, its yellow light shining meekly upon the dirt and grass of the abandoned terrain. Once everything is ready, we get inside the circle and begin to chant the invocation in Latin. I fared way better this time, having trained extensively for it, but I was still somewhat afraid N seemed to be so too. Although he didn't stutter, I could hear in his voice the hints of fear. It was difficult for me to judge if the cold I felt was because of the night or the fear. Unlike last time, there was no amazing gust of wind came during our chants. Instead, we went on chanting and chanting for what seemed like almost an hour without a response. That was when we noticed the silence. When we arrived at the terrain, we could hear all the usual city night sounds: dogs, cats, cars, insects, and people in their homes. The things that you grow accustomed to so much you don't even notice anymore. But you can still notice their absence like we were now. We couldn't even hear the wind. Despite the surprise and the ominous feeling it brought, we carried on with the summoning, repeating the chants over and over and over again. As time went on, we began to notice the temperature dropping, first slightly, then sharply, until I almost couldn't contain my teeth clattering. It was around then that I noticed from the corner of my eye a figure moving about the darkness to our left. Shocked, I looked in that direction, and N did so too. We stopped chanting and gazed upon the darkness in silence. And from the darkness, something was gazing back at us. At first, you wouldn't be able to make them out of the general ink blackness, but once your eyes adjusted a little, you would notice it. There were two spaces amidst the dark, which were darker than most, like new black ink in contrast to old, faded painting. Once my eyes noticed that, I also noticed that a silhouette of something resembling a dog, but with a different anatomy, was also outlined in the dark, again by the same effect of the two spots. My stomach dropped when I noticed what it was. It was clearly gazing at us, but we couldn't make out anything except its rough outline and what should be its two eyes. Looking at it was unlike any other experience I ever had. It wasn't simply fear like when I felt the elemental around us. It was abject terror, horror even, the feeling that I was looking at an unfathomable abyss, and that at any moment my soul could slip and fall into it to be forever lost. It was as if gazing into them transported my soul to a black and unending cold desert of abandon and fear. I had the distinct feeling that even if I screamed until my vocal cords gave up, no one would hear me. The creature kept its eyes fixated on me for a long while, until N began to address it. This time I could hear them both talking. The exchange was more or less like this: "O Glacia Labolas, great Count of Hell, we have summoned you here and given you sacrifice, and now we request a boon in exchange." The creature S voice was something halfway between a human and a dog, half primal, half elegant and composed. Despite the paradoxical nature of its sound, I still could make out the words, "Aspiring binders, how much courage must thou have to call upon my name in this night? And how much pride must grip thou hearts that you would request boons for such meager sacrifice? I feel no life in this flesh and no strength in this wine. This can pay for nothing." Me and N looked at each other anxiously. The book had specified that this ritual didn't require living beings nor blood, but something was clearly wrong. I felt as if my legs were about to give way. "What do you desire then?" N asked the creature from the darkness. We could hear a growl that seemed too much like a laugh, and the weak light from the lamppost illuminated briefly what appeared to be a full mouth of canine teeth, which shone with a red luminescence. As if the light was reflecting on something red. "I yearn for violence, end a life in my name, consecrate a corpse on the altar of brutality to me, and I shall ensure that your wish is attended." Me and N looked at each other, I saw in his face the same thing I was already thinking. Hell no. I just wanted to chant the banishment incantation right there and then, but En had warned me against it, saying that we would probably just anger the demon if we did it like that. So En told the demon we weren't going to take the deal. It was easier said than done, however, as the demon began trying to persuade us that it wasn't such a problem as we were making it out to be. He told us many things, like pointing out that we already were using a corpse to summon him, and that we could just kill another chicken or another kind of animal, no need for a human. Frankly, I felt somewhat tempted, especially when he told us that he could see a very miserable life for us if we rejected his offer, as there was no way we were fixing our grades that year without him. We hadn't even told him what we wanted yet, and the way he talked about it made me feel cold to the bone. We must have spent almost half an hour debating the merits of killing for him with the demon, until the anxiety got the best of me and I said, a bit too loud, that we weren't taking any damned deal from him. I immediately regretted what I did, for the demon's gaze focused on me again. The same horrible sensations washed over me again, just this time mixed with a sense of anger and danger emanating from him. It was a strange sensation because at the same time I also felt somewhat hypnotized, like in those movies where the prey is enchanted by the predator and remains in a stupor even while it fears and knows its imminent death. Part of me knew that I was probably done so, even if I was still in the circle. I felt my legs trembling as if trying to move. Dante, look at it. En screamed at me and pulled me closer to him in the circle. He then began chanting the prayer for banishment in Latin, and I quickly followed him as a terrible growl began to sound all around us, becoming louder and louder. By the second, I couldn't look at the creature because of the way En held my face, but my eyes were fixed on the ground, and I could see that the light coming from the street was now flickering, alternating the terrain between light and dark. Randomly, the air around us got extremely cold, to the point that I began being able to see my breath condensed in front of my eyes. The sudden change in temperature made my fingers hurt. Then we began to hear the barking, as if all the dogs in the city had appeared in the terrain and started barking at us with murderous intent. Those barks were terrible, the kind of thing you hear in your nightmares, and just by remembering them, you feel scared. To this day, I tremble when I recall the sound. It was something from another colder and darker world, something with the primeval violence of the dogs, but with added traces of an evil no animal could ever possess. At one moment, I thought I saw the outline of a paw on the ground at the edge of my vision. I closed my eyes completely and wouldn't open them for all the money in the world. I knew that, if I did so, I would regret it heavily. After what felt like hours, the barking stopped and the temperature went back to normal. En told me I could open my eyes, and when I did, I saw that we were still at the terrain. The lights had come back, and there was no dog to be seen. I looked at him and was about to ask what had happened, but his expression made me change my mind. He had a face that wouldn't feel much out of place on a corpse. He wasn't very white, but now he was pale, almost like milk. We left the circle and dismantled the setup quickly. While doing that, I noticed that the wine and food were intact. When I pointed it out to En, he looked at it without expression and told me to leave it. Better not to touch it at all. Part of me didn't want to go home and sleep tonight, not after all I had seen. The sounds and the images of the ritual were still coming back to my head, and I was sure I would have nightmares that night. But I also didn't want to spend time in his house. It also had a strange atmosphere which I had been noticing more the more time I spent with him. It was always cold and dark, even in the sunniest days, and frankly, staying there would probably only make me think more of all that happened. So I went back home. En said he would contact me later tomorrow to talk about what happened, and we parted ways. All the way during my trip back home, and even when I got there, I couldn't shake the memories of what had happened, and the incessant feeling that something was following me. Whenever I saw or heard a dog, I felt my heart skip a heartbeat, as if the creature was going to jump from the dark and attack me at any moment. It was a very rough night. Even with the lights on and listening to podcasts, I couldn't sleep. The fear and constant feeling that there was something watching wouldn't allow it. When I finally managed to pass out, I had horrible nightmares where a large black dog with wings hunted me through the streets of a city, biting bits of my flesh and barking at me. I woke up to the sound of my cell phone ringing, bathed in sweat and trembling from the nightmares. It was N. He told me that we needed to talk and that it would be better to do in person. I agreed. We went to a cafeteria. I still hadn't eaten that day and was feeling sick, and apparently he was too, so we didn't eat anything, just drank some coffee to not get thrown out. The conversation wasn't a happy one. It was basically him saying that he was done with playing around with Goetia, especially with me. When I asked why, he said that I probably had fucked something up, probably didn't purify myself adequately, and that as why the demon didn't obey us like he was meant to. I said he was full of crap, that he was leading the ritual, and if someone was to blame, it was probably him, not me. The discussion began to get worse and worse until we were almost screaming at each other, which was when the cafe's owner told us to shut up or he would throw us out of the establishment. I never felt so angry at him like then. I believe I could easily have jumped on N and punched him until his face was red. Why did he think he could talk to me like that? How could he say I was the culprit? If anyone was the culprit, it was probably him. Once outside, N, who was still looking tired from yesterday, looked at me in silence and said that if I was so good at that, maybe I would make better use of his grandpa's grimoire than him. I told him that I probably would, considering he's too much of a pussy to use it. Amazingly, N didn't react in an aggressive manner, just nodding his head and saying, "Come, I'll give it to you." Then we went back to his house. His parents, where around this time, and that must have been the third time I had ever seen the two of them together. They never talked much to me. Or N, though. He had told me that they were very absent as usual. The house was cold and dark, but his room was very different. He had opened all the windows and allowed the sunlight in, changing the entire atmosphere. He quickly opened the chest and took the grimoire out of it, the one where we had found the ritual to summon the demon. "Here, take it. Choke on it for all I care. Maybe then you will learn to listen to me," he told me while holding it up to my face. The tone of his voice was still bitter. I got a bad feeling then. A small flash of sobriety in the storm of anger that had suddenly washed over us. I was fighting with what was probably the only friend I had in college. And over what? A old, dusty book that could fuck me up. But this doubt quickly vanished as he shoved it at my face again, repeating for me to take it. I felt I could punch him right then and there, and so took it from his hands and walked away in silence. I didn't even say goodbye. With the book on my possession, I began to study the rituals alone. I was sure that I had done everything correctly, and that the issue was NS obsession with purity and theory instead of focusing on practice. The months that followed were very rough as I became more and more obsessed with the book and its rituals, to the point I began skipping almost half of the college days to dedicate myself to studying the rituals. I had given up completely on the idea of studying for college, and decided that the best plan would be to make a deal with another demon for knowledge. I believe that, if instead of material gains such as wealth I asked for knowledge, I would be able to evade the usual end people have of losing everything one day. But I didn't have the courage to summon Labolas again. I still had nightmares about the whole ordeal, so I decided to try my luck with another demon. Luckily, there are many demons who grant knowledge. One of them is Buer, a president of hell in their hierarchy. It would be more difficult to do the ritual without NS knowledge. He had a veritable trove of occult materials and had been doing this for a while, whereas I was a complete soul initiate. But I was certain I would be able to manage, and then I could shove it on NS' face. I decided that this time I would leave nothing to chance, so I borrowed some money from my parents without them knowing, and bought everything I would need, including a live chicken for sacrifice. The most difficult part was the chicken. I had to hide it through an entire afternoon so my parents wouldn't ask about it. For that, I asked the guy who sold it to me to tie it up neatly so that it couldn't scream or move around. I put it on a big box and hid it on my room. I was so obsessed with doing it back then that it didn't bother me in the slightest to do that with the poor animal, even though in the past I had never been insensible to the suffering of animals. That night I went to a crossroads in my neighborhood. Unlike the other nights, the air was mild, not cold, and the wind blew softly. In general, a much more pleasant atmosphere. This didn't help my anxiety, however. It was the third time I tried a summoning, but it would be the first time I would do it alone and involving live sacrifice. I was scared not only of what could go wrong, but of some hobo fucking me up, or, God forbid, the police passing through and me getting into trouble. It took a lot more time to set up the circles and ritual apparel without N, but I was so obsessed with the work that I didn't stop once, not even when the chicken moved inside the bag I had brought it in. When all was done, I began the ritual. Again, I'm not going to explain how it was, but suffice to say that it involved killing the chicken and draining its blood. Just remembering that I did without thinking twice makes me sick. The poor animal was clearly terrified and shaking around trying to free itself, while I did my thing without an ounce of compassion. Once it all was done and the sacrifice was ready, I began chanting for Buer. I chanted over and over, my voice growing louder with each repetition as the initial shyness and fear was replaced with an ardent desire to see the creature and be granted my wish. I don't know how many times I repeated it, but at one moment I began to hear dogs howling and cats mewing where before there was a sepulchral silence. This immediately scared me, as I thought Labolas was somehow being summoned, so I stopped the chant immediately and looked around. But the air wasn't cold like I remembered, and I didn't see the black dots like I had seen last time. Instead, my nostrils were assaulted by a wet smell, somewhat like what you feel when you go to the forest after a long rain. It was the odor of nature, savage and undisturbed wild. Then I began to hear some shuffling towards the abandoned terrain to my right. I turned my eyes there and saw something that almost killed me. I had seen the representations of Buer in the book before and found them quite silly, but it's completely different when you see something in person. The demon S form was something grotesque. I could make out the rough outline of a lioness head from the light that shone on the terrain. The creature, however, was still somewhat hidden in darkness, so it was difficult to be certain of its form. But I could make up goat legs around it, like the rays of the sun in old paintings, the lower hooves clapping about on the ground like some mockery of satyrs, and the upper ones dancing wildly on a savage and orgiastic primeval dance. The eyes of the creature, unlike those of Labolas, weren't dark. They shone like you normally see with cats in the dark, making it seem like two stars inhabited the lion head that now gazed upon me. The creature's appearance scared me, but it didn't feel like the same kind of fear that Labolas gave me. Back then, it was the fear that it would harm me out of evil, but here it was more like the feeling you have when you look at a wild animal and knows it could kill you out of instinct. The creature then spoke to me. It had a guttural voice, kind of like a lion's roar, and asked me what I wanted with him. I explained to him that I wanted the knowledge to get through my tests at college. And he gazed in silence at me for a while. I could swear I also heard him sniffing the air. At no moment he left the terrain or the darkness, although every now and then a part of his body would enter the light and I would be able to see him better. It was a very tense situation, like when you are a kid and are face to face with a street dog. The two of you are quiet, and you know that, if you make the smallest movement, he might attack you. But you also think that if you stay put, he will jump you at any moment. After what felt like an eternity, the creature answered with a growl that he would grant me my wish, and then he walked back into the dark, melding into the cold black nothing until I couldn't make out his silhouette any longer. When it was all over, the air went back to normal, and the peaceful silence returned to the world. I was trembling slightly and felt extremely tired after the experience. My head was pounding slightly, and I just wanted to go home, but I felt like I had accomplished something that night. There was pride in me, for I had achieved what N had not. I had managed a deal with a demon. Of course, I was somewhat scared that it would backfire like it does so many times, but for the moment the pride and exhaustion took over most of my brain, so I just went back home and slept for the night. Amazingly, it was one of the best nights of sleep I ever had since the ritual with N, and probably in my entire life. I don't remember any dreams and woke up completely rested and full of energy. Later that week, I had a test in college and I managed to get a grade high enough to compensate for my previous lacking in past months. The same thing happened to all the other end of semester tests. It appeared as if everything was going well. I entered my summer break feeling on top of life. I even contacted N to shove on his face how I managed to succeed where he had failed. N, however, didn't seem interested in talking to me. After picking up my first call, he simply blocked my number. During this period, I began to dedicate myself more and more to the study of the grimoire and using its rituals. I had many experiences with the supernatural during those times. I saw ghosts, other demons, had dreams which were prophetic, and received many revelations of secrets both profane and holy. Some of these happenings were still scary. During this period, I started having sleep paralysis episodes, something that I never had before, and started seeing shadows in my house during the night. But nothing ever harmed me or my family, so I believed it was only a side effect of being more spiritually oriented. Now I think the most noteworthy event during this period was when I contacted a demon called Vine, for I had read that he was capable of imparting knowledge of the true nature of social hierarchies, something I believed could help me a lot in life. The summoning was successful, and out of all the demons I saw, he was one of the most normal and even agreeable. I remember he had a distinct accent that seemed British, even when talking Portuguese. He told me much about the social classes, about how all riches are born out of sacrifice and how that heritage remains with them forever, how one must be ready to assume such a stigma to grow, and how greatness always requires tribute. I believed that I had managed to cheat reality somehow, but as I was about to find out, everything has a price. When college returned and I had another test, I noticed that I didn't even have the wisdom of Bauer anymore, and so got completely fucked in the exam. This bummed me, but after thinking for a while, I came to the conclusion that my ritual didn't ensure knowledge for the whole life. The sacrifice was too small. Thus, it followed that I would have to sacrifice something for him again. However, when I summoned the demon, he told me that he desired more than a simple chicken, that his hunger must be satiated if I desired the knowledge. Because of his demands, my sacrifices grew greater and greater, going from simple chickens to stray animals. That was probably the lowest point of my life, when I did things that I look back and think that if I met my former self nowadays, I would probably beat the shit out of me without an ounce of remorse. But it bore fruits, and time and again I managed to get the needed grades to advance in college, despite not studying at all. As time went on, my situation began to deteriorate. Almost every night was tormented by nightmares, sounds in my room, shadows at the corner of my eyes, and sometimes the sounds of hooves on the roof of my house. This began to have an effect in my health. I began to get sick far more easily, and the lack of sleep made me highly irritable and unable to focus. It came to the point that all I could really do was study the rituals in the grimoire and browse the web, for I had no interest in anything else. It was about that time that N came to me again. We had stopped talking, but we still frequented the same college. He was now one semester behind me thanks to having failed his tests. But we still saw each other every now and then, although we never spoke, and made an active effort to ignore the other. He came to me one day when I was eating. The difference between us by then was notable. While I seemed more like a skeleton with perpetual dark circles on my eyes and my face always gazing down, he seemed to have recovered from his perpetually tired expression from back then. His slumped eye had almost gone back to normal, and his posture while walking seemed fixed. In general, he seemed way healthier than when we met. I expected him to pick up a fight, but to my surprise, he spoke to me gently and without anger, something that confused me. After all, we had never made peace after what happened. We talked a long while, after he managed to break the ice and reach me beyond the layer of fossilized anger and bitterness. I noticed that I had felt terribly lonely all those years and really missed him. I had no friends to talk to after losing him. We talked about our lives, and I quickly noticed that while mine was easy, but without much to be proud of except the occultic practices, his was a lot harder, but full of interesting events. He told me how he had to repeat most subjects in his first semester and almost lost his scholarship, but managed to pull through after much study, how he picked up writing as a hobby and dedicated himself more to his course, to the point that he never had problems with grades again. He shared many stories about the places where he was an intern the past years, the people he met, the problems he got into, and how he solved them. In general, it seemed like a month of his life had more things than my past years. When I told him about my life, he seemed genuinely concerned for me, saying that I should stop messing with the grimoire, that it was clearly fucking me up, and that I couldn't go on like that forever. We argued because of that, for while it was undeniable that my life had many problems ever since I began the rituals, I also had gained much and grew accustomed to it. The truth is that, while I feared the demons and for my eternity, I feared being left with no magical solutions anymore for my problems and losing the power and knowledge I had gained until then. I had the distinct feeling that, should I stop doing the rituals, especially those for knowledge, I wouldn't be able to finish college at all. Part of me also felt resentment for the fact that N would come out on top if I turned my back on the rituals. I would basically be proving him right and saying that all my years doing rituals had been a waste. Because of this, our discussion didn't get anywhere. We parted ways when the time for class came, and I was hoping to never see him again. But when I arrived home later that day, I saw a message from him on my cell phone. He had unblocked me and wanted to resume contact. This coincided with a period when the Demon S demands for tribute had grown too large, to the point that they began asking me for human blood, something that I wasn't willing to give. It felt as if I was at the event horizon of my humanity, and something in me still held me back from diving headfirst into the abyss. But I couldn't shake away the obsession I had with the occult. I had entangled myself too much into it, to the point that it was easier for me to contemplate death than a life without the occult. And contemplate death I did. I began to have suicidal thoughts almost daily. Depression hit me like a truck around this period, to the point where I couldn't even bring myself to study the occult. Then one night, I had what was probably the worst nightmare of my entire life. It was a grotesque dream where I was dragged by animal-headed people to what seemed like the altar of a temple. There was an enormous crowd of similar creatures looking at me from below, and I felt that they all were hungry for my flesh. The whole scenario was illuminated by torches held by demonic statues, for the night was dark, and there was no star or moon in the sky. I was suspended on a pole by the creatures, and they began whipping me with iron-tipped flails, tearing the skin from my body. That was the worst pain I had ever felt in my life. Even tough it was a dream, I felt as if I could die in that exact moment. The blood flowed from the open wounds down the pole and the altar into the steps of the temple, and the crowd of demons howled with laughter and ecstasy. This went on for hours, a torture that never seemed to end. I couldn't even summon forces to beg them to stop, and it came to the point that, despite my irreligiosity, I wanted to cry to God for help, but I couldn't even do that. Then they dragged me from the pole to what looked like an altar of pure white marble and laid me there. The pain I felt because of the open wounds touching the marble was horrible, but it was nothing compared with what I saw then. A dog-headed man with wings was approaching, his face contorted in an inhumane smile of hunger, his eyes two pools of blackness. I knew what he was, and in that moment despair like I never felt gripped my heart. When he reached me, he sunk his teeth into my chest without ceremony, tearing at my flesh like a rabid animal, blood and flesh flying all around in a grotesque spectacle. The pain was something beyond anything Ivy felt, beyond something I could even describe. Just trying to remember it is already enough to make me tremble and feel nausea. I screamed like I never had and probably never will again, screamed until I passed out and woke up, screaming and trembling in my room. My parents came to see what was happening, and I told them I just had a nightmare. They screamed at me for making such a noise during a weekday and went back to bed, but I couldn't go back to sleep. I was still trembling, cold sweat ran down my skin and I felt a horrible pain in my back. I looked at my back in the mirror and saw 4 horrible bruises in it. Like something had scratched it terribly. I felt in that moment I could faint again. I sat on my bed with all the lights in the room turned on and decided I would not sleep again that night, and that this was too much for me. I called N the next day, told him I wanted to talk, and we arranged to meet again on the same cafeteria we had last met so many years ago. I told him everything, how the demons were demanding more and more of me, how my health was declining and the terrible nightmare and the bruises. He didn't seem impressed by what I told him, saying that he guessed something of the sort was happening to me. He told me that since I probably didn't do the purification procedures correctly, the ritualist protections didn't work out correctly, and thus I got tainted by the demons who never truly went away when I finished them, instead remaining near me and feeding off my energies. I asked him if he could help me get rid of this, and he said that he didn't have such a power, that although he still had his grandfather's books, I spent so much time with the demons that a complex ceremony beyond his abilities would be needed. He said that only some religious authority could do it. He told me of a priest who, apparently, was a friend of his grandfather when he was still alive, and who shared his interest for the more occult aspects of religion. I had doubts if this would work, mainly because I was not religious, but he explained to me that it was the best way, since the demons of the Goetia most commonly work in an Abrahamic environment. The Abrahamic priesthood is more capable of dealing with them, and that the belief of the healer is the most important part of the ritual. Besides, I already believed the rituals of the priests had power, for I had been using their books. I agreed to do it, and we went to the church of the priest that very day. It was a small building built in a classical style on an unassuming neighborhood, a place you could easily forget. Once there, we spoke to the priest. His name was JJ, apparently was already on friendly terms with N, and when he began telling the priest about my situation, he didn't seem surprised, saying that he recognized the great spiritual pain upon my back. The moment he laid his eyes upon me, he said that the ritual would be best done as quickly as possible, but that he needed time to prepare. He told me that, while he prepared, the best I could do was try to keep my body strong and not involve myself with anything supernatural, especially not the grimoire. That last week before the purification ceremony was one of the worst times of my life. I had constant nightmares, and there wasn't a single night I slept well. I got sick with something and had to deal with my head pounding and a high fever too. During the nights, I heard dogs barking outside and things on the roof of my house like never before. Amazingly, this cacophony of hellish sounds only affected me. For my parents, it seemed like another normal day in life. When N and I went to the church again for the purification ceremony, I was barely able to walk straight, needing him to prop me up to meet the priest. I took the grimoire with me too, as they had said it was necessary. I will not divulge the details of the ceremony as the priest asked me not to. But suffice it to say, it was a long night when lots of things left my body and lots of doors were closed. I woke up the next day after a dreamless night, and no longer did I feel any spiritual or material malaise. After that, I never saw the grimoire again. The priest said that this kind of thing is supposed to be used by laymen whose weak wills can easily be warped by demons, and that he would now take care of it. I didn't complain. After all, that I wanted nothing more to do with the grimoire. N was happy that I finally snapped out of it, saying that he regretted having given it to me. He told me that, after our experience, he got rid of the other demonology works his grandfather had given him by handing them over to the priest too, just keeping the theoretical works in his home. Right after doing that, he felt his life get immensely better, and it was the beginning of the good times he had told me about. A similar phenomena came over me after the purification calm returned to my nights. My health improved, and my mood stabilized. When I looked back upon what happened, I noticed just how far I had strayed, and how close I came to total destruction. There were heavy costs. I couldn't finish college because, thanks to not having studied at all for the past years, I had no idea about the most basic points of the course, so I had to leave it and go work at a menial job in construction. It was rough, but after some years working, I joined a trade school and started a course on electrical engineering. After some more years, I managed to get a certificate and now work as an autonomous electrical mechanic. My friendship with N continued and grew stronger after this. After all those years, I finally made good on my promise back then and studied the theory he had been pestering me long ago to study about. And although I wasn't planning on summoning anything anymore, it had wisdoms for life that I took to heart. Not only that, the whole ordeal heavily influenced my worldview. All of this taught me that there are forces out there you are not supposed to mess with, games whose rules are to be followed strictly. Even the words of some demons, like the wisdom imparted on me by Vine, still had some ring of truth to them, despite being warped by their demonic inclinations. But the greatest experience I brought out of this was probably that no matter how low you have fallen, you can always climb back up. Stay safe, Anons. Don't let an obsession ruin your life. You are better than that. I had a messed up job last year. I was just another broke college student, drowning in debt and desperate for a gig that paid enough to keep me afloat. That is when I found this job at a retirement home as a night guard. Yeah, it was as boring as it sounds, but it paid well enough, and I thought, hey, how bad could it be, right? The place was called Rosewood Manor. Sounds cozy, does it not? Trust me, it was not. It was this old, creaky building that looked like it had not been renovated since the damn Cold War. The kind of place that gives you the creeps the moment you step inside. But beggars cannot be choosers, so I took the job. My first night was pretty uneventful. I did the rounds, checked the security monitors, and occasionally dozed off in the tiny guard booth. The old folks were mostly quiet, but there was this one guy, Mr. Henderson, who always seemed to be awake, just sitting there in his room, staring at the wall. Gave me the creeps, but hey, old people are weird, right? A couple of weeks in, I started noticing some weird stuff. It started with noises, soft scratching sounds like someone was dragging their nails along the walls. At first, I thought it was rats or something, but then I realized it was coming from the residents' rooms. I would go to check it out, but by the time I got there, the noise would stop. Every damn time. One night, I was doing my rounds when I heard it again, louder this time. It was coming from Mrs. Cartwright's room. She was this sweet old lady, always knitting or reading romance novels. But when I opened the door, she was just standing there in the dark, scratching the wall with her nails. It was like she did not even notice me. I called out to her, but she did not respond, just kept scratching. I had to physically pull her away and get her back to bed. She looked at me with these wide, terrified eyes, but did not say a word. That is when I knew something was seriously wrong with this place. I decided to do some digging. I mean, it was not exactly my job, but I could not just ignore it. I started talking to the staff, asking if they had noticed anything weird. Most of them brushed me off, said the residents were just senile, but one of the nurses, Jenny, she told me about the place's history. Apparently, Rosewood Manor used to be some kind of asylum back in the day. You know, one of those places where they did all kinds of messed up experiments on the patients. Electroshock therapy, lobotomies, the works. The kind of stuff you see in horror movies. That explained a lot, but it did not make me feel any better. In fact, it just made everything worse. I could not shake the feeling that the place was haunted or something. I know it sounds crazy, but you did not see the way those old folks acted at night. It was like they were possessed. I decided to set up some cameras. I borrowed a couple of security cams from a buddy of mine and installed them in the hallways in some of the residents' rooms. I needed to know what was going on when I was not looking. The first couple of nights, the footage was pretty normal. Just old folks sleeping or wandering around aimlessly. But then I caught something on camera that made my blood run cold. It was around 3 a.m. when I saw it. Mr. Henderson was standing in the middle of the hallway, completely still. Then, out of nowhere, he started running. And I do not mean a slow shuffle. I mean full-on sprinting down the hall, like he was being chased by something. But there was nothing there. He just kept running until he hit the wall at the end of the hall and collapsed. I ran to check on him, but by the time I got there, he was back in his room, sitting in his chair like nothing had happened. I watched the footage again and again, but it did not make any sense. How could he be back in his room when I just saw him collapse in the hall? It was like the laws of physics did not apply in this place. I started keeping a journal, writing down everything that happened during my shifts, the noises, the weird behavior, the stuff I saw on the cameras. I needed to document it all, just in case. Just in case what? I did not know. But I had this feeling that something terrible was going to happen. One night, I was doing my rounds when I heard this god-awful noise coming from the common room. It sounded like someone was being murdered. I rushed over, and what I saw made my stomach drop. Mrs. Cartwright and a few other residents were standing in a circle around Mr. Henderson, who was lying on the floor convulsing. They were chanting something in this weird guttural language I had never heard before. It was like a scene straight out of a horror movie. I shouted at them to stop, but they did not even look at me. I ran over and tried to pull Mrs. Cartwright away, but she was strong, way stronger than she should have been. It took all my strength to drag her away, and even then she kept chanting under her breath. The others finally stopped when I turned on the lights, like they were snapping out of a trance. Mr. Henderson lay there, panting and sweating, but he seemed all right otherwise. I knew I had to get to the bottom of this. Whatever was happening here, it was not normal, and it sure as hell was not safe. Act 2: Rising Action. I started to feel like I was living in a goddamn horror movie. Every night it got worse. The residents were getting more agitated, more violent. I would find them wandering the halls at all hours, scratching at the walls, muttering to themselves. It was like they were losing their minds one by one. I tried talking to the management about it, but they did not want to hear it. Said it was just old age, dementia, whatever, but I knew better. I had seen the footage, I had heard the chanting. This was not normal. One night I decided to dig deeper. I snuck into the archives room and started going through the old records. I found some pretty disturbing stuff. Reports of patients disappearing, unexplained deaths, cover-ups. It was clear that Rosewood Manor had a dark history, and it was not just limited to the asylum days. There were mentions of strange rituals, cult activity, and all sorts of other creepy stuff. The deeper I dug, the more convinced I became that there was something evil in this place. Then I found something that made my blood run cold. It was an old, tattered journal written by one of the former doctors. He described in detail the experiments they conducted on the patients, trying to cure them of their madness. But instead of curing them, they seemed to have awakened something dark and malevolent. The doctor wrote about strange occurrences, patients behaving violently, and staff members disappearing. He believed that the experiments had opened some kind of gateway, allowing an evil presence to enter our world. I knew I had to do something. I could not just stand by and watch as the residents lost their minds and the evil presence grew stronger. But I was just one guy. What could I do against something like this? I decided to confront Jenny about it. She was the only one who seemed to believe me, and I needed her help. I showed her the journal and told her everything I had found. She was horrified, but she agreed to help me. We decided to set up more cameras and try to catch the residents in the act. Maybe if we had enough evidence, we could convince the management to take action. We also started keeping a closer eye on the residents, trying to keep them from wandering the halls at night. But it was not enough. The evil presence was growing stronger, and it seemed to be affecting everyone in the building. The residents were getting more violent, and even some of the staff were starting to act strange. It was like the darkness was spreading, infecting everyone it touched. One night, I was doing my rounds when I heard that god-awful chanting again. I rushed to the common room and found the residents gathered around a makeshift altar, chanting in that same guttural language. This time, they had one of the staff members with them. She was tied to the altar, struggling and screaming. I knew I had to act fast. I ran in, shouting at them to stop, but they did not even flinch. I grabbed one of the residents and tried to pull him away, but he was strong, way stronger than he should have been. It took everything I had to drag him away, and even then, he kept chanting under his breath. Jenny came in behind me, and together we managed to break up the ritual. The residents snapped out of their trance, looking confused and scared. The staff member was shaken but unharmed. We got her out of there and called the cops, but by the time they arrived, the residents had returned to their rooms and were acting like nothing had happened. The cops did not believe us. They said it was just a case of mass hysteria or some bullshit like that. But I knew better. I had seen the darkness in their eyes, felt the evil presence in the room. This was no ordinary case of dementia or mental illness. This was something much darker, much more dangerous. Jenny and I knew we could not just sit back and wait for the evil to consume us all. We had to find a way to stop it, to close the gateway and banish the darkness once and for all. But we were just two people up against an ancient evil that had been growing stronger for decades. How could we possibly win? We did not have a choice. We had to try. For the sake of the residents, for the sake of our own sanity, we had to find a way to stop the evil and save Rosewood Manor. But as the nights grew darker and the evil presence grew stronger, I could not shake the feeling that we were fighting a losing battle. Every night, the chanting grew louder, the residents more violent. It was like they were being controlled by some unseen force, driven to madness by the darkness that had taken hold of the building. And as much as we tried to stop them, to protect ourselves and the other staff, it felt like we were being swallowed by the darkness. I started having nightmares, vivid and terrifying. I would see the residents, their eyes black and soulless, chanting in that guttural language. I would see the darkness spreading, consuming everything in its path. And I would see myself standing in the center of it all, powerless to stop it. One night I woke up in a cold sweat, the chanting still echoing in my ears. I knew I had to do something, to find a way to end this once and for all. But I did not know where to start. The journal had mentioned something about a ritual to close the gateway, but the instructions were vague and incomplete. I needed more information, more clues. Jenny and I spent every spare moment searching for answers. We combed through the archives, questioned the staff, even tried to talk to the residents when they were lucid. But it felt like we were hitting a brick wall at every turn. The darkness was closing in and time was running out. Then, one night, we found it. Hidden in the back of a dusty old cabinet, we found a book. It was ancient, bound in leather and filled with strange symbols and diagrams. It was written in a language neither of us could understand, but we knew it was important. This was it, the key to stopping the darkness. We spent days trying to decipher the book using every resource we could find. It was slow going, but we managed to piece together enough to understand the ritual. It was dangerous, and it required a sacrifice, but it was our only hope. We had to close the gateway to banish the evil once and for all. We gathered the supplies, made our preparations, and set a date for the ritual. But as the night approached, I could not shake the feeling of dread. This was it, our last chance. If we failed, we would be consumed by the darkness, just like everyone else. The night of the ritual, we gathered in the common room, the same place where we had interrupted the residents' chants so many times before. We set up the altar, lit the candles, and began the incantation. The air grew thick with tension. The shadows seemed to close in around us. As we chanted, the residents began to stir. They gathered around us, their eyes black and soulless, chanting in that guttural language. It was like they were being controlled by some unseen force, driven to madness by the darkness that had taken hold of the building. And as much as we tried to stop them, to protect ourselves and the other staff, it felt like we were being swallowed by the darkness. I started having nightmares, vivid and terrifying. I would see the residents, their eyes black and soulless, chanting in that guttural language. I would see the darkness spreading, consuming everything in its path, and I would see myself, standing in the center of it all, powerless to stop it. One night I woke up in a cold sweat, the chanting still echoing in my ears. I knew I had to do something, to find a way to end this once and for all, but I did not know where to start. The journal had mentioned something about a ritual to close the gateway, but the instructions were vague and incomplete. I needed more information, more clues. Jenny and I spent every spare moment searching for answers. We combed through the archives, questioned the staff, even tried to talk to the residents when they were lucid. But it felt like we were hitting a brick wall at every turn. The darkness was closing in and time was running out. Then one night, we found it. Hidden in the back of a dusty old cabinet, we found a book. It was ancient, bound in leather and filled with strange symbols and diagrams. It was written in a language neither of us could understand, but we knew it was important. This was it, the key to stopping the darkness. We spent days trying to decipher the book, using every resource we could find. It was slow going, but we managed to piece together enough to understand the ritual. It was dangerous, and it required a sacrifice, but it was our only hope. We had to close the gateway to banish the evil once and for all. We gathered the supplies, made our preparations, and set a date for the ritual. But as the night approached, I could not shake the feeling of dread. This was it, our last chance. If we failed, we would be consumed by the darkness, just like everyone else. The night of the ritual, we gathered in the common room, the same place where we had interrupted the residents' chants so many times before. We set up the altar, lit the candles, and began the incantation. The air grew thick with tension. The shadows seemed to close in around us. As we chanted, the residents began to stir. They gathered around us, their eyes black and soulless, chanting in that guttural language. It was like they were being controlled by some unseen force, driven to madness by the darkness that had taken hold of the building. Act 3. Climax. The tension in the room was palpable. Jenny and I could feel the darkness closing in around us, the air growing thicker with each passing moment. The residents' chants grew louder, their voices blending together in a haunting, discordant melody. It was like the very walls of Rosewood Manor were alive, pulsing with an ancient evil. We continued the ritual, our voices trembling but resolute. The book had warned us that the darkness would fight back, that it would try to stop us, but we had no choice. We had to see this through, no matter the cost. Suddenly, the room grew cold, a bone-chilling cold that seeped into our very bones. The candles flickered, their flames struggling to stay alive, and then one by one they went out, plunging the room into darkness. We were plunged into darkness, the only light coming from the faint glow of the altar. The residents' chants grew louder, more frenzied. It was like they were feeding off the darkness, growing stronger with each passing second. And then, I saw it. A shadowy figure, lurking at the edge of the room. It was tall and gaunt, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light. It was the embodiment of the darkness, the evil that had taken hold of Rosewood Manor. The figure moved closer, its presence suffocating. I could feel its hatred, its desire to consume us, but we could not stop now. We had to finish the ritual, no matter the cost. With a final, desperate effort, we completed the incantation. The air grew thick with energy. The shadows seemed to writhe and twist around us. And then, there was a blinding flash of light. When I opened my eyes, the shadowy figure was gone. The room was silent, the residents standing still, their eyes no longer black and soulless. It was over. We had done it. We had closed the gateway, banished the darkness, but the cost had been high. Jenny lay on the floor, her body limp and lifeless. The ritual had taken everything she had, and more. I felt a deep sense of loss, but also a sense of relief. The evil was gone, and Rosewood Manor was safe once more. Act 4. Falling action. The days following the ritual were a blur. The residents slowly returned to their normal selves, their memories of the past few weeks hazy and disjointed. The staff was shaken but relieved. The darkness that had plagued Rosewood Manor was gone, and life could return to some semblance of normalcy. I could not shake the feeling of loss, though. Jenny had given her life to save us all, and I could not help but feel responsible. I spent hours poring over the journal, trying to find some way to honor her sacrifice, to make sure that her death had not been in vain. One day, I found it, hidden in the margins of the journal, in a script so faint it was almost invisible, was a note. It spoke of a way to protect Rosewood Manor, to keep the darkness at bay. It required a guardian, someone to watch over the building and ensure that the gateway remained closed. I knew what I had to do. I resigned from my job, but I did not leave Rosewood Manor. Instead, I became its guardian, the one who would watch over the building and protect it from the darkness. It was a heavy burden, but it was one I was willing to bear. The nights were long and lonely, but I found solace in the knowledge that I was keeping the residents safe. I set up new cameras, reinforced the security measures, and kept a close eye on the building. I made sure that the darkness could not return, that the gateway would remain closed. But it was not just the physical darkness I had to watch for. The memories of what had happened haunted me, the images of the residents' black eyes and the shadowy figure lurking at the edge of the room. The nightmares persisted, vivid and terrifying, but I could not let them consume me. I had a job to do, a promise to keep. Act 5. Resolution months passed, and the residents began to forget. The events of that dark period faded from their memories, replaced by the routine and familiarity of their daily lives. Rosewood Manor returned to its quiet, uneventful existence, but I could never forget. The darkness had left its mark on me, a constant reminder of the evil that had once plagued the building. I dedicated myself to my new role, the guardian of Rosewood Manor. I became a fixture in the building, the silent watcher who roamed the halls at night, ensuring that the darkness could not return. It was a lonely existence, but it was one I had chosen. One night, as I was making my rounds, I heard a soft scratching sound. It was faint, barely audible, but it sent a chill down my spine. I followed the sound to one of the residents' rooms, my heart pounding in my chest. I opened the door, half expecting to see the familiar sight of a resident scratching at the walls. But the room was empty. The resident was asleep, her breathing soft and steady. I checked the walls, the floor, the ceiling, but there was nothing. Just the soft, persistent scratching sound, coming from somewhere I could not identify. I knew what it meant. The darkness was still there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its chance to return. But I was ready. I would protect Rosewood Manor no matter the cost. I had made a promise, and I intended to keep it. And so I continued my vigil, the silent guardian of a place haunted by its past. The darkness might still be there, but so was I. And as long as I was there, I would make sure that the evil could not return. Rosewood Manor was safe, for now, but the shadows never truly disappear, do they? They just wait, biding their time, until the light fades and they can creep back in. I will be ready when they do, because I am the guardian of Rosewood Manor, and I will not let the darkness win. A sinking river occurs when a flow of water loses volume downstream, replenishing the groundwater, which in turn restores that water later on. This is also the case for cave rivers in certain geologies, limestone most commonly. In any case, the water eventually returns from the depths, bringing with it dissolved elements to sustain the world above. This is but a fraction of the miraculous cycle, revitalizing the surface from the underground domain, nurturing all life as we know it. My vocation is speleology, the scientific study or recreational activity regarding caves and the like. For me, this manifests as a fervor in exploring them. There are, of course, obvious dangers associated with these activities, and I am not one to push them out of mind. This all applies to my experience a year ago in a cave I stumbled upon during my travels through Western Asia. The focus of my travels was to find a cave which had not yet been explored. I took this journey alone even now. I have yet to meet an individual able to match my odd passion for traversing where nary a peep of light enters, snuffed out by the damp, cold darkness below. At the time, I was trekking the Konya Plain in central Turkey. The area is known for various sinkholes and caves, a little contradictory when it is thought to be one of the driest areas in modern Anatolia. God, I wish I had just walked right by that place. But I cannot justify regret when foreseeing the consequences was impossible. Many will likely see me as an arrogant fool reading this maybe, but I ask you at least hear all that I have to say. I set up camp near the entrance shaft around midday after doing a little online research. I am fairly well versed in the Anatolian regions, but I had never seen a cave listed anywhere close to my location. Well, that settled it. I was certain that this cave was wholly unmapped. I could feel my excitement boiling over as I unpacked my surveying and caving equipment, as well supplies to bring with me. I made sure to don some light waterproofs, as a small stream led down into the cave's entrance. Caves are practically refrigerators as it is. Regardless of climate, no need to worsen this by being splashed by equally frigid water. Suffice to say, I did not hesitate to get started. It is important during a time like this to rein in one's excitement, which can swiftly give way to panic if you get lost. In fact, I almost forgot to bring spare batteries for my headlamp, a blunder that could very well have ended in disaster. I took care to detail each tunnel upon reaching a branch or terrain change, using my hand compass and inclinometer to measure the angles in the passage ahead, then record the distance of the current passage with a tape measure, before proceeding deeper into the hidden world beneath. I noted a peculiar feature at the cave's entrance shaft, an abundance of what seemed to be moss, colors ranging from rusty orange to a striking crimson at first. This led me to believe it was a colony of sphagnum moss, several species of which can be varying degrees of red in color. However, said genus of moss has never been reported to exist in this region. Sure, it exists in some areas of the country, albeit rarely, but this moss is most commonly found in humid climates, especially those which allow bogs to develop. The Konya Plain, as I have said, is the driest area in the country. The annual rainfall just is not enough to provide the conditions to support moss. I did not dwell much on the matter as I forged deeper into the tunnels. I had been traveling around 3 hours down what I assumed was once the path of the ancient river, when the ground in front of me abruptly disappeared. A zap of adrenaline pierced my chest as I steadied my footing, knocking a few pieces of gravel into the gaping pit, seeming to repel the light from my headlamp. Crouching low to the ground, I peered over into the round abyss, revealing near vertical walls extending down, well past the reach of my vision. Honestly, that was something that even now I cannot figure out. Of all my knowledge of caves, I was aware of nothing that could detail how this shaft had formed. It was too angular, too straight, too sudden. Of course, I am not an idiot. I did not have the equipment to explore it at hand, and really, the whole experience had put me off any desire to know where it led. I decided to retreat to the last branch with the use of my handwritten map, continuing down the sprawling passages ahead with the utmost caution. To my relief, I found nothing which compared to that pit of light-eating darkness. After another couple of hours, I decided to call it a day. I was satisfied with my progress, and to be frank, I already missed the sun on my skin, however sweltering it may be. Something about that shaft had rattled me, but the fact I had almost been too late to see it was a good justification. After a smooth journey back, I was momentarily blinded by the sun, now close to the horizon. I pored over my map, on which I had not yet added any verticality. You try drawing a reliable map in 2 dimensions surrounded by cold darkness, let alone in 3. I let out a deep sigh as I gazed upon the landscape around me. The beauty of our planet has rarely ceased to instill a deep sense of peace in my heart, no matter where I am. The golden tall grass flittered gently in the late afternoon breeze as I finished a bottle of water. Part of me is grateful I have been able to experience these moments, another part endlessly yearns for more, and I'm glad that this is what makes me, well, me. Following the short-lived serenity, I packed a small bag and ventured back to a village I had passed on the way here, to stock up on food and water. It was far removed in contrast to those I had grown up around. Children played and ran free in the dusty streets, passing cars being a rarity. Farm produce, vibrant in their colors, sat nestled in wooden stalls attended by wind-beaten men and women. At this time of the day, the people sat and drank tea together, none of that milky nonsense, only a warm and sweet brew into which time was sometimes added. Despite the nation being such tea lovers, they were a great factor in the introduction of coffee to the Western world. Credits to Ethiopia, though, for its discovery. I was drawn to a small, open front store, seeing the cooled bottles of water and the packaged food that was practical for travel. The residents here knew fragments of English, but I am fluent enough in Turkish to translate our conversations for the most part. "Good evening, sir. My name is Quint. Nice to meet you," I greeted the shopkeeper. "Ah, you are not from around here. What brings you to this area?" he replied, with a hearty yet tired voice. He bore a wide salt and pepper mustache and a pair of rectangular glasses. "Well, my friend, I am a traveler. I travel across the world. It is my passion," I said, gesturing toward the street outside. "You come with friends?" he asked with kind curiosity. "Nope. Just me here. My head works better alone. I look for unknown caves so that I can explore them and map them." His smile wavered then. A faint change, but a change nonetheless. The old man asked, this time in a quieter and lower tone, "You have, you found any you like?" He laughed a little, but his voice was not so full of life this time. He exuded worry as he awaited my response. "I, have, yes. It is just down the road, actually. Oh, is it okay if I camp nearby? I have already explored a lot and need to rest so I can go back in tomorrow." At this, the store owner's face dropped much more obviously this time, lip trembling slightly and brow wrinkled in a mixture of fear and pity. "That you should not go to that place. It is an evil place since long ago and should be forgotten. Blood was spilled by our ancestors for a reason. Do not undo their work, I ask you." A resonating shiver ran down my spine. My thoughts jumped back to that deep hole I had discovered. It was as if the memory was forcefully pushed to the front of my conscious mind. I stood for a moment, contemplating what possible response such a proclamation could warrant. "Your ancestors?" I asked, unsure if this was the right question. "Not mine, but of the land," he muttered. "Hittite." I am not much of a history aficionado, but I recognized the word to refer to the Hittite Empire from around 3,000 or so years ago. That is probably inaccurate, but that is of little importance now. I nodded slowly, feigning contemplation, then resolved that the beliefs of the man in front of me were just that, beliefs. I had my own as well, one of which was that I would not be dissuaded from returning, however oppressive and suffocating the cave may feel. Though I would be lying if I said his words did not rouse a faint sinking feeling in my gut. "Okay, my friend. I will pack up and leave tomorrow, but I must rest for now and get supplies," I lied. I turned and perused the wares. After a moment, I returned to the counter with water bottles and various packets of cereal bars and powdered soups. With a quick "thank you, my friend," I left the store and made my way back to camp. The sky had darkened and the streets were stifled, not quite silent, but like a blanket had been laid over the whole place. I doubt it was anything more than mild paranoia given the events of the past day. Arriving back at my tent, a creeping anxiety overcame my body upon seeing the gaping hole in the rock face ahead. A little fear is not uncommon in such environments, but this felt different. People had, supposedly, stood on the very ground I found myself standing on at this moment, and during all the time between, so had the cave, patient and steadfast, outlasting whole generations and many more to come. I briskly entered my tent and zipped it up, feeling a little ease wash over me. No scorpions or camel spiders came for a sleepover this time, so I could not complain after all. This is what I wanted to do. Was it not? My calling or something like that, you know. I was thankful at the least for the temperate climate, though. Still, that cave, It felt alive in a way, not in the sense in that it housed a variety of life, which was already evidenced to some degree by that moss coating parts of the entry shaft. No more like the cave opening itself had a tangible presence that could be felt through the thin fabric covering me, like a great black eye observing my every move, watching for the moment I pulled the zipper down to go outside and heed nature's call. After some tossing and turning, I managed to doze off and claim my well-deserved recharge. I woke around 7:30. The night had been merciful and nightmare-free. I put on some cargo shorts and a tank top, then left my tent, which was almost an oven at this point due to the morning sun. I brewed a pot of coffee using a gas stove and tore open a fruit and nut bar, musing over my plan for the day. I had marked any branching tunnels I had seen along my previous path with red dots, and I took some time to marvel at the fruits of my last trip. It felt as if I were holding the cave itself in my hands. This time, I made sure to bring some rope, as well as a few carabiner clips and several self-driving bolts for use with a bolt driver. As well as spare batteries, I realized with a small shock that previously I had not brought a backup lamp with me. After packing one, I set off once again into the water-hewn passages. The moss felt noticeably spongier than it had the day before. It also seemed as if the hue had shifted, but I could not be certain. It was definitely less dry than before, though the stream's flow was no different than I remembered. Intrigued, I tore off a sample to attempt identifying when I returned, since the moss' strange behavior had sparked my interest. Stashing it in my bag, I pressed onward in search of the first branch. To avoid overestimating myself, I settled on a rule where I would map a tunnel to a certain distance, then return and do the same for the next. I had to stoop a little upon entering the first marked passage, which descended gently, then angled back up and to the left. After rounding this bend, the passage straightened, and I saw a distant flicker of green or yellow light, which disappeared somewhere ahead. I paused and tilted my head in confusion. What had I just seen? My mind scanned for a possible answer but returned empty-handed. I opted to brush it off as my imagination, though I kept it in my recent memory so I could think on it later. I had barely reached the end of the passageway when a reverberating snap pierced the darkness, making me jump. It was very loud, yet I could not discern from which direction it came from. Cave acoustics mess with the senses, the walls warping and reflecting the original sound like a game of telephone. Worriedly, I scanned the solid rock walls around me to look for any signs of a fissure or cave-in. I saw nothing, but I did not want to take the risk of being crushed by a falling slab. I turned on my heels and my pace quickened, and moments later I was back at the sloping bend. Taking care of my footing, I started to descend, only to hear the thunderous echo once more. Abandoning any patience in regard to safety, I broke into a sprint to reach the bottom of the slope. I was slowed as I stumbled my way up the last incline of the branch, finally bursting into the parent tunnel. Again it sounded. The rumble almost made me lose my footing as I wheeled to the right and sprinted toward the entrance. This time I was able to distinguish several quieter sounds following the first, like dry crumbling and cracking of some brittle material. Still, nothing around me explicitly confirmed that a structural break was underway, and as the light from outside came into view, I skidded to a stop. The moss it had grown. That was not possible, it could not be. Moss are slow growers. What had before been a thin padding of the stuff was now closer to huge red pillows. The stream that emerged from the swollen masses was tinted red as it extracted pigments on its way through. Without further hesitation, I began to build up speed, kicking up dust and stones. I could literally see the soft mounds expanding by the second, like one of those time-lapse videos. Gritting my teeth, I propelled myself forward just as the fourth and loudest crack so far resounded, my ears ringing from its intensity. I jumped onto the pulpy scarlet beds, now only 20 or so meters from sunlight. As soon as my boot made contact with the moss, it was as if I had stepped in superglue. I kicked my free leg in front of me, bracing myself to prevent my knee breaking from my momentum. Dazed, I looked down in terror to see that my feet were barely visible. It was pulling me in. Horrified, I reached forward, grasping aimlessly at slick tufts of moss. This was it. This is how my story ended, and I did not even know what the fuck was happening. I had so much left to fill the pages of my life. No, this could not be it. And then it was black. I came to in an aching haze of confused fear. I thought I was still in the tunnel until my brain fully rebooted and I realized my eyes were clenched shut so tight I could see purple noise forming. Slowly, my eyelids relaxed and flickered open. I was lying sprawled on my back looking up towards the stars. No, too many, and the colors were all wrong. Glittering spots of blue, green, and yellow danced across my retina as I lay there. With a groan, I raised my left hand above my face to see my cracked and chipped, yet still functional wristwatch, 3:41 p.m. My eyes darted between the twinkling expanse above and the time shown, lying in complete disbelief. I was not outside. I grunted, pushing myself up into a sitting position. The sight presented to me was staggering. I had been unconscious on the floor of an unfathomably large chamber for how long I did not know. The ceiling looked to be hundreds of feet above. The boreal spectrum cast a grim illumination over the scenery, but I could not determine how expansive this place was. Where in the name of all that is rational was I? I vividly remember sinking in that damn moss, moments from climbing out from the cave-esque gullet. But where had I wound up? I lowered my gaze from the glow overhead to get an idea of the structures around me. Immense crimson stalagmites towered over the chamber, as well as equally massive hanging stalactites, which seemed to look down upon me in dismissal. Some had met and formed great pillars, looking as if they were all that was holding this place up. I would have attributed it all the phrase morbidly beautiful, but my mind was racing too fast to consider anything unrelated to finding a way out of this hellish landscape. I stood up with some effort, muscles still sore from my previous actions. Looking to my right, I found more of the ominous formations. To my left, the mother of all monoliths stood before me. It is difficult to convey its size, tenfold thicker than any of the others and stretching toward the stone roof. Red rubble littered the area around it, a result of some unknown assault on the object. Squinting at the lower reaches of the spire, something smaller caught my attention. What appeared to be a raised stone platform surrounded by carved steps on all sides. Keen to get some form of answer, I walked over to the structure, making out a single object on top. I was looking upon a sort of podium, atop which were stone slabs stacked neatly. Many of those entrancing dots of light spotted the ancient altar, which I came to realize were some kind of fireflies as they fled on my arrival. Were those what I had seen in the tunnels before? I figured there must have been millions, hundreds of millions of them resting on the cavern-esque roof. I closed my eyes and took a few deep breaths. I considered the possibility that I had knocked my head, and this was a dream conjured as a result. But it felt real. The pressure on my feet, the rays of emerald light in my eyes, these things could not be attributed to a dream. If it was, then my awareness would allow me to lucid dream and fly my way out of the chamber. Climbing the worn stairs, the contents of the stone plates came into view. They had something carved into them, a myriad of pigments coloring images akin to hieroglyphics. I remembered my backup lamp and removed it from my bag, which had stayed with me through the ordeal. I turned it on and illuminated the tablets before me. They depicted a story, which began with a gathering of people lying prostrate before a huge divine being. On its back were majestic butterfly wings, and great oak trees sprouted from its head. Its arms resembled the iridescent tail of a dragonfly, ending with human hands. Standing on many graceful insectoid legs, it showered the worshippers with a blessing. The next image showed a green landscape, with crops growing twice the height of men. Infants played and frolicked in the fields, some under sun rays, others basking in rain. For a brief moment I thought back to that shop owner, and what he had said about the land as ancient denizens. If this was in fact of Hittite origin, it was remarkably well preserved. I flipped continued reading to see an unsettling portrayal. The entity, who I assumed to be some patron of farming, maybe fertility, stood over the settlements, this time wearing a bitter sneer. Another frame depicted it then abandoning its people. They looked to be crying out, pleading in despair, their hands reaching out toward the titanic being. Had the people done something to upset it? The next image was in stark contrast to the rest, the same landscape as before. But this time the sky was blazing, the ground dry and cracked. The once lush fields were withered, and the folk who had been dancing in ecstasy were now sullen and bony. Underneath this was, God, I will just describe it. Men stood, naked, revealing what I can only describe as widespread castration. Jesus, I was nauseous even looking at it. It was like their parts had become gangrenous in various states of progression. Some were fully castrated, others only half. Among them were an equal number of mothers who wailed over stillborn children. All shared the same gaunt, malnourished stature. I stepped back for a moment, catching my breath. I am not generally squeamish, but this was something else entirely. How could a deity allow any of this to happen? I returned to the pedestal and quickly overturned the tablet in morbid apprehension. The next illustration showed earthquakes ravaging the towns and villages, and rivers which had been impossibly bent askew from their beds and diverted elsewhere. True Armageddon, if I had ever seen it told. I was about halfway through when a splintering crack tore through the ambiance. I immediately correlated the noise to what I had heard in my fleeing from the tunnels. A deep sense of dread grew, winding its way up and throughout my skeleton. I could not at first identify the source, but the answer presented itself before I had the chance to try. I sank in awe as a great chunk of the scarlet mountain before me had broken off. The scale of the landscape made the boulder seem to fall in slow motion. Finally, the hunk of maroon rock drove into the ground with such force that I could feel the earth tremble beneath me. I leaned on the pillar, paralyzed for a moment. A cloud of brown dust plumed from the site of impact, which I hoped I was upwind of. I had enough problems at the moment. I did not need particulate lung disease as another. Allowing my heart rate to subside, I looked back down at the tablets. Following the doomsday imagery, there was some kind of official gathering. Many of the attendants wore robes and were discussing something in a heated debate. To the right, a recipe for something was inscribed. The characters of the long-dead language meant nothing to me. All I could do was attempt to follow the accompanying illustrations. The first displayed 5 men bleeding into a pot. Their robes featured colorful artwork depicting gods, men, and various symbols. It made me think these were holy men, priests, shamans maybe. The pot was full to the brim, and the next image showed the people preparing a fire and placing the pot on a hanging cradle above it. Next, an arrow was set ablaze with a flammable liquid, then dunked into the boiling blood. The final step revealed the arrow, removed from the blood, burning with a crimson flame, its shade heavily emphasized. Another air-rending clap demanded my attention, this time closer and much higher up. As the crumbled mass fell away, something became visible underneath, with a contrasting dark green texture. The fragment shattered against the ground, an even larger cloud of orange dust billowing out into the air. Heart drumming in my ears, I looked back down to the tale of biblical carnage. On the next tablet, a priest stood at the mouth of a cave facing outwards. It could not be. It was. The shape had already been ingrained into the folds of my brain. It was identical. Close to full-on panic at this point, my eyes drifted to the lower portrayal. The creature from the beginning stood leagues above the congregation, bathing them in its shadow. Pure malice and rage were its expression. I felt it was addressing me directly. Splintering rumbles now rising in a terrible crescendo, I flipped the slab to reveal the final page. The burning arrow was shot by a bowman into the deity's left shoulder. I could almost hear its howls as its very being was separated into 2. One bursting with the same glorious light seen at the start, and the other a putrid, twisted mockery of divine power. The abomination was pulled into the cave along with the arrow, swallowed whole by the earth itself. I will never be able to rid my memory of the final scene. Cattle, goats, and even people were being sacrificed en masse, their blood forming a gushing torrent which drove its way into the cave. The river was shown seeping through the rock into an immense chamber where it showered down onto the vile, writhing being. It encircled the creature in a sanguine whirlpool, constricting around it as its appendages flailed around. Blood, these enormous towers were made of blood? How? There was way too much of it. How many were drained to leave such an unimaginable amount of blood, and for that matter, why blood? It hit me then, that moss I had seen. Of course, it was not some offshoot of sphagnum moss. It was another unremarkable species that had been tainted by the blood of the masses. I was emptied of thought when a sudden, deep, menacing rumble vibrated through the entire cavern. This was different. It pounded its way through into the core of my being. Impending doom manifested, and I raised my head meekly above the altar. That dark patch I had seen before, it was moving, oscillating back and forth. All of a sudden the roaring tremor ceased, and I saw an eye. At least I assumed that is what it was, but it bore little resemblance. A deep depression in the mottled surface, shaped like a diamond with concave edges, contained a small point of white light that was emerging from the darkness, intensifying until a blinding marble gazed down at my puny form. A crackling voice erupted from within, sounding like the splintering bark of 1,000 trees being felled all at once, booming to address me. "You have changed your minds, I take it?" The force of its words made me stagger backward, and any response I may have had was throttled as I stared up at the glare of some colossal being. "Why do you cower in silence, human?" "Speak," it bellowed. What are you talking about?" I stammered, breathing shallow. I see some time has passed since your people and their self-proclaimed holy men entombed this form, using the very symbol of my gift. Does one not perceive blasphemy at this? It seems not. I will allow you a gentle reminder. Return me to my body, and I shall consider sparing life." "Life? What, mine? I do not know anything, please. I do not even know where I am," I cried, instinctually sensing the waves of anger emanating from the presence, sapping the strength in my muscles as I held onto the podium for support. At that moment, I heard something else. Yet again, its source was unknown to me, but I recognized the groaning of something under immense pressure. "Your understanding is not a requirement, human, but know that on the near morrow, the offspring of this world shall be torn from the future womb." The voice blared, cold, yet frothing with ire. "All you need do is share the whereabouts of my body and be done with this." The deep creaking suddenly exploded into a deafening cacophony. A jet of broken rock blood rather shot out into the air from the rear, the force sending shards far into the distant blackness in an instant. What I saw next, I wish could be wiped from my memory, but I do not think anyone could forget what then emerged. A vast appendage extended from behind, unfurling in all its awful might. The only way I can describe it was primordial. It looked something akin to one of the raptor-like pedipalps of a whip spider, rough and covered in bumps, and terminated in a collection of extremely long, sharp barbs. It swung around to the front, with a speed that was not physically possible for something its size. The nauseating stench of a charnel house then permeated my nostrils, as I watched in disbelief as the demonic appendage began scraping away at its prison. Wait, please, stop," I sputtered, words cascading from my lips before I even had time to think of them. "I do not know where your body is." The grotesque appendage continued tearing away at its cage. Shattered slabs fell by the dozens, further revealing the form beneath, to my terrible dismay. "So be it," the voice thundered. "I shall take the task upon myself. Do not worry your frail mind, I will see it through that this realm is returned from whence it came." The words had a disturbing sense of finality to them. Had Earth just received a sentencing? Myself being the sole member of the jury? I continue to hope with all my heart that that question is never answered. The imprisoned being then seemed to set its sole focus on escaping. A second of the bristled limbs began forcing itself out of the side closest to me, fissures spreading through the dried blood like tree roots, grasping and reaching toward this plane of existence. Both limbs free, they drummed and slashed away until at last the structure failed, collapsing in a deafening whirlwind. The being's true form was beyond words I am comfortable writing. It must have stood at least 150 feet tall, 180 with the dead, rotten trees which sprouted as horns from its head. Most of it was covered by a sickly black-green carapace. It stood upon vast, triple-jointed legs, constantly shifting for balance, shaking the underlying bedrock and stirring the luminous insects from rest. The torso was vaguely humanoid, but was littered with bulbs that rhythmically spewed puffs of vapor. Countless writhing tendrils came off its back, snaking about the chamber, itching for something alive to grab a hold of. They moved at such a speed that my eyes barely perceived them. Its face haunted me the most, also humanoid, but lacking a jaw. In its place was a cavernous pit filled with fleshy spikes, freely dribbling a rancid, viscous fluid. I saw no nostrils or ears, but its eyes were those diamond-shaped pits I had seen prior, holding orbs of pale light. I am sure there were more legs than I have depicted. I have attached a rough sketch here of how I remember its appearance, but the memory is traumatic and details may be astray. With a great effort, I tore my eyes from the behemoth and thought frantically, searching for anything that could possibly aid my situation. I was close to just giving up when I caught a glimpse of something beneath the remaining tablet. Swiping it off with little regard for their historical value, a deep groove betrayed a square hatch. Opening it, I peered inside to see a bronze arrow flickering with a meager lilac flame. In terrified confusion, I picked it up to find that instead of being hot, it was strangely cold between my fingers. For a moment I stared, puzzled, until I made the link to what I'd just read. Regardless of the validity of the carved illustrations, it was my only chance to avoid befalling a terrible fate. With all the determination in my bruised and battered body, I raised my head and began descending the steps. What was I doing? Surely this would mean the end of me. I was but an ant for one of the being's thundering legs to soundly crush. Despite my mind screaming in objection, I willed my legs onward, all while trying to formulate some plan of action. The flying insects had become frenzied swaths of light, swarming away from the thing in mass exodus, pelting me like hailstones in the process. Seeing my trembling march, the being let out a deep, reverberating laugh. Its face remained unmoving. It seemed to speak from somewhere else entirely, vibrating from every direction. Suddenly and without warning, I felt an excruciating pain in my crotch. I doubled over, eyes watering, groaning from the searing pain. I had to push through it. Once again my march continued, now slowed and limping, wading through the swirling, buzzing clouds. "You think to do what exactly, child? Tie me down as a hunted boar?" The creature spat, venom quickly returning throughout its chuckles. "You are alone." I did not answer, for I had none. I was asking myself the same question. My dragging feet came to a stop, causing the entity to tilt its head in bemusement. "I admire your resolve, pathetic as it may be, though I grow tired of this futility," it hissed, shifting its pounding legs to face me. In an instant it raised an arm and swung it toward me. I did all I could think to and held up my hands defensively. I squeezed my eyelids tight and mentally recited a prayer to an unspecified god. The flies had become like rubber bullets at this point, stinging my skin with each impact. An ear-shattering boom rang out as the attack broke the sound barrier. I was blasted back a few feet as a result, whereupon I opened my eyes to see a bleeding stump in place of where my left pinky finger had been otherwise. I was somehow unscathed for the most part. The force of the attack had cleared the area of the insects, leaving nothing but a graveyard of twitching legs. Looking up, it became apparent that the arm had swiped at the arrow I had held, now embedded into the sharp extremity. Sizzling cracks spread from the location, and the creature howled, backed by a choir of screeching metal. Its arm spasmed violently, forcing me to retreat in fear of being rendered a pile of diced flesh and bone. After a time of stumbling, I tripped and fell onto the cold floor. Turning around, I could see the beast struggling with its wound, scraping away at it, roaring in pained fury. It managed to dislodge the arrow and fling it far into the darkness before turning its head to look directly into my eyes. It took a step forwards before dropping to a few of its knees, for lack of a better term, then strained a weakened chuckle. "Aha! I am patient. Run, little one, and spread the word of my coming. Instill fear into your tribes, your settlements. It will be far more exhilarating upon my arrival." "Go to hell, you depraved piece of shit," I yelled, coming out more as a fleeting wish than the powerful taunt I had hoped for. Good, very good. There is little fun to be had in hasty submission. And with that, the colossus dropped to its remaining knees and collapsed. I do not know how long I sat there, panting and heaving. I observed the creature for a while, but it seemed to be in some kind of coma. I was not going to check for a pulse. But the mounds on its torso continued to expel gas, which dissipated into the cool subterranean air. After I was certain that it would not be moving any time soon, I shakily stood up, then retrieved my gear from the altar. It seemed that the only way out of this place was up squinting. I could just make out a tunnel. A dark blemish on the ceiling, close to the top of one of the columns. I would need to recycle some of my bolts during the ascent, but regardless, I clipped myself into and tightened the harness. I began to climb, one repulsive handhold at a time. Flakes of blood showered me like confetti, celebrating an empty victory. I developed an efficient routine for bolt recycling, descending from a higher rung and unplugging the previous ones. I often had to hang from the rope in near exhaustion to prevent my body from giving out entirely. 30 feet left. Multiple bolts had already slipped my grasp and tumbled back into the hellscape below. I tried to avoid this, though my recently severed finger did not help. It may have been my tired mind, but I could swear I heard distant rumbles coming from all around. I blocked out any implications regarding the dozens of other scarlet obelisks nearing the final stretch before reaching the opening. Finally, after more than 200 feet, I clambered into the tunnel I hoped would lead to salvation. It extended upward another 50 or so feet before my fingers grasped the rim of the shaft S opening. It took a moment to reorient myself to the surroundings, after which I realized where I was, the dark pit, whose discovery had shaken me up the day prior. I crawled my way in the direction out of this nightmare. My knees were cut and scraped on the sharp gravel scattered across the floor, but I persisted nonetheless. While more bearable now, the pain still lingered in my groin, and I refrained from examining the damage as I scrambled my way out. Near the cave's entrance, I was worried initially, seeing no daylight, and I checked my watch to see it was almost 8 p.m. I could taste fresh air, feel the cool stream running past my knees and ankles, washing away blood and grime. It was like drinking a glass of ice water after a hot day. After moving closer, within range of my almost dead lamp, the moss was mostly gone, a few dry scraps left clinging to the walls. A relief to be sure. On the verge of passing out, I hauled myself past the entrance with a grunt and flopped onto my back, gulping long, deep breaths from the night air. It was nice to see the stars again, instead of a colony of cave-dwelling fireflies. My senses had calmed enough to again be accepting of smells, and the distant scent of iron and smoke became apparent. I had had my fill of curiosity, and I pulled myself inside my tent, allowing myself to wane into a deep slumber. I packed up my belongings the next day and cut my trip short. I just did not have the strength nor will to pursue any further ventures. After some disinfectants and bandages, I returned my rental car and bought a ticket home for the same day. It was surreal, to say the least, sitting amongst fellow plane passengers in their blissful naivete, knowing what I had seen yet surely could not speak upon, lest I be shot down with pitied looks and quiet dismissal. The journey home was inconsequential, the usual work or life worries I may have otherwise had eclipsed by my experience. I immediately visited my doctor, who inquired about my missing finger. I had come, however, in regard to the frequent pains in my lower back and genital region, which had not eased since the day I left. Of course, no diagnosis was made. All the doctor could say is that the blood flow in those areas had drastically decreased, and that necrosis was a possibility. I mean, I was not planning on kids, but it might have been nice to preserve the option. I was prescribed some pain meds and sent on my way for the moment. Months later, I still have not reached any substantial conclusion. There is no closure to be had. I did some research on the ancient Hittites' mythologies, and I have in fact found something that seems similar to what I had held witness to. The tale follows a deity by the name of Telepinu, whose desertion led to a similar sequence of events. It ends with a priest banishing the goddess anger to the brass containers in the underworld from which naught returned. That is where the similarities end, though. It did not seem like a demon, nor angel or God, but something else entirely, the impurities and flaws of a deity given form. For one reason or another, I feel that the other bloody monuments in that place may not have been empty. Maybe this process had repeated many more times than I could comprehend. If so, what of these divine beings who were purified? Where have they gone? Ascended to someplace else? I do not see them anywhere on earth. So, if anyone believes this, stock up on canned goods and other non-perishables. As time passes, it grows harder and harder to quell my hunger and thirst, though I do not starve. Procreate, while you can or not. There is a school of thought that says that it would be a mercy to spare our children the terrors which will inevitably break their shackles and curse those children, and their children as children forevermore. The earth has been nothing more than a cleansing site for those above us, allowing them to reach greater heights, and all the filth and depravity that remains has been left for us to inherit. Hello, I've got 3 intriguing stories from 4chan to share with you today. If you want to skip to a specific story, I've included time codes. Enjoy. Be me. Be around 1 a.m. working a long overnight shift, not scheduled to finish until around 8 a.m. Receive a call like usual, and I pick up. I begin the call like I usually would, trying to collect as much information from the caller as I possibly can to ensure that we can do everything to help. I do not get a response at all. I hear what sounds like heavy breathing, like really labored, like someone was running a 100m sprint while on the phone. I try my best to keep talking, thinking maybe the reception might be bad and the person cannot get through to me, but it does not work. Along with the breathing, I hear running on what sounds like some kind of gravel surface, and they are hauling ass. They sound like they are running with all of their might, and combined with the heavy breathing, it has me incredibly concerned. I just try my best to make myself heard, so that they know I am here, if they can maybe somehow hear me so that they do not hang up and we can track the location from the phone GPS and send help over immediately. The call ends abruptly though, and that is it. Around 5 minutes go by in total before we receive a call again, and I pick up instantly. Now, in between the labored breaths, I can hear deep and heavy sobs, like when a child is inconsolable after they have been disciplined. I could hear their lip quivering, and they physically could not stop themselves from sobbing. The sounds of running on gravel were not there anymore, and I begin the call as usual again, trying to find out whatever I can. I get maybe 3 words out in total before the woman is talking at light speed, mumbling whatever words she can out of her mouth as fast as possible, only stopping for a second or two at a time to let out a large breath and to let out a slight sob. I try my best to calm her down, to reassure her that help will be on its way as fast as possible, but that I need to take information from her, and that she needs to help me to help her. She is still largely incoherent, but I'm able to make out more words the second time around. Something about underground and held captive and more people still there, but that was all I got. I tried to ask for her name, where she was, anything at all like that, but she kept shutting me down. She told me she could not tell me her name. She told me that they were after her, and that if I tell you my name, then my family is dead. They will know. I am trying not to freak out myself at this point, and I am begging dispatch to get there as quickly as they possibly can. They told me that they were having serious trouble pinpointing her location, saying that it was something to do with the service and the cell towers that she was near, but that they were working on it, and I just needed to keep her talking while they figured it out. I get her to take a breath, which in turn gives me a chance to calm myself down. She tells me she is being followed and that she does not know where to go. She tells me that if they find her and she goes back there, then she is dead. Just for reference, this call took place in the state of New York, but I will not narrow it down any further than that just in case. I asked her for any details that she could give me, to just start from the top. I was trained to keep her talking and find out anything I could while help was on the way. I was told that they had tracked her approximate location and had sent out a car immediately and would try to track her from there. She told me something I could barely fucking believed, but I encouraged her to talk no matter what. She finally calmed down enough for me to understand her, and I convinced her to finally tell me her name, which I will not repeat here. All I will say is that when I checked after the fact, she had been reported missing by her family almost a year prior to this call, but the case was closed as no further clues or evidence could be linked to the case. She started by telling me that she had been kept captive underground for the better part of the year. She told all sorts of horrible things. She told me that these were rich and powerful people that could do whatever they wanted and get away with it. I asked her if she was safe, and she told me she was hiding in some sort of alleyway, and no one had caught up to her yet. I asked why they had kept her underground, and she told me that she was not the only person that they were keeping down there. She told me that underneath New York, these rich and powerful people had some kind of human farm that they just kept adding to every so often, just to fuck with. It started out quite small, and she was one of the first that they made their move on. She had her family threatened and was told that horrible things would happen to them if she and the rest did not comply. She told me at first they would tie them up and torture them until their vocal cords were too fried and worn out to even beg for them to stop anymore. She told me that they would amputate limbs until some people were nothing more than just a torso and a head and could not even function properly anymore. They were basically using them as lab rats for whatever sick and twisted experiments they could think of, and were being used just for fun. I just kept giving mejanchems or yeses just so she knew that I was still paying attention and was taking her 100% seriously. I took a look back at my supervisor multiple times throughout the call to give a look like, "Are you hearing this shit?" But they did not even look shocked. They looked nervous, panicked almost. We usually have 2 supervisors on shift, but it was not long until most of the department higher-ups were called in and hanging off of every word that this woman on the phone said. She said it started out small, but that more and more people kept being thrown in until the place was crowded. It became so crowded that you could not even move, that all you could do was stand upright, squeezed tight against the bodies of people writhing in torment and moaning in pain. At first, it was people who you would not notice: the homeless, addicts who had lost everything, chronic gamblers who people would expect to disappear because of their debts, that type of stuff. After a while, they stopped caring and just took whoever they felt like. It was New York. Anything could happen, and it would not look suspicious. It got so bad that it was becoming tough for the elites to perform their experiments thoroughly. They would have to toss in pieces of bread and other bits of food into the giant mass of people, and then they would watch them fight. People would bite and rip and claw each other over tiny scraps of food, and it got to the point where people would kill each other for those bits of food. Then the food got scarcer, and the amount of people kept growing. That is when they started eating each other. They would fight over the food and then eat the loser. If anyone became too weak that they collapsed or died, then they became more food for the slaughter. She told me that at first she thought that it was for testing experiments, some kind of viruses, but that after that it became entertainment before they just abandoned it altogether. She kept going and going, telling me about how when it was just a small amount of people, the elites would come in and inject people with weird-looking concoctions in exchange for food and other treats. She mentioned how one time a man came in offering a big lavish meal and chocolate for anyone willing to be the next test subject. There was a young Asian man who had a really thick accent who she thought was maybe from India. He apparently jumped at the chance and shouted over all the others and pushed them aside to be the one to be tested on. He begged for them to let him eat just a little first, telling them that he was going to die, but they promised him that as soon as the test was done, that he could anything he liked. They wheeled in some type of gurney and strapped him down and prepared something that was in a vial. They did it right in front of everyone and did not care. The vial had some kind of liquid, except it was too thick to be a liquid and was tinted a sort of purplish-brownish color, but it was difficult to make out in the low light. They did not inject it anywhere into his arms, but instead injected it into the veins on his neck. You could instantly see the pain in his eyes as it hit, and he started screaming so loud that it echoed throughout the tunnel. He started scrambling and trying to break free, but he could not get any of his straps off. All he could do was writhe and scream as the skin around his neck started to bubble and melt until almost all of his face was peeling off. One of the men undid the straps for his hands and arms, and the young Asian man instantly started clawing at his own face. All this did was peel off more of his skin and face. It did not take long for him to die. He physically could not stop clawing and peeling away more and more of his face. They announced that it was a failure and threw the food to everyone else. She was about to tell me more, but she got really quiet all of a sudden and would not respond to anything I was saying. She started whispering down the phone very slowly. She told me she could hear footsteps and asked me if it was the police. I looked towards my supervisor and he nodded, and I told her that help was finally there. I told her that I was going to hang up the call once she confirmed that she was with one of our officers, but she begged me to stay on the line no matter what. She told me that there was one other guy and that he was the reason she got out, but that she did not know what happened to him. After about another 30 seconds, I heard screaming coming from the woman on the phone. All I could hear was something muffled coming from the phone speaker, and it sounded like it was broken somehow. About a minute after that, someone hung up the call. I tried calling out to her again and again, but she did not hear me or respond after the scream. I went on with my job as normal for the rest of the night. I asked about what happened after my shift was over, and the story I was told seemed suspicious in a way that I would not usually question. They told me that an officer found her in an alley like she said she was in, but that she was clearly high on something and screamed when she saw an officer. She apparently started fighting back and screaming at them that they were evil and that she did not want to go back and was clearly either a druggie or a psychopath. My supervisor told me that the officers took her to the hospital to get her cleaned up and that she passed away in the hospital from an overdose of meth not long after they dropped her off. I kept trying to press for more details from different people, but my supervisor pulled me aside and basically told me to drop it. He told me that he understood that the case was horrible and emotionally scarring, but that I was acting unprofessional and that I needed to be able to move on and put it to one side to be able to do my job properly, or that I would be forced to go on leave to seek therapy for the stress of my job. I dropped it, but I quit after another few weeks. Something about it just did not seem right or add up. Spiders in the head. Why do you guys always bring me to crazy places like this? Albert complained as we made our way through the abandoned house. It looked like something out of Victorian London. Suck it up, Albert, you big baby, I retorted. Me, Andrea, and Luke were way ahead of him. What is the point of life if you do not add a little excitement to it? What if we get ourselves killed here? Albert complained as he ducked under a cobweb. Would not that miss the point of living life to the fullest? Oh, you are hopeless, Andrea replied nonchalantly. Luke chuckled. Hey, look, I said. This place has a library. We all went inside. I wonder what kind of old books are in here, I said aloud. Maybe rare, valuable first editions, Andrea suggested. That ought to sell for tons of money, Luke chimed in. See, Albert, I said. I told you it was worth coming here. Albert did not seem to agree. Maisie, this was someone else's home once. How would they feel if they knew we were desecrating it? That is the point, Albert, Andrea said, exasperated. They are too dead to call the cops on us. Meanwhile, Luke was poking through the books. Albert did not seem amused by Andrea's quip. You guys, I am serious, he insisted. We need to get out of here before— Whoa! Luke shouted, jumping back from the bookshelf. A monstrous spider jumped out of a book and ran across the floor. I nearly jumped out of my skin. Andrea froze. Albert put his hands over his head to protect himself. See what I mean? Albert gulped. Come on, Al, that was just a spider, I said. I was losing my patience with his neurosis, though at the same time I was starting to get a little creeped out. Can we just go home now? Luke asked. I'm starting to get a weird feeling, too. Hold on, Andrea replied, tugging on one of the books. I think I recognize this one. It ought to sell for the book tilted forward like a lever. The whole bookshelf swiveled, revealing a secret passageway behind it. We all stared at the secret passageway, bewildered. Albert piped up, Did not we see this in a movie once? Against our better judgment, we slowly crept down the passageway. Torches embedded in the walls lit our way. "This is bad," Albert whimpered with fear. "This is bad, 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 bad. We need to go home before we get ourselves killed. I'm jumping out of my skin here, guys." "Dude, chill out," Andrea said impatiently. "Come on, Albert," Luke insisted. "Relax, man. Nothing is coming to get you." "Yeah, Albert," I piped up. "You need to smoke joints less often if they are making you this paranoid." "Shut up," Albert retorted. "I have every right to be paranoid. We have illegally entered an abandoned house all just to look around. We could have just read a book or played a game, but no. You just had to lead us into this godforsaken place. So if we all get murdered by ghosts or whatever, do not come crying to holy shit, look," Andrea piped up, pointing. There was a corpse up ahead, all wrapped up in spider webbing. In fact, there were tons just like it. Albert finished his sentence meekly. "Me?" I ignored him. "Is that a sarcophagus?" I asked, pointing. I walked forward. "Holy crap," Luke said. "I have heard about this stuff. Back in Victorian times, the English were obsessed with Egyptian treasures, but the pyramids and sarcophagi had all sorts of deadly traps in them." "But why are these guys all wrapped up in spider webbing?" Andrea asked, poking one of the corpses. She flinched when its head crumbled to dust. "I do not know," Luke replied. "Maybe they managed to domesticate some kind of deadly spider? You guys?" Albert whimpered. We all turned to him at once. What we saw made us freeze. The biggest, ugliest spider we had ever seen in our lives was sitting on his head. "Brush it off, Al," Andrea ordered. "Yeah, Al, kill it," Luke barked. "Guys?" Albert whimpered, shutting his eyes. "Al, come on, do it before I started." But we were too late. The thing sunk its fangs into Albert. His eyes rolled up in his head and he crashed to the ground. "Bites you," I sighed. Our new friend crawled onto Alice's ear and stuck its ass into it. A second later, its abdomen rippled as it laid its eggs. We all shuddered, revolted. Once the spider was finished, it dusted off its feet, jumped off Al, and ran off. Al woke up a second later. My head," he groaned. "You guys, my whole head hurts." "Al, we need to get you to a hospital," I said. "Yeah," Andrea added. "That thing just laid eggs in your ear." Albert did not seem to hear us. He just sat there, getting paler and paler. "I told you guys not to bring me in here." Luke had no patience for Al's rambling. He grabbed him and threw him over his shoulder. "Come on, Al, let us go," Luke boomed. He ran out of the secret room, leaving us to chase after him. Once we were out of the house, Luke put Albert down. "Albert, how are you feeling now?" Luke asked. Oh God, Albert groaned. His body was shaking. He looked green, and he sounded like he was having a stroke. "Al!" Luke shouted. Me and Andrea were aghast. "Ah, no!" Albert screamed, grabbing his head. A second later, his skull broke open. We watched, horror-struck, as thousands upon thousands of baby spiders crawled out of the hole in his head, along with his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. His corpse collapsed to the ground. The spiders dispersed, running into the woods to hide. We shrieked in terror. Once the things were gone, we could finally catch our breath. Albert S. corpse lay on the ground, already beginning to rot. I shuddered, revolted, and turned to Luke. Should we? I started? Luke shook his head, looking shell-shocked. We did not see shit. Got it? Andrea looked horrified, but she nodded assent. I had to agree. What were we going to say? That we had been trespassing? That some kind of ancient Egyptian super spider had killed our friend? Some shitty excuse we were for friends, though. Let us just run, I sighed. Together, the three of us hightailed it out of the woods, leaving our dead friend, the abandoned manor, and the spiders behind. The next day, I caught up with Luke at school. Have you seen Andrea lately? I asked. Luke shook his head. I heard she was not even able to leave her room this morning. I sighed. I could not help but feel like this whole debacle had been my fault. Mostly because it had been. But what can you do? What is going to happen when they find Albert? I asked Luke as we walked through the halls together. Luke scoffed. What? You think they are going to find him? He died in the middle of nowhere. Even if they do find him, they will not know what to make of it. They will probably think some psycho with an axe got him or something. God knows there are enough of those guys out in the country. I doubt they would suspect ancient Egyptian super spiders killed him. I shuddered. Do you think the spiders are dead? What? Are you kidding? Luke growled. It was hard to tell whether he was mad at himself or at me. No chance in hell. They were bred to live in Egyptian tombs, Maisie. They can probably survive off of anything. No, they are still alive. And now, thanks to us, they are loose. I took that in. What if they find the town? I asked. The things breed by laying eggs in people brains, Luke. They kill people. What is going to happen? Luke did not answer. What if they find an airport? I asked. Then the world will end, probably, Luke replied. He sounded exhausted all of a sudden. I guess the fight had gone out of him. I looked down, dejected. We had done something horrible, clearly. The very future of humanity was in doubt. But at least we had each other. I put my arm around him as we walked out the doors together. Deadly Carnival. I have lived in a few houses growing up, but out of all of them, only one of them remains in my mind. It was the house before my parents died. When I was 14, we moved into a small 2-bedroom house in a small town in Oregon. The house sat at the end of a half-mile driveway that snaked its way through dense spruce trees. At the end was a clearing, and in the center of that was our house, looking as if it had been pulled straight from a fairy tale. Little did I know, it was the farthest thing from. I was a bit of a loner at the time, the kid that would rather sit away from everyone at lunch. My only friend was my headphones. I would drown out everyone else. One day, I was sitting alone like usual when a girl named Emma decided I would be a good friend. She walked up to me and started talking to me. It came as such a shock that all I could do was stare. Only after she asked me my name for the 3rd time was I able to reply. "Oh, I am Toby," I said, barely over a whisper. "I am Emma." "You are new in town, right?" she nearly shouted. Her energy was always equal to that of a squirrel who just did a line of coke off a car battery. "Yeah, I moved here from a small town down in California," I said, still not sure why this living fireball of a human was talking to me. She sat down next to me. "Cool. So, what house did you move into?" I hesitated before replying. The small 2-story one on the edge of town, with the really long driveway. Her face went pale as I mentioned the house. "You have not gone into the woods, have you?" She delivered the question with all the seriousness of a eulogy. "And no, why?" She looked over her shoulder as if someone was listening in on our conversation. "A long time ago, like before we were born, there was a carnival out there. It was run by a man named Edward Forrest. Everyone referred to him as Edward the Ringmaster, or just the Ringmaster. Well, one day a few kids went missing. Who better to blame when no suspect was found than the owner of the creepy carnival at the edge of town? There was no evidence, but that did not stop people from turning against poor Edward. One day a group of 3 or 4 men went out there to talk to him. No one knows what happened out there, but Edward was never seen again, and the carnival was left to rot. Rumor has it that at night, lights can still be seen from there, and some people even claim to have heard music from that area of the woods." As Emma finished her story, the bell rang, calling everyone back to class. Emma stood up, dusted herself off, and said, "Do not go into those woods at night." I flopped onto my bed. My parents were fighting downstairs. Anywhere else would be better than here. As I lay in bed, my mind drifted between thoughts until it managed to reach the conversation from school earlier. Me being well, thought since it was not night, I could go check out the supposed haunted carnival behind the house. Luckily, my window was pointed in the general direction of where Emma had said it was. I put my boots on and climbed out of the window, carefully lowering myself down to the ground floor. I snuck from the house to the tree line before making my way through. It took me about an hour of walking, but soon I began to come across evidence of life. Well, where life used to be. Old light bulb strings running between trees, some flyers half buried in the dirt, even an old railing like the ones police use. As I trekked farther and farther in, I began to see more and more evidence that there really was a carnival here. Up ahead, I could see a clearing where a few metal structures still stood. There was some form of generic spinning ride you see in every carnival, rusted over and overgrown with vines, as well as an old drop tower, once again nearly rusted beyond recognition, and an old snack cart knocked over and decaying. It was creepy, and yet it felt almost warm and inviting, like the memory of all the happy people coming through had seeped into the land itself. It was almost addicting. But as the sun began to set, I remembered Emma S. warning. Do not go there at night, she had told me. It was enough to convince me to head home right then. Coming back to the house, I could see my dad's car was gone, tire tracks confirming a speedy exit fueled by anger. It was likely that he was not coming back tonight. I climbed back through the window so my mom would not know I had left. As I left my room, I could hear sobs coming from the master bedroom. This was all too common. I crept down the stairs and made a sandwich before deciding to go to bed. As I slept, my dreams took me back to the carnival, but in my dream, it was bright and colorful. The smell of fresh popcorn and various fried foods filled the air. A hand rested on my shoulder, and I turned to see who it was. Standing there was a tall man wearing a half-white and half-black tailcoat. On top of his head, coal-black hair spilled out from under a black and white spiraled top hat. He had a gentle smile on his face. He gestured toward the carnival and said in a slight English accent, "Have fun, kid." I spent the rest of the dream running around, riding rides, eating cotton candy and popcorn, and playing the games. I woke up, the phantom flavor of carnival snacks still on my tongue. Annoyed that the dream was over, I crawled out of bed and got dressed for school. Luckily, I was enrolled during the middle of the week, meaning it was already Friday. The day flew by, and next thing I knew it was lunch. I was eating in the same spot when Emma walked up and sat next to me. "So, did you see Edward S. Carnival lights last night? Why did this girl think we were suddenly friends?" "No, I slept all night." At that answer, Emma seemed disappointed. "Were you expecting a different answer?" She shrugged her shoulders. "I guess nothing weird at all." I thought back to the dream. Well, I had a dream about the carnival. At the mention of this, Emma perked up. "Really? What happened?" She almost yelled her reply out of excitement. "Yeah, nothing too weird." A tall guy in a black and white suit greeted me, and I spent my dream riding the rides, playing games, and eating snacks. The color drained from Emma's face again. "You said you saw a man in a black and white suit, right?" I was confused as to why she had latched onto this of all things, but I went along with it. "Yeah, black and white suit, black hair, black and white spiraled top hat." The more I talked, the more I could see Emma getting uneasy. Without saying anything, she pulled out her phone, typed something, and waited before turning her phone to me. "Is this who you saw?" As I looked at the phone, my heart dropped. On the screen was the man I had seen in my dream. "That is exactly who I saw," I said. Emma put her phone away. "That is Edward the ringmaster." I shook my head. "There is no way. It has to be a coincidence or something. I went there yesterday before nighttime. Maybe I saw a picture of him somewhere and did not even notice." Emma's eyes lit up. "You should stay up and see if you can see the lights. You might be close enough to hear music." I thought for a second. I should. It will tell if this is all real. During my walk home, I stopped at a gas station to pick up some energy drinks. If I was going to do this, I had to make sure I could make it through the night. As I got home, I noticed my dad was still gone. I climbed up the stairs and set up for the night before I realized I probably did not need the drinks. The excitement was more than enough to keep me well awake. As the hours ticked by, nothing happened. More time passed, and nothing happened. Finally, it was 4 a.m. when I saw it, a faint glow coming from the forest. As I stared, I could feel a warmth inviting me in. It felt almost as if I was being drawn in. What is the worst that could happen, I thought to myself. From Emma's story, Edward was not a killer. There was no evidence. He probably just wanted people to have fun. I decided I would get closer. I mean, what is wrong with wanting to take a closer look? I climbed out of my window and started the hike. As I walked, I saw the lights I had seen before, only this time they were shining bright. I kept walking, being drawn in. Soon I could hear faint music playing in the distance. I could not stop now. I had to know what was happening. I kept walking. The music grew louder and I began smelling food. Popcorn, fried hot dogs, funnel cake. The smells only made it harder to turn back. Suddenly I could see the carnival, all the rides shining bright, the smell of snacks being made, the games with prizes hanging. Not a speck of dust on any surface. As I walked, I heard a familiar voice. It was a man's voice with a faint English accent, and it rang out, "Good morning, young one. I am Edward the Ringmaster, and this is my carnival. It has been quite some time since I have had a visitor. Please tell me, what is your name?" Despite being face to face with a ghost or whatever Edward was, I did not feel scared for some reason. "I am Toby. I live in the house just that way." I pointed back the way I had come. Edward smiled. "Well, young Toby, if it is fun you are looking for, you have come to the right place. It appears no one else is coming. You have my carnival as your own little slice of heaven." Edward disappeared into a puff of purple smoke. A hand was placed on my shoulder, and from behind me, I heard him once more. "Go ahead, kiddo. It is all yours." Behind every counter, a puff of purple smoke erupted, and as it cleared, in each spot stood a person. They each wore the same outfit as Edward, but with a mask. I walked up to one of the games and looked at the person. Their mask was black and white, split down the middle. A smile was painted across in gold. As the person leaned down, Edward's voice came from behind the mask. "Young Toby, want to win a prize?" The masked person held out 4 baseballs. "Just knock the bottles down and win one of these." He raised a large raccoon plushie. I had spent the whole night as I did in my dream, playing games, eating snacks, and riding rides. Before sunrise, Edward stopped me. "I hope you had fun, kiddo, but I am afraid the carnival is closing. I recommend you head home now, but do not cry. My carnival will be here for you tomorrow night." I already knew I was going to go back. For the first time in years, I was able to enjoy myself. The past few years have been me laying in my room listening to the increasingly violent fights between my mom and dad. After the last one, my mom had not left her room. I wanted an escape from that hellish reality. I returned Saturday night and Sunday night, as well as Monday night, Tuesday, and Wednesday. It was now Thursday, and the sun was starting to go down. I was waiting for the lights to show. Today I saw them before the sun went down. Only these lights were not from the forest. They were coming from my dad's car coming down the driveway. He parked and sat in his car for a while. After the sun had been down for a while longer, he climbed out of the car, finished off his beer, and reached back in and pulled out a shotgun. I will never know what my parents fought about that week before, but it was enough to drive my dad over the edge. I began putting on my boots as he stumbled to the front door. Once I heard the front door open and close, I began climbing out my window again. By the time I was halfway across the clearing to the forest line, I heard a sound that has been engraved in my head. A shotgun blast echoed out of the house. In the dark, I could see the muzzle flash in the window of the master bedroom. I began sprinting. I did not have long before my dad would know I was gone. I ran as fast as I could into the forest. I could hear my dad's voice screaming my name behind me. While I ran, I knew I was getting closer to the carnival. I could see the lights, hear the music, and smell the food. It was the only place I could go. Something deep in my mind told me I would be safe there. I entered the park, but Edward was nowhere to be seen. I hid behind one of the game stalls as my dad entered the clearing. I heard him yelling my name. Then suddenly things went silent. I looked over the counter and saw Edward standing in front of my father, a scowl plastered across his face and all the hatred of hell behind his eyes. "Who the fuck are you and where did you come from?" My dad leveled his shotgun with Edward's head. "I am Edward the Ringmaster and you are in my carnival." Edward mockingly bowed. "Where is Toby, you circus freak?" Edward's scowl turned into a grin. "You think I am a freak, huh? Just watch this." Edward's mouth stretched open. showing hundreds of razor-sharp teeth. My dad pulled the trigger, but only succeeded in angering the beast I knew as Edward. The newly formed monster reached out and grabbed my dad by the head and bit through neck, severing his head. There was a sickening crunching sound as blood sprayed across the grass. Edward let go of my dad's body, letting it collapse to the ground. Edward turned to me, not even trying to hide his true self. "Come, young one, you can stay forever. I can make you happy beyond eternity." I shook my head, backing away. "Do not you want that?" Edward continued. "No pain, no fear, only this place you love so much?" Without saying another word, I turned and ran. I heard a scream of frustration behind me, like a predator who had lost its prey. Only now that the spell had been broken could I see the bodies all around in various states of decay. Some were skeletons, some still had meat on them. All were kids, they all looked to be ages 5 to 15. I never looked back. I ran back into town and was picked up by police. They investigated my house and the surrounding forest. They found my mom S. corpse in bed and my dad S. body in pieces. But they never found the bodies of the children at that old abandoned carnival. They ruled it as a murder-suicide. They said my dad had lost it after a fight, killed my mom, and then went out into the woods and killed himself. Then his body was ripped apart by local wildlife. I was sent to live with my aunt. I stayed with her until I was 18, and I moved as far from Oregon as I could. I do not ever want to go back. Yeah, not gonna lie. I have worked some really awful jobs, but next to nothing has had me feeling this kind of anxiety before going in. Hell, I remember puking every morning before going to my call center healthcare job. Getting screamed at and told, "You are the reason some boomer is going to die." All because their heart medication was denied by the insurance and they had to pay $3. It is really not fun, like at all, but I would honestly take it again at this point, if it paid the same as this place. Went in last night to clean after the prayer meetings, except I went in a little early to see if I could actually catch William. Maybe see if I could get through the blue door. Did not work, mind you. Think he is being a lot more secretive about something than he lets on. I approached him after the last of the older men left, giving a hearty wave and "see you Wednesday" along with it. Pastor William started to walk back to his office as I was starting to get my usual cleaning supplies out. The sun was still up, so I was planning on hitting this place quick and getting the hell out before it got dark again. Never thought I would be thankful for the sun staying up until 9 in the summer, but here we are. Before he could walk into the hall, I got his attention, asking if he wanted me to clean up the room behind the blue door. He just kind of smiled. There was this look I just could not quite place. Maybe concern? Then he gave me some nonsense answer about how he had done a spring cleaning back in May, so not to worry about that. Just focus on the areas where people move through and keep things nice. That is all I need to do. A little weird, but whatever. Then he dropped the goddamn bomb that they are hosting a wedding tomorrow, so I am going to need to do a deep clean. Fuck. I was not prepared for this. I tried making up some excuse about not being able to do it tonight because of a family event or something, and he just told me to come back after the event was over. Said he absolutely needs it cleaned by tomorrow. I did not have anything with me. I was not going to drive the 30 minutes to get back home either with my busted air conditioner. There was not much choice, so I just started doing whatever I could and doing it fast. Swear to God, I have never cleaned that fast in my life. Dusting corners, scrubbing down filthy baseboards. They wanted me to pull out a whole damn carpet cleaner. Before I knew it, the sun had gone down without me realizing it. The church lights were so bright with the stained glass that it was hard to notice when it got dark, but now it felt like the lights were a haven. The phone said it was around 9:30, so not much time since sundown. That is when I realized I forgot to bring my phone charger, which was just really fantastic. The cherry on top of the whole thing, you know? At least it still had about half the battery, put it in power saver, and just hit work even harder. It was not until I was cleaning windows that stuff started getting weird. Maybe 30 minutes later, I was up on the stepladder, going down the stained glass windows with a soft rag and warm water, getting ungodly amounts of dust, may I add, when something suddenly thumped hard against the window. Honestly, with how hard it hit, I do not know how the window did not break. Sounded like a whole cinder block, but it must have hit just right on the window trim to absorb the impact. Almost made me fall off the ladder, though. Hell, I was barely saved thanks to the clumsy recovery reflexes I have honed all my life. It took me a minute, but I steeled myself and went out the front door, looking right around the corner to where the window was. There was a street light that illuminated the entire side, giving me a pretty clear view. Nothing was there, though, only the small, worn-down graveyard a few feet away from the church, made even creepier by the shadows being cast from the saturated light of a sodium bulb. That was about the time I noticed one of the shadows was longer than the other. When I looked back toward the cemetery, there was a tall, dark-suited man with a wide-brimmed hat, just kind of standing in front of one of the graves. I'm going to throw this out there if you want intricate details of the rest of the night. You are not going to get a lot. Things are still a massive blur, and I am completely freaked out. This is all from what I can remember in the very rapid escalation that came next. Obviously, seeing the goddamn Undertaker making his WWE return in the middle of a graveyard was not on my agenda last night. I ran my ass inside so fast I should be on a plane to the goddamn Paris Olympics right now, okay? I need you to understand just how little I am willing to mess around with whatever is going on here. I got right back in there and locked that door, deadbolted it, whatever I needed to do. Whatever the hell was in here might just be some spooky spirit stuff, but that thing out there could very well be an IRL murderer. Look, if I am going to die, let it be by some instant 13 ghost mess. I am not chill with being murdered by a human. They can be really messed up. Locked, deadbolted, did not stop there. I flipped every light switch on and ran down the hall into William S. office. Shut that door and deadbolted it too. Then I grabbed my phone and started to make a call to whatever officer they would send out here. Except I am in bumfuck nowhere. No damn signal, and somehow, even though I put power mode on, I am at 15% on my battery. I tried calling the cops again, and my phone died right then and there. At this point, I am decidedly not chill, and am debating whether it is my best move to just hide in here or risk getting to my car. It took me a few minutes, but I started to kind of calm down and try to rationalize everything. It was probably a gravestone, right? Like a taller one with one of those weird sculptures on it? I have never looked too close at it to be able to tell, to be honest. Not especially planning on it unless it is high noon and the sun is shining. This was not that time, so I decided that for now we are safe in here and we're just going to chalk all this up to being a big misunderstanding late at night. Nerves going a few fewer miles per hour, I decided to go back to cleaning windows. That was about all that was left other than cleaning the baptism pool. And that was as simple as a quick scrub since it did not seem to be used often. All good. We are getting through this. I am sorry I start talking in the plural when I am freaked out. Washing the windows was going okay, but I still kept the deadbolt and everything on the door and every light on. All good, all fine, no worries, just wiping the window. Then came the screaming. Ice in my damn veins. It was a woman, I think. All I know is it was guttural, like the sound of grief in the rawest form. I do not know what the cause of the scream was, but I could tell it was in the building. It took me a minute to get moving again, but I had to know if I was right. It was still going too, with few stops in between the loud roars of anger and despair. I was right, I wish I was not, but it was coming from behind the blue door. It kept going too, but it sounded so far away down there that I am not really sure how it could. Unless there is some massive concrete bunker under here, I do not know how anything more than a crawl space could be under there. Then it stopped. I was in the hallway at that point, and I was in the middle of trying to rip myself in half so I could run away. There was that one nagging little feeling that this could be someone who was in trouble. I cannot just leave someone here if something is going on. That would make me just as responsible, would it not? I swear to God, if my mama had not raised me, my ass would have been gone faster than my dad. I knocked on the door, giving a second to see if there was any response. It was only a moment until there was a faint answer. Like a hello, I think? I kind of chased down my courage and shouted through the door, asking who they were. No answer. I knocked on the door again and still nothing. I gave it one more good knock, figuring the third time was the charm. Turns out that is nonsense. Right as I let the third knock go, things went to hell. The lights flickered, briefly at first, but they kept going sporadically. Never actually goes off for more than seconds at a time, but always flickers on just enough to mess with my vision. My eyes were doing that thing where you cannot see in the dark after coming in from the bright sun, making everything in the dark vague. I turned around, ready to find my way out of the church and just say hell with this for the night. Except I turned back toward the sanctuary to leave and saw an entire congregation standing there before the lights flickered off again. I am proud to report I did not, despite popular reports, soil myself in that moment. Instead, I screamed like a damned Looney Tunes character and started running for my keys sitting on the first pew. Thankfully, the lights came back on steadily, and it was no longer occupied by whatever ghostly churchgoers were there just seconds before. I thought I had caught a break, thought I was going to grab my keys and make the run to the car. Water started splattering behind me. The baptism pit was running, quickly splashing as the tub filled. I took a gulp, turned around, and that is about when things went totally shining on me. Deep crimson was pouring out of the faucet, interspersed with intense blasts of a rusty, dirty, black-like swamp water. I wanted to throw up right then and there, seeing all the crimson splattering everywhere against the white backdrop. I am not really religious, but a baptism pit filling with blood seems a little sacrilegious, I guess. I was not waiting around to debate the ethical implications of a bloody ghost bath, though. I turned around to grab my keys, which were still sitting on the pew. Mistake number 2, face to face. I do not know who it was. I do not know what it was. All I know is that I was face to face with one of the dozens of good church patrons that now filled the sanctuary. The sound that came out of me was like a car hitting the brakes at 70 miles an hour. I am certain every dog in the Tri-County area must have perked up because this thing still haunts me, like it is burned into my mind because it was right there in my face, almost nose to nose if it had one. The face was waxy, almost like eggshell white skin. Not scary by itself, but the dark, hollow sockets instead of eyes were what really got me. I expected to be staring into thin air, but I am seeing into the back of this thing's skull. That was when it opened its mouth, rancid, decayed breath blowing into my face. If I had eaten anything since yesterday morning, I might have puked then and there. When it opened its mouth, I snatched my keys off the pew and tore off down the middle aisle. Sounds from hell were what started all around me. The organ came to life, screeching and out of tune. Then came the singing, that same hymnal as the last time. Started wishing I had not deadbolted and chained the door when I was too shaky to pull it open. But somehow I got out of there and tore the hell out of the parking lot. And here we are. I have been up for hours on end because I cannot get that face out of my mind. Not to mention I still do not know what the hell was going on behind that blue door. That scream sounded human, and I could swear I heard someone saying hello after the first knock. I do not know what to trust anymore, though, after this morning. I got a text from William. Know what it said? Because I expected it to read along the lines of, "What in the hell happened here?" Nope. Wow. Cleanest I have seen this place in years. Amazing job, thank you. What the fuck? I am going to do some research, maybe see if I can find anything on the cemetery or the church. Hell, I am about to look into William himself. Something does not sit right about him. And yes, I know, there are going to be some people asking me why I do not just quit or break the lock. Number one, I am so damn poor, y'all. Like, I get why the job pays so much now, but the chances of me finding anything else right now are slim. My landlord is chomping at the bit to evict me so he can raise the rent again. Second of all, honestly, if it gets down to it, I might. I do not know what the hell is past that door, but if things start looking like there may be someone, I am not past some vandalism. Anyway, I'm off until tomorrow night after Wednesday's service. I will probably try to do an early clean again in the daylight, so I do not deal with this again. I will update if anything happens, but I really do not plan on being there overnight again until I absolutely have to. So that was messed up. I do not really know what to say. Like, I genuinely am still. I do not know what is going on. I mentioned a while back I have been agnostic at best since leaving Evangelical Southern Baptism over a decade ago. I was the Reddit atheist back in the beginning. Now I do not know if I can ever live my life the same. I want you to know that what you're about to read may shake your faith a little. I went in early on Wednesday evening, hoping to catch William before anyone else got there. Sure enough, I pulled up and he was already there, car in the parking lot. I hurried in out of the heat, thankful that at least the AC worked if this place was haunted as hell. Found William in his office. He was surprised to see me at the least. There was not really much else that I could do at this point. The encounter on Monday night messed me up. I can still smell the stench of that thing, the decay from its breath. I want to gag. That is not to mention I keep hearing the sound of blood splashing in the baptism tub. Did you know blood splashing sounds different than water splashing? Think it is because of the consistency of it. It is really gross. I have been wearing earbuds most of the time since because it just keeps ringing. He must have known what I was there about. Not that he looked scared or anything, just concerned. Before I could even get a word out, he asked me what happened. Kind of took me off guard, to be honest. I was honestly going in expecting to be gaslit as insane. Take the little wins where I can, I guess. So I told him everything. The congregation, the swelling music and hymns, the shadows in the cemetery, and blood pouring from the baptism faucet. Everything was out in the open, and he acknowledged what I was saying, though did not say much as I was going through my story, until I told him about the screaming through the blue door. That one got him. Something changed on his face, worry maybe? I could not entirely place it. That was when I really leveled with him, just one question to ask. Am I safe or should I quit? Yeah, it seems like a stupid question, I know. Nobody is safe in a haunted church. What kind of nonsense is that? It was all I could think of, though, and the crux of what I needed to know. I grew up watching horror and stuff, worked in haunts for a while, and I can deal with horror-type stuff. As long as I know it cannot hurt me and will not kill me. Haunted church? Sure, I will just take an edible before I go in. Me and the spirits can be chill. Hell, I will bring some for them. Maybe they will shut the hell up. I was expecting him to tell me the opposite, though. So imagine my surprise when he tells me that I am physically in no danger. He probably realized I did not believe him, too. I am still not entirely sure if he was trying to get me to quit then and there, too. The story I got at that point in the day already seemed like nonsense, or at least not the entire story. Unfortunately, I was right, but I could not settle for just leaving it at that. In short, William told me that what I was experiencing were former parishioners. He says he has had experiences too. Hell, said he was terrified by almost the same thing happening to him as I had Monday night, way back when he first came here. Even apologized that he had not told me before, saying it was not okay, and offering me a bonus for my troubles. Yeah, this was starting to sound like there was a lot more at play here. From his story, the church was hit badly by a strange plague back in the early 1800s. Nothing surprising there, considering we knew bumfuck all about diseases and spread them everywhere. William said most of the congregation perished, with the only survivors being the single pastor and his family, who somehow made full, prosperous recoveries. Totally not shady at all, right? What he tells me from here is all conjecture, because supposedly he can only theorize. The churchgoers would apparently gather often, even staying at the church for days worshiping and praying for a cure. Meanwhile, this obviously would spread the disease among the flock, just damning them all one by one. Still, the preacher insisted they stay steadfast in the Lord, praying for forgiveness even as bodies began piling up out back. His family were some of the first sick, with his son even supposedly thought dead at one point, though looking back, it must have just been a very deep coma. Yet they are the only ones that survived. Everybody in that cemetery was once a member of this church who perished in that plague. The amount of death in one building would definitely be a magnet for weird stuff. But William insists that the spirits are still looking for the preacher, believing he sacrificed them for his own family to live. I was honestly on board with that explanation. He assured me that the spirits would not harm me, simply trying to get me to do what they wanted. Except then the question of what the hell does a congregation of ghost Christians want me to do for them? Open the door. That is what they wanted me to do, according to William. According to him, the ashes of the preacher and his family are stored down there. He was superstitious after losing his entire flock to a plague. They found him and his entire family dead down in that room one day, door and room freshly painted with a bright seafoam blue. From what William told me, he picked up on some Gullah Geechee superstitious customs when he started getting paranoid. They said spirits could not cross through, mistaking the blue for water, so he would be safe. Out of respect for the dead family, the church has kept the door blue since. William assured me that I was safe, but that there was nothing behind that door. It was simply a small room, sealed off out of respect or adherence to the dead, whatever I wanted to call it. The story was kind of believable when he was telling me. Maybe it is just my willingness to buy in thanks to just having my experience validated. Either way, he reassured me and I took my leave for the afternoon, telling him I would be back after service. Was I going to have to be here for a while after dark? Yeah, but the bonus was $600, so who are you to judge me? It was not until I was back home that I really started thinking about it. There was no way there was a room there. It did not make sense with the outside of the church. So, it started bringing me to other questions like, if he was so willing to tell me that, why not just show me? Spirits could not slip in behind that easily, right? Should just be an empty room, right? Then I thought about the screams I heard. They were definitely behind the door, but if spirits are not allowed to cross in, then why the hell are they there? Is my haunting logic broken? Look, something was not sitting right with me about how he was acting. Something about what he was saying was giving away that there was more to everything. So I decided to solve this stuff once and for all. Was not there some movie where the ghosts were trying to give hints about how someone needed help? Like they were doing terrifying, haunting stuff, but really just trying to help? Crimson Peak, maybe? Either way, I thought that was a legitimate possibility. I am not going to stereotype or anything, but we have had a number of evangelical preachers doing shady stuff in the news lately. My conscience would not let me pass. So I ran into town before I was due to go back after Wednesday's service. Bought a set of bolt cutters and a crowbar. I am finding out what is in that damn thing, even with a little vandalism. Kept everything hidden in my car until William left. He gave me some platitudes about still being there and being a dependable employee that he could count on. It sounded like a very veiled warning, though, like telling me to tread carefully with whatever I do tonight. That kind of reinforced my feelings about what I was going to do that night. He finally left around 9, right when the sun went down, and I was finishing up vacuuming the sanctuary. I waited, made sure he was gone for a few, just sitting in one of the pews waiting so I could make sure nobody saw me getting bolt cutters out of my car. Made it to my car fine, but turned to walk back into the church when a line of dark figures were suddenly standing among the cemetery headstones. None of them moved, just staring me down. Definitely upped my speed to get back into the church and slammed the door behind me, even if he said they could not harm me. Hell, that could have been a lie too. Who knows at this point? I ran in, made sure every light was on, and started going at it. Cut off the padlock, cut the chain, and started hitting at it with the crowbar when things began going to hell. Lights went out, and gospel music began. I could look out into the sanctuary and see that the congregation was already there. I do not know if it was the adrenaline or what, but I suddenly got some Hulk-level strength and braced my foot against the doorframe, pushing the crowbar in harder. It finally gave, crashing in hard to the wall as it swung in. Deep blue light was pouring from below, showing faintly at the end of a long staircase. First off, I do not know how the hell there was a basement this deep in swamp-ass Georgia. Nothing about a lot of this makes sense, to be honest. But I could hear the screams again, this time louder, full force, drilling into my brain. I kept making my way forward, though, determined to find the source. There could be someone hurt down here, or by the sounds of it, multiple people. The scream seemed to layer on itself, like a host of people all crying out in unison. It drowned out the gospel music, which started growing fainter behind me. Whatever was in there did not even register for me at first. I had no idea what I was looking at, even more unsure about if it was something real. Maybe William was trying for a budding SFX career in Atlanta, I do not know. I was trying to rationalize a lot of things until it hit me. I am describing it from memory, so bear with me. My eyesight is not great, and I sure as hell did not get close. The bright blue light was actually emanating from the thing, almost like a damn anime aura. I have no idea how else to describe it, but the light was just radiating from it in waves, washing over me as it did. I could feel light. Not like when you sit in the sun for too long and start to burn, though. This was like water washing over me. Sort of like floating down a lazy river, feeling the current flow past you toward the sea. I think back on it and I should have felt more terrified, but the aura of it was peaceful, like it was speaking to me through it. Be not afraid. If you are a former Christian of any sort, you have heard that. Hell, even I feel like it is stereotypical, but I heard it. Not with my ears, but through the waves. I suddenly felt my heart rate relax and my muscles loosening as the aura continued. I felt at peace here for the first time in ages, and I knew it was not my antidepressants. That was when I took a full look at the creature in the room. Bright skin, shining like the sun, was giving off the aura. For a moment I thought it was a massive bundle of limbs at first, which is not totally off base. But this thing looked like multiple torsos all conjoined, like they were sewn together, all standing back to back in a circle. Each one of them had different features, but each was covered in eyes, blinking every different color I knew of, and some I could not quite comprehend. Every single one was fixed on me, though. That is when I noticed pieces of them missing. Arms and legs were cut off, leaving bleeding stumps that were gushing as if cut recently. There was a steady trickle of bright red falling from the creature, chained to a wall in the small room. The bodies looked frail, malnourished, and emaciated. Despite that, they were still pristinely clean, even bleeding. Its eyes remained fixed on me, pleading in them. "Help us." It spoke to me again, this time more frail than the first. It must have known that I was not the same as whoever put it here. I do not know if it could sense something or just went off guesswork, but it was asking me for help. That was when William spoke from the steps behind me. The angel changed, an aura of anger and fury taking over the blue, turning it to crimson red. My sense of peace faded, turning to confront William, who was walking toward the angel, pulling a small pocket knife from his coat. I was still holding the crowbar, though I did not even realize it until that moment when the entire atmosphere shifted. He stepped toward the angel, flicking the pocket knife against one of the outstretched hands, slicing a finger off and catching it before he turned to me. This motherfucker had the audacity to offer it to me, like a damn snack. I felt my stomach turn harder than it did, smelling death-ass breath, with zero damn idea of what was going on. I literally asked him if he was trying to get me to eat it. Meanwhile, there was this thing howling in pain in the corner. The screams were back, with every face distorting in terror as sound pierced the air. He waited a moment for them to stop before he started in again. "If I ate that finger," he said, "I would have prosperity beyond belief. All I had to do was believe in him and eat of the flesh. He even said he is willing to supply me with more if I find I am not quite happy yet, with the other effect being a major extension on my life." The only question I could really think to ask was how. I'm sorry if the details are vague. I get overloaded incredibly easily with information, and this was, if you really want to put it literally, a biblical amount of nonsense. His explanation made me even more sick. I grew up on the internet, wild west of LiveLeak and LimeWire, and this might be the first time I have really gotten a comprehension of man's depravity. This motherfucker was evil. He popped the finger in his mouth more casually than Yuji Itadori could ever hope to. Said he was a devout man his entire life, believing God would send salvation for him and his flock, until the disease came. William told me how his son Peter fell ill first, having trouble breathing before slowly degrading, coughing blood from his lungs, and soon after going into a deep, death-like sleep. That was when he started taking a different route than prayer and praise. William gathered his flock in the church one day, bringing them all together in a marathon of praise and worship to God. Then he began convincing them it was time to be rebaptized in the blood of the Lord, cleansing them of their illnesses. He brought in water, lining up all the parishioners to bring through the baptism tub. He baptized them, one by one, making sure they were thoroughly drenched. Once everyone was soaked, back at their pew ready to begin another hymn, he took his place on the pulpit and let loose the plan. He set up a rope ahead of calling over everyone, tagging up sacks of lye in the rafters. From there it was just pulling on the rope, slicing the bags open with nails in the rafters, causing a caustic snow to fall down on the soaked congregation. He said it was a glorious sight, everyone quickly realizing their baptism in the waters of heaven led to burning as if by the fires of hell. It took minutes before they all passed, killing everyone in the church except William. That was when the angel appeared. According to William, it was sent as punishment for the blasphemy he had just committed. This jackass literally said, "I am not going to confuse you with the details, but I studied a bit of dark practices," and trapped the angel with whatever it was. That is why it was still chained down here, letting him just pick pieces off whenever he wanted. He said he cut off a foot for each of his family, making a stew for them while they were sick. Just pouring some into his son's mouth brought him out of a coma in hours. The angel's flesh is quite literally made of miracles, he said. And then he gave me the ultimatum: leave and have no job, with my entire mental state totally messed up by this encounter and nobody to believe me. Or I could die. 2 options, neither of which were great for me. He lifted the knife, getting ready to strike if need be. Fight or flight came in hard. I do not know how I swung the crowbar as fast as I did, maybe adrenaline again, but it bashed the side of his head. William crumpled quickly, falling to the ground in front of me with a thud and knocking his head on the hard floor. Dead. The chains holding the angel snapped, freeing it immediately. I do not even know what the hell happened after that. There was a bright flash. I could hear a voice saying thank you, and suddenly I was standing out in the cemetery. In front of me, the church was ablaze, a full inferno already. The heat coming off was intense, immediately drying any of the humid air around me. It raged up, with the sound rising alongside the smoke before totally incinerating in the dark night, flames dying out just as quickly as they began. Where the church once stood was nothing but a pile of ash, not even one board left standing. Look, I am not talking to anyone unless they come to me asking what happened. Even then, not like they will really believe me. William has got to be gone for good now, so maybe they will just think he torched it for insurance, but the deed went wrong. Who knows? Maybe I will get arrested. At this point, I'm out of a job, so it might be the preferable alternative to finding a job in the current economy. Things are going to be rough. I'm still shaken up, and the anxiety about what is going to happen is killing me. I do not know. Maybe after this I will have an angel watching out for me. Fingers crossed, at least. The wind whispered through the pines as I drove up the winding road to the isolated town where my grandparents once lived. Pine Hollow, with its dense forests and jagged mountains, seemed to be a place frozen in time. The houses, built decades ago, stood like silent sentinels, their windows like eyes, watching every move I made. The town was a far cry from the bustling city life I had known, but I needed this escape. After the chaos that had engulfed my life, Pine Hollow felt like a sanctuary, or so I thought. My name is Alex Thompson. A young journalist by trade, I found myself back in Pine Hollow not out of nostalgia, but out of necessity. The city had become a place of nightmares, each day blending into the next, filled with memories I wished to forget. Personal trauma had taken its toll, and the small, secluded town offered the promise of solace, and perhaps a chance to reconnect with my roots. The town had changed little since I last visited as a child. The streets were still lined with towering trees, their branches forming a canopy that seemed to shield the town from the outside world. The local diner, the old church, and the general store all stood as they had years ago. But there was something different now, a palpable tension that hung in the air, as if the town itself was holding its breath. I arrived at my grandparents' old house, now mine after their passing. The place was a relic of a bygone era, filled with memories of summer vacations and family gatherings. It was comforting, in a way, to be surrounded by those memories, even though they felt like they belonged to a different lifetime. As I settled in, I couldn't help but think about Lisa. Lisa and I had been inseparable as children, our summers filled with adventures in the woods and laughter that echoed through the trees. But Lisa had stayed in Pine Hollow while I had left for the city. We had lost touch over the years, our lives taking different paths. It was on my second day in town when I heard the news. I was at the diner sipping on a cup of coffee when I overheard the waitress talking to a customer about a body that had been found. The details were vague, but the mention of a face missing made my stomach turn. The name that followed froze me in my seat. Lisa. Lisa had disappeared a few weeks ago, and now her body had been found in the woods, her face gone, as if it had been erased. The news hit me like a punch to the gut. The Lisa I remembered was vibrant and full of life, not the lifeless body they described. I felt a mix of horror and sadness, but more than that, a burning need to understand what had happened. Later that day, I visited the town's library, hoping to find some answers. It was there I reconnected with Sarah, the local librarian and an old friend. Sarah had always been the bookish type, her nose perpetually buried in some dusty tome. We had spent hours together in the library as kids, her knowledge of the town's history and folklore unrivaled. "Alex, I can't believe you're back," she said, her eyes widening in surprise as I walked in. "It's been so long." "Yeah, it has," I replied, offering a weak smile. "I heard about Lisa. I can't believe it." Sarah's expression darkened. "It's terrible. There's been so much fear and speculation. The town hasn't seen anything like this in years." "Do you know anything about what happened?" I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. She hesitated, glancing around to make sure we were alone. "There's been talk, Alex. Dark stories and old folklore. People are saying it's the work of the Faceless One." "The Faceless One?" I echoed, the name sending a chill down my spine. Sarah nodded, her voice dropping to a whisper. "It's an old legend. They say he comes from the forest, taking people and leaving their bodies without faces. It's just a story, of course, but with everything that's happened." I felt a mix of skepticism and intrigue. The rational part of me wanted to dismiss it as superstition, but something about the way Sarah spoke made it hard to ignore. "I need to find out what really happened," I said, determination settling over me. "Be careful, Alex," Sarah warned. "This town has secrets, dark ones." With Sarah's words echoing in my mind, I decided to channel my energy into an investigative piece on Lisa's disappearance. I hoped that by uncovering the truth, I could bring some semblance of closure and justice for Lisa. I spent my days interviewing locals, poring over old records, and following any lead that might shed light on the mystery. One evening, as I was going through my notes, I received an anonymous tip. The message was cryptic, suggesting that Lisa's disappearance was linked to a series of similar incidents that had plagued the town over the years. The tip mentioned a name, Evelyn Cross, a woman who had vanished 20 years ago under eerily similar circumstances. The information sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. If there was a pattern, then Lisa's death was no isolated incident. I felt a renewed sense of urgency, knowing that I was on the cusp of uncovering something far darker than I had imagined. But the deeper I delved, the more the shadows of Pine Hollow seemed to close in around me. As night fell, the forest outside my window seemed to come alive, the trees whispering secrets I was desperate to uncover. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the town's dark history was not just a series of old stories, but a living, breathing presence that had been waiting for me to return. And so, with the weight of Lisa's death and the looming presence of the Faceless One, I pressed on, determined to unearth the truth, no matter the cost. Days in Pine Hollow were filled with a lingering sense of dread, and nights were worse. The unease that had taken hold of the town seemed to thicken with each passing day. My investigation into Lisa's disappearance had consumed me, driving me to revisit places tied to our shared past and the dark history of the town. I was on edge, haunted by Sarah's whispered tales of the Faceless One. Ominous signs began to crop up everywhere. I would catch glimpses of shadowy figures out of the corner of my eye, only for them to vanish when I turned to look. Unexplained sounds echoed in the woods at night, branches snapping, footsteps crunching on dried leaves. Distant, unearthly whispers that sent chills down my spine. Pine Hollow was no longer just an isolated town. It felt like a living, breathing entity, aware of my every move. One overcast afternoon, I decided to visit the old playground where Lisa and I had spent countless hours as children. The swings, now rusted and overgrown with weeds, creaked in the wind. The once bright slide was dull and chipped, and the merry-go-round stood still, its paint peeling away. It was a haunting reflection of the joy that had once filled this place. I wandered through the playground, memories flooding back, but each happy thought was overshadowed by the gruesome reality of Lisa's fate. Next, I headed to the decrepit mill on the outskirts of town, a place that had always intrigued us as kids, but we were too scared to explore alone. The mill, long abandoned, loomed like a dark sentinel, its windows shattered and the roof partially caved in. As I approached, I noticed strange markings on the ground, as if something or someone had been dragged into the building. I hesitated at the entrance, the air around me growing colder. Gathering my courage, I stepped inside. The interior was damp and smelled of rot. Rusted machinery lay scattered about, and the floor was littered with debris. As I ventured deeper, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Suddenly, a noise behind me made my heart leap into my throat. I spun around, and there, standing in the dim light filtering through the broken windows, was a figure. It was tall and gaunt, its face shrouded in darkness. My breath caught as I realized I was looking at the Faceless One. The stories were true, every horrible detail. Paralyzed by fear, I stood rooted to the spot. The creature moved closer, its presence radiating malevolence. Desperation kicked in, and I turned and ran, stumbling over debris as I fled the mill. I could feel the creature's cold gaze on my back, the air growing colder with each step. I didn't stop until I was back in the safety of my car, my heart pounding and my hands shaking. That night, I couldn't sleep. The encounter had shattered my skepticism, replacing it with a deep, primal fear. I needed help, someone who understood the darkness lurking in Pine Hollow. I turned to Sarah, knowing she would believe me. We met at the library the next morning, the familiar smell of old books offering a small comfort. "Sarah, I saw it," I said, my voice trembling. "The Faceless One. It's real." Her eyes widened in shock, but she quickly composed herself. "We need to talk to Mark." Mark Donovan was a retired detective and an old family friend. He had been close to my grandparents and had a reputation for being tough and relentless. If anyone could help us, it was him. We drove to his house, a modest home on the edge of town. He answered the door, his gruff demeanor softening when he saw us. "Alex, Sarah, what brings you here?" he asked, his sharp eyes studying us. "We need your help, Mark," Sarah said. "It's about Lisa and the Faceless One." He frowned, his face darkening. "Come in." We sat in his living room, the weight of our discovery hanging heavily in the air. I recounted my encounter at the mill, the fear evident in my voice. Mark listened intently, his expression grim. "I've heard the stories," he said slowly, "but I never believed them. If what you're saying is true, then we're dealing with something far worse than I imagined." We spent the next few hours piecing together what we knew. Mark had worked on several missing persons cases over the years, some of which bore eerie similarities to Lisa's disappearance. The more we dug, the clearer it became that the Faceless One was no mere legend. The town's dark history was real, and we were in the middle of it. Driven by our personal connections to the victims, we formed an uneasy alliance. Sarah's knowledge of folklore, Mark's investigative skills, and my determination to uncover the truth made us a formidable team. We decided to start by looking into old records and personal accounts, hoping to find a pattern that could lead us to the creature. One evening, as we sifted through stacks of dusty journals and forgotten records in the library's basement, we stumbled upon a chilling clue. It was an old journal, its pages yellowed with age and filled with spidery handwriting. The entries detailed sightings of the Faceless One and its victims, stories that spanned decades. As we read through the journal, a name caught our attention: Evelyn Cross. She was the woman who had vanished 20 years ago, the same one mentioned in the anonymous tip. But what made our blood run cold was the final entry. It spoke of a child, taken in the dead of night, whose body was found without a face. The child was Mark's younger sister. The revelation hit Mark hard. He had never known the true circumstances of his sister's death, believing it to be a tragic accident. Now, faced with the horrifying truth, his resolve hardened. "We need to end this," he said, his voice filled with determination. "No more deaths." With the journal in hand, we felt both a sense of dread and a newfound purpose. The Faceless One was more than just a shadowy figure. It was a monster that had plagued Pine Hollow for generations. Now it wasn't all about stopping evil. Now it is about surviving. The air in Pine Hollow grew colder, the sense of impending doom deepening with each passing day. Our trio, Sarah, Mark, and I, had become inseparable, driven by a shared goal to uncover the truth behind the Faceless One and to stop the terror it had unleashed upon our town. The discovery of Mark's sister's fate had solidified our resolve, turning our investigation into a personal crusade. We spent hours poring over town archives, old newspapers, personal diaries, and forgotten letters, piecing together the dark history of Pine Hollow. The library's basement became our command center, its dim light and musty scent a constant reminder of the weight of our mission. Sarah, with her deep knowledge of folklore, was our guide through the labyrinth of old texts and local legends. One particularly damp morning, we uncovered a series of old letters hidden in the back of a dusty filing cabinet. They were written by a woman named Margaret Hale, who had lived in Pine Hollow in the early 1900s. Her letters spoke of strange occurrences and sightings of a faceless figure, a creature that had haunted the town for generations. Margaret's accounts were chillingly detailed, describing how the Faceless One would appear before a tragedy, its presence an omen of death. Margaret's final letter was the most disturbing. She wrote of her son's disappearance, how he had been taken from their home in the dead of night. She described finding cryptic symbols carved into the wooden beams of their house, symbols that matched those we had seen in the old mill. The letter ended abruptly, leaving us to wonder about Margaret's fate. As we delved deeper, we discovered that the Faceless One's victims were not random. There was a pattern, a sinister logic to its attacks. The disappearances occurred on specific dates, aligned with certain phases of the moon and locations within Pine Hollow that seemed to hold a particular significance. The old mill, the playground, even my grandparents' house, all places connected by a dark thread woven through the town's history. But as we uncovered these patterns, the Faceless One began to target me directly. It started with small things, cryptic messages scratched into the wood of my front door, symbols drawn in the dirt outside my window. At first, I thought I was imagining things, my mind playing tricks on me. But as the signs grew more frequent and more personal, I couldn't deny that the creature was singling me out. One night, I returned home to find a message scrawled in red across my living room wall. "Leave or suffer." The words sent a chill down my spine, the threat clear and immediate. I felt a cold dread settle over me, but beneath it, a burning determination. I would not be driven away. I would not let fear control me. As I stood there staring at the message, Memories of my childhood in Pine Hollow flooded back. This was my home, my past. I owed it to Lisa, to Mark's sister, and to all the victims to see this through. I couldn't walk away, not now. The next morning, I shared the latest developments with Sarah and Mark. Mark's face darkened as I described the messages and symbols. "It's trying to intimidate you, Alex, to make you leave before you get too close." "I'm not going anywhere," I replied, my voice steady. "We're getting closer. I can feel it." Mark nodded, a look of determination in his eyes. "We need to find out why it's targeting you specifically. There's something it doesn't want you to uncover." As we continued our investigation, Mark's past trauma began to resurface. The pain of losing his sister, the guilt he had carried for years, became a driving force. He had spent his entire career as a detective searching for answers, but now he was closer than ever. His vendetta against the creature was personal, fueled by a desire for justice and revenge. Sarah, too, was deeply invested. Her connection to the town's history and her friendship with Lisa made this quest deeply personal. She spent hours cross-referencing old texts, searching for anything that could help us understand the creature and how to stop it. One afternoon, as we sifted through yet another pile of old documents, Sarah let out a gasp. "I found something," she said, her voice trembling with excitement. We gathered around her as she showed us an old journal, its leather cover worn and fragile. The journal belonged to a man named Jonathan Hale, a distant relative of Margaret Hale. His entries were filled with descriptions of the Faceless One, detailed accounts of its appearances, and the rituals he believed could protect against it. As we read through the journal, we found a recurring theme. The creature's power was tied to specific dates and locations within Pine Hollow. Jonathan had mapped out the places where the Faceless One had appeared, noting the phases of the moon and the alignment of the stars. It was clear that the creature followed a pattern, its attacks methodical and precise, but it was the final entry that left us breathless. Jonathan wrote of a ritual, a way to defeat the creature, but at a great personal cost. The ritual required a sacrifice, either the life of the one who performed it or someone they loved. It was a horrifying revelation, one that made the weight of our mission even heavier. We sat in silence, the implications of the journal sinking in. To defeat the Faceless One of us might have to pay the ultimate price. It was a chilling prospect, one that tested our resolve and our commitment to stopping the creature. "Are we willing to do this?" Sarah asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Mark's jaw tightened. "We have to. Too many lives have been lost. We can't let it continue." I looked at the journal, the pages filled with the desperate scrawls of a man who had faced the same terror we were now confronting. I thought of Lisa, of the faceless victims, and of the cold, dark presence that had haunted Pine Hollow for generations. I knew what I had to do. The abandoned church where my grandparents once sought refuge stood like a solemn sentinel on the outskirts of Pine Hollow. The stone walls were covered in ivy, and the stained glass windows were cracked and faded. Inside, the air was cold and damp, filled with the musty scent of decay. It was the perfect place to confront the Faceless One, where time seemed to stand still, and the past felt almost tangible. We prepared for the ritual with a mix of determination and dread. The knowledge that one of us might not survive weighed heavily on our minds, creating an undercurrent of tension that was impossible to ignore. Mark, Sarah, and I gathered the necessary materials: candles, chalk, herbs, and the ancient journal we had discovered. The ritual was intricate and precise, each step meticulously outlined in Jonathan Hale's desperate scrawl. As we laid out the candles in a circle around the altar, Mark's frustration bubbled to the surface. "This is insane," he muttered, lighting the candles with shaking hands. "We're risking our lives based on an old book and some folklore." Sarah shot him a look. "Do you have a better idea? Because I'd love to hear it." Mark's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. The fear and uncertainty were getting to us all, but we couldn't afford to falter now. I tried to steady my nerves, focusing on the task at hand. The shadows cast by the candlelight flickered on the walls, making the room seem alive with movement. Every creak and rustle sounded like a threat, every gust of wind a whisper of doom. The faceless one was close. I could feel its presence, a cold, dark weight pressing down on my chest. We gathered around the altar, the ancient journal open before us. The final steps of the ritual required utmost precision and coordination. We had avoided discussing the possibility of failure, but now there was no escaping the reality. "We need to focus," I said, breaking the heavy silence. "No mistakes." Sarah looked at me, her eyes filled with determination. "We can do this." Mark's jaw clenched, but he nodded. "Let's get this over with." Sarah's face was pale but resolute. She took a deep breath, her eyes locking onto mine. "Alex, there's something you need to know before we start." I stared at her, stunned. "What is it?" Sarah took a deep breath, her eyes locking onto mine. "Do you remember the night you got lost in the woods when we were kids? The night you saw something that terrified you?" The memory flashed in my mind, getting lost in the dark, hearing strange noises, and then seeing a shadowy figure. I had never been able to shake the fear that night had instilled in me. "I saw the faceless one," Sarah continued. "It was coming for you. I've been keeping it at bay ever since, using what little I knew about the old protections. That's why it's targeting you now. It knows you're close to finding out how to stop it." Her words hit me like a punch to the gut. All this time, she had been my guardian, my protector, and I hadn't even known. The emotional stakes skyrocketed, making the thought of losing her unbearable. "No," I said firmly. "You've done enough. I won't let you put yourself in danger for me." Sarah's eyes softened, but she remained resolute. "We don't have time to argue, Alex. This is the only way." Before I could protest further, Mark stepped forward. "We need to perform the ritual now. The longer we wait, the stronger it gets." With a heavy heart, I nodded. We began the chant, our voices echoing in the hollow space of the church. The air grew colder, the shadows darker. The faceless one was drawing closer, its presence a tangible weight. As the chant reached its climax, Sarah stepped into the center of the circle holding a small, ornate knife. The ritual called for a symbolic blood sacrifice, a token gesture to signify our commitment. She made a small cut on her palm, letting the blood drip onto the altar. The reaction was immediate. The air crackled with energy, the shadows around us writhing as if in pain. The faceless one appeared at the edge of the circle, its faceless head turning toward us. The sight of it filled me with a cold dread, but also a fierce determination. We continued the chant, the words growing louder and more desperate. The creature moved closer, its form shifting and pulsing with dark energy. I could feel its malevolent gaze, a pressure that threatened to crush our resolve. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the church as one of the old pews toppled over. Mark faltered, his voice shaking. "Stay focused," Sarah urged, her eyes never leaving the dark figure. As we reached the final part of the ritual, the creature lunged at Sarah. Without thinking, I stepped forward, trying to shield her. The faceless one's grip was cold and unyielding, pain shooting through my body as it tightened around me. I struggled to break free, but the creature's hold was too strong. With a final, desperate effort, Sarah completed the ritual, her voice ringing out in the darkness. The creature recoiled, its form dissipating into the shadows. I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, the pain overwhelming. For a moment, I thought we had succeeded. The oppressive weight in the air lifted, and the church seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. But as I tried to stand, a searing pain shot through my body. The faceless one reappeared, more menacing than ever. It had not been defeated. It had merely been enraged. The creature lunged at me with a newfound fury. I felt its icy grip tighten around my throat, and the world started to fade. My vision blurred, and I could barely make out Mark struggling to fend off the creature. His shouts were muffled, and I was losing consciousness. In my last moments of awareness, I saw Sarah. She had been thrown across the church, and her limp form was barely visible in the darkness. The Faceless One's malevolent presence filled the room, and I knew we were losing. The ritual had gone wrong, and the price was higher than any of us could have imagined. I was left gravely injured, the life draining from me as the creature's grip tightened. As the darkness closed in, the last thing I saw was Sarah's still body being dragged away by the creature, disappearing into the shadows. The night was filled with the echoes of our defeat, and as consciousness slipped away, the only thought in my mind was the desperate hope that somehow we could still find a way to stop the Faceless One and bring Sarah back. I woke up to the familiar, comforting scent of my grandparents' old house, a mixture of aged wood and dried herbs. The memories of childhood summers spent here rushed back, a stark contrast to the harrowing reality that now surrounded me. Pain lanced through my body as I tried to sit up, the events of the failed ritual coming back in a flood. The Faceless One had taken Sarah. The thought was unbearable, a gnawing ache in my chest that matched the physical pain. Mark was sitting by my side, his face drawn and weary. "You're awake?" he said, relief evident in his voice. "Sarah," I croaked, my throat dry and sore. Mark's expression darkened. "She's gone, Alex. The creature took her." I struggled to process the information, the guilt and despair overwhelming. "We failed," I whispered, tears blurring my vision. "We didn't have all the pieces," Mark said, a determined edge to his voice. "But we're not done yet." Over the next few days as I recovered, Mark and I spent every waking hour analyzing our failure. The old house became our sanctuary, its walls filled with the echoes of the past. We pored over the ancient journal, retracing our steps, searching for anything we might have missed. The Faceless One's attacks had become more personal, as if it were trying to break us psychologically before delivering the final blow. One night, as we sat by the fireplace, Mark revealed something that changed everything. "Alex, there's something you need to know about my family," he began, his voice heavy with the weight of his revelation. I looked at him, curious and apprehensive. "What is it?" "My family has been connected to this creature for generations," he said, his gaze fixed on the flickering flames. "It's a curse that's haunted us, one we thought we'd escaped when we left Pine Hollow." I frowned, trying to comprehend the significance of his words. "What do you mean?" Mark sighed, running a hand through his hair. "My great-grandfather, Jonathan Hale, was the one who first encountered the Faceless One. He tried to stop it, but failed. The creature has been hunting our family ever since, using our fears and memories against us." The realization hit me like a thunderbolt. So that's why it knows so much about us, why it targets our memories and loved ones. Mark nodded. "It's been feeding off our family's fear and pain for generations, and now it's coming for us again." We continued our research with renewed urgency, determined to uncover the creature's origins and find a way to stop it. As we delved deeper into the old texts and diaries, we discovered a hidden truth about the Faceless One. It wasn't just a random entity, it was tied to a personal curse, one that could only be broken by confronting it in its lair, a place deeply connected to our shared past. The lair was mentioned in several of Jonathan Hale's entries, a place he referred to as the Heart of Shadows. It was located in the depths of the forest, near an old, abandoned cabin that had once belonged to our ancestors. The cabin was a place of dark history, a nexus of the creature's power. "We need to go there," Mark said, his voice filled with resolve. "It's the only way to end this." The prospect of confronting the creature in its lair was terrifying, but it was our only hope. We spent the next few days gathering supplies and preparing for the journey. The nights were filled with uneasy sleep, haunted by nightmares of the Faceless One and the memories it had twisted. As we packed our bags in the dim light of dawn, Mark handed me a small weathered locket. "This belonged to my sister," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "It's a reminder of why we're doing this." I took the locket, feeling the weight of his words and the responsibility that came with it. We were not just fighting for ourselves, but for all those who had been taken by the creature, for the generations of our families who had suffered under its curse. We set off into the forest, the path to the heart of shadows fraught with danger and uncertainty. The trees loomed overhead, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching out to ensnare us. The deeper we went, the darker it became, the air thick with a palpable sense of foreboding. As we neared the old cabin, the memories of our shared past came rushing back. Summer days spent exploring the woods, the laughter and joy that now seemed like a distant dream. The cabin itself was a decaying relic, its walls covered in moss and vines, the windows broken and dark. "This is it," Mark said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The heart of shadows." We entered the cabin, the air inside cold and still. The sense of dread was overwhelming, as if the very walls were infused with the creature's malevolent presence. In the center of the room was an old, ornate mirror, its surface covered in a thick layer of dust. "This mirror," Mark said, his voice trembling. "It's the key. Jonathan wrote about it in his journal. It's a portal to the creature's realm." We stood before the mirror, our reflections distorted and ghostly in the dim light. The final confrontation was upon us, and the stakes had never been higher. We knew that the creature would do everything in its power to stop us, to break us before we could break the curse. "We have to do this," I said, my voice filled with determination. "For Sarah, for your sister, for everyone." Mark nodded, his eyes steely with resolve. "Let's end this." We took a deep breath and stepped through the mirror into the heart of the darkness that had haunted our families for generations. The creature's lair was a nightmarish landscape, filled with twisted shadows and echoes of our worst fears. But we were ready to face it, armed with newfound knowledge and personal resolve. The forest seemed darker, more oppressive as we ventured deeper into the creature's lair. The path was overgrown, the trees twisted and gnarled, as if the very landscape had been corrupted by the presence of the Faceless One. Mark and I moved silently, our breaths visible in the cold, damp air. Each step felt like a descent into a nightmare, filled with the remnants of the creature's past victims and personal mementos, eerie reminders of the lives it had destroyed. We reached a clearing where the trees formed a perfect circle around a mound of earth. At its center stood a stone altar, covered in moss and streaked with dark stains. Surrounding it were items of unspeakable horror, old photographs, broken toys, and other relics that had once belonged to the creature's victims. It was a monument to its cruelty, a place where fear and pain had been woven into the very fabric of the earth. "This is it," Mark said, his voice a mere whisper. "The heart of its power." The air grew colder as we approached the altar, a chill that seemed to seep into our very bones. The shadows around us began to shift and move, coalescing into the form of the Faceless One. It stood before us, a dark, towering figure, its presence radiating malevolence. Mark and I exchanged a glance, steeling ourselves for what was to come. The creature's attacks had become more personal, targeting our memories and loved ones, trying to break us down mentally before the physical confrontation. We knew this was our final chance, and failure was not an option. The Faceless One lunged at us with a speed and ferocity that took my breath away. Mark and I dodged to either side, narrowly avoiding its grasp. It snarled, a guttural sound that seemed to reverberate through the clearing. I could feel its eyes, or whatever it used to see, boring into me, searching for my weaknesses. As the creature advanced, my mind was flooded with memories of Lisa, her laughter and the adventures we shared as children. The guilt of not being able to protect her weighed heavily on me, threatening to paralyze me with despair. But I couldn't afford to give in. Not now. "Focus, Alex," Mark shouted, his voice breaking through my reverie. "Don't let it control you." Mark was right. The creature fed on our fears, our regrets. I took a deep breath, centering myself. This was not just about me. It was about Lisa, Sarah, and all the others who had suffered at the hands of the Faceless One. I couldn't let them down. The creature attacked again, its movements swift and fluid. Mark and I fought back, using the knowledge we had gained from Jonathan Hale's journal. We chanted the incantations, drawing symbols in the air with the herbs and chalk. The creature howled in pain, recoiling from the symbols as if they burned its flesh. But it was strong, stronger than we had anticipated. With each passing moment, it seemed to grow more powerful, feeding off the fear and pain that filled the clearing. Mark and I were pushed to our limits, struggling to keep our ground. Suddenly, Sarah's voice rang out, clear and strong. "Stop!" I turned to see Sarah standing at the edge of the clearing, her face pale but determined. She had been taken by the creature, but somehow she had escaped. Her presence was a beacon of hope, a reminder that we were not alone. "Sarah!" I shouted, relief flooding through me. She approached the altar, her eyes fixed on the creature. "I understand now," she said, her voice steady. "I understand my role in this." The creature snarled, lashing out at Sarah, but she stood her ground, unfazed by its threats. "You've fed on our fears for too long," she said. "It's time for this to end." With a calmness that defied the terror around us, Sarah stepped forward, placing her hand on the stone altar. The symbols we had drawn began to glow, a bright light that filled the clearing. The creature screamed, a sound of pure agony as if the light were tearing it apart. Sarah looked at me, her eyes filled with determination and sorrow. "Alex, Mark, you have to finish this, together." Understanding dawned on me. Sarah's presence, her strength, was the key to weakening the creature. Her courage and sacrifice were what we needed to deliver the final blow. Mark and I joined hands, chanting the final incantation. The light from the symbols grew brighter, enveloping the creature in a blinding radiance. The faceless one writhed and twisted, its form disintegrating in the light. With a final, desperate howl, the creature exploded into a cloud of darkness, which dissipated into the air. The oppressive weight lifted, and for the first time in what felt like forever, the forest was silent. We had done it. The creature was defeated, the personal curse lifted. But the victory came at a steep cost. Sarah had given everything to make this possible, and now she was gone. As the first light of dawn broke through the trees, Mark and I stood in the clearing, exhausted but victorious. We gathered the remnants of the ritual, taking care to preserve the symbols and relics that had helped us in our fight. Back at my grandparents' house, I sat down to write the final piece on the events that had transpired. The words flowed easily, each sentence a tribute to Sarah, Lisa, and all those who had suffered because of the Faceless One. I dedicated the piece to Sarah's memory, hoping it would help the town heal and move forward. The town of Pine Hollow began to heal, its residents slowly reclaiming their lives from the shadows that had haunted them for so long. There was a sense of peace, a new beginning that was both hopeful and bittersweet. For me, life would never be the same. The events had changed me, leaving scars that would never fully heal, but I found solace in knowing that I had honored Lisa and Sarah's memories. Their bravery and sacrifice had given Pine Hollow a chance to rebuild, free from the curse that had plagued it for generations. I remained vigilant, aware that there were other horrors in the world, other shadows that could threaten the peace we had fought so hard to achieve. But for now, I took comfort in the quiet moments, the small victories that made life worth living. And as I looked out over the town, the morning sun casting a warm glow over the rooftops, I knew that I would always be ready to protect those I loved. The Faceless One was gone. Probably. It was a crisp autumn evening when I moved into the quaint old house with Jack, my boyfriend of 3 years. The house had a rustic charm, the kind you see in movies with creaky floorboards and an attic filled with secrets. We were thrilled to start this new chapter together, away from the bustling city life, enveloped by the serene countryside. The first few days were blissful. We spent our time exploring the nearby woods, unpacking our belongings, and enjoying the novelty of living together. Jack was always the adventurous one, and his enthusiasm was infectious. We laughed, cooked together, and made plans for the future. Everything felt perfect until the night the strangeness began. It was around 2 a.m. when I first woke up to the eerie silence. The moonlight streamed through the curtains, casting long, ghostly shadows on the walls. Jack was not beside me. Groggy and slightly disoriented, I noticed him standing by the large antique mirror in our bedroom. His eyes were wide open, but his expression was blank, almost as if he were in a trance. "Jack?" I called out softly, trying not to startle him. There was no response. He just stood there, staring into the mirror, unblinking. My heart pounded in my chest as I approached him, gently touching his shoulder. "Hey, come back to bed," I whispered, but he remained motionless. I felt a chill run down my spine. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, he blinked and looked at me, confusion clouding his eyes. "Claire, what are you doing up?" he asked, as if he had just woken from a deep sleep. "You were staring at the mirror," I replied, my voice trembling. "Are you okay?" He seemed genuinely perplexed. "I do not remember getting up," he said, rubbing his eyes. "Maybe I am just stressed from the move." We brushed it off as a one-time occurrence, blaming the stress and exhaustion. However, the next night it happened again, and the night after that. Each time I found Jack standing in front of the mirror, staring at his reflection with that same vacant expression. I started to feel an overwhelming sense of unease. Something was wrong, and I could not shake the feeling that we were not alone in that house. During the day, Jack was his usual, self-charming, playful, and full of life. But the nights were becoming unbearable. The sleeplessness was getting to me, and I noticed dark circles forming under my eyes. I began to dread the evenings, fearing what each night would bring. One night, determined to understand what was happening, I set an alarm for 1:45 a.m. and pretended to fall asleep. As the alarm went off, I quietly watched Jack. At precisely 2 a.m., he sat up in bed, eyes wide open, and walked over to the mirror. It was as if he were being pulled by an invisible force. I followed him, careful not to make a sound. His gaze was fixed on the mirror, and for a moment I thought I saw something move within the reflection, a shadowy figure, lurking just behind Jack's image. My blood ran cold. "Jack," I called out softly, my voice barely a whisper. This time he did not respond. I reached out to touch his arm, and suddenly his head snapped towards me, his eyes now filled with an intensity I had never seen before. "Claire, you need to leave," he said in a voice that was not his own. It was deeper, more menacing. I stumbled back, terrified. "What? Why?" "Please just go," he pleaded, his expression softening for a moment. "It is not safe here." I shook my head, tears welling up in my eyes. "I am not leaving you, Jack. We need to figure this out together." The next morning, I convinced Jack to see a doctor, hoping that a medical professional could explain his bizarre behavior. The doctor suggested a sleep study, suspecting sleepwalking or a rare sleep disorder. We agreed, desperate for answers. The sleep study was scheduled for the following week. Meanwhile, the nightly episodes continued, each one more disturbing than the last. Jack started waking up with scratches on his arms and neck, as if he had been in a fight. He had no memory of how they got there. I could not take it anymore. I began researching the history of our house, looking for any clues that might explain the strange happenings. What I discovered was far more horrifying than I could have imagined. The house had a dark past. It was once owned by a man named Richard Hawthorne, who was rumored to have dabbled in the occult. He became obsessed with mirrors, believing they were portals to other dimensions. According to local legend, he performed rituals in front of that very mirror in our bedroom, attempting to summon entities from the beyond. One night, during a particularly intense ritual, Richard disappeared without a trace. His body was never found, and the house was left abandoned for years. My heart raced as I read the accounts of people who had lived in the house after Richard S.'s disappearance. They all reported strange occurrences, particularly involving the mirror. Some claimed to see shadowy figures. Others spoke of feeling watched. and a few even experienced sleepwalking episodes similar to Jack. I knew I had to do something. That night, I confronted Jack with what I had learned. He was skeptical at first, but the fear in my eyes must have convinced him. "We need to get rid of that mirror," I insisted. "It is the source of all this." Reluctantly, Jack agreed. We decided to remove the mirror the next morning and store it in the attic until we could figure out how to dispose of it properly. As we lay in bed that night, I felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe, just maybe, things would get better once the mirror was gone. But fate had other plans. At precisely 2 a.m., Jack sat up once again, his movements mechanical and eerie. He walked to the mirror, and this time I followed closely, determined to intervene. As he stood there, staring into the glass, I reached out to pull him away. Suddenly, the room grew cold, and the air around us seemed to shimmer. I saw it clearly this time, a dark, shadowy figure within the mirror, reaching out towards Jack. Panic surged through me, and I grabbed his arm, trying to pull him back. "Jack, snap out of it!" I screamed, my voice echoing in the room. The figure in the mirror moved closer, its hand almost touching Jack's reflection. I felt a force pushing me back, but I fought against it, using all my strength to hold on to Jack. With a final, desperate effort, I yanked him away from the mirror. He collapsed onto the floor, breathing heavily, his eyes wide with terror. "Claire," he gasped, "it is not just a dream. It is real. They are trying to take me." Tears streamed down my face as I held him close. "I know, Jack, I know. We have to get out of here. Now." We did not wait until morning. We packed our essentials and left the house, leaving the cursed mirror behind. As we drove away, I glanced back one last time, hoping to never see that place again. We found a small motel in town and checked in, both of us too exhausted and scared to talk. That night, we slept fitfully, haunted by the memories of what we had witnessed. In the days that followed, I contacted a local historian and a paranormal investigator, determined to understand the true nature of the evil that had invaded our lives. Jack and I were determined to fight back, to reclaim our peace and sanity. Little did we know the real battle was just beginning. The mirror's dark influence was far-reaching, and it would take everything we had to break free from its grasp. The days spent at the motel offered little respite. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow cast by the dim lights seemed to remind us of the horrors we had left behind. Jack was plagued by nightmares, waking up drenched in sweat, his eyes wild with fear. The scratches on his body had stopped appearing, but the psychological torment continued. I contacted Professor Alan Wright, a local historian and expert in occult practices. He agreed to meet us at a small cafe in town. When Jack and I walked in, we spotted him immediately, a wiry man in his 60s with piercing blue eyes and a weathered face that spoke of years spent delving into dark histories. As we sat down, I wasted no time. "Professor Wright, we need your help. We think there is something terribly wrong with the house we are staying in." He leaned forward, his expression grave. "Tell me everything." I recounted the events of the past weeks, from Jack's nightly episodes to the dark history of Richard Hawthorne and his obsession with mirrors. Wright listened intently, occasionally nodding or scribbling notes in a worn leather notebook. When I finished, he let out a long sigh. "You are dealing with something very old and very dangerous. Hawthorne was notorious in occult circles for his experiments with mirror portals. It is said that he succeeded in opening a doorway to another realm, a realm inhabited by dark entities." Jack's face paled. "So, what do we do? How do we stop it?" "The mirror must be destroyed," Wright said firmly. "But it is not as simple as smashing it. Mirrors used in such rituals are often protected by powerful enchantments. Destroying it improperly could release the entities trapped inside or make the situation even worse." My heart sank. "Then how do we destroy it?" "We need to perform a counter-ritual," he explained. "A ritual that will sever the connection between our world and the one beyond the mirror. It is risky, but it is the only way." He gave us a list of items we would need: candles, salt, herbs, and a specific incantation. We spent the next few days gathering everything, preparing ourselves mentally and emotionally for what was to come. Jack was hesitant. Fear etched on his face. but I reassured him that we had to see this through. On the night of the ritual, we returned to the house. The air was thick with tension as we stepped inside, the oppressive silence pressing down on us. The mirror stood in the bedroom, an ominous presence that seemed to watch our every move. Professor Wright set up the candles in a circle around the mirror, sprinkling salt and herbs in a meticulous pattern. He handed us each a piece of paper with the incantation written on it. "Whatever happens, do not stop chanting," he instructed. "We need to keep the entities at bay until the ritual is complete." We nodded, our resolve firm despite the fear gnawing at our insides. As we began to chant, the room grew colder, the shadows lengthening and twisting in unnatural ways. The mirror-S surface shimmered, and I could see the dark figure lurking within, its eyes glowing with malevolence. Suddenly, the figure reached out, its hand pressing against the glass. Jack S. chanting faltered, but I grabbed his hand, squeezing it tightly. "Do not stop," I urged, my voice shaking. The air around us crackled with energy, and a low growl emanated from the mirror. The figure began to push through, its form becoming more distinct. I could see its twisted features, a grotesque mockery of humanity. "Hold on," Wright shouted over the growing noise. "We are almost there." With one final desperate chant, the mirror shattered, the sound deafening in the confined space. Shards of glass flew in all directions, and the figure let out a piercing scream before dissipating into the ether. The room fell silent, the oppressive weight lifting as if a great burden had been removed. We collapsed to the floor, breathing heavily, our bodies trembling from the ordeal. "It is done," Wright said, his voice hoarse. "The connection is severed." We stayed in the house that night, too exhausted to leave. For the first time in weeks, Jack slept peacefully, his face relaxed and free of fear. I watched over him, my heart swelling with relief and hope. The next morning, we packed our things, ready to leave the house behind for good. As we stood on the porch, I turned to Professor Wright. "Thank you," I said, my voice filled with gratitude. "We could not have done it without you." He nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. "Take care of each other, and remember, some doors are better left closed." Jack and I drove away, the house growing smaller in the rearview mirror. We had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, but I could not shake the feeling that our ordeal was far from over. The shadow of the mirror lingered in my mind, a haunting reminder of the evil we had confronted. As we settled into our new home, I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, half expecting the dark figure to reappear. Jack was more optimistic, insisting that we had put the past behind us. But deep down, I knew that the Mirror-S curse was not so easily vanquished. Little did we know, the true horror was yet to reveal itself, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. The days that followed our encounter with the mirror were marked by a fragile sense of normalcy. We moved to a new house, a modern apartment far removed from the sinister charm of the countryside. Jack seemed to regain his old self, his laughter returning, the nightmares subsiding. For a while, it felt like we had truly left the darkness behind. But I could not shake the feeling that something was still wrong. I found myself waking up in the middle of the night, staring into the darkness, my mind replaying the events over and over. Jack noticed my anxiety, but assured me that we were safe. I wanted to believe him, to let go of the lingering fear, but something deep within me knew that our ordeal was not over. One night, as I lay in bed unable to sleep, I heard a faint whispering sound. At first I thought it was the wind, but as I strained to listen, the whispers grew clearer, more insistent. They seemed to be coming from the living room. My heart pounded in my chest as I crept out of bed, moving silently through the darkened apartment. As I entered the living room, I saw Jack standing by the window, his back to me. He was murmuring softly, his words unintelligible. The moonlight cast an eerie glow on his figure, making him look almost ghostly. "Jack," I called out, my voice trembling. He did not respond. I moved closer, my fear mounting. "Jack, what are you doing?" He turned slowly, his eyes blank and unseeing. "Claire, they never left," he whispered, his voice filled with dread. They are still with us. A cold chill ran down my spine. What do you mean? They are in the mirrors, he said, pointing to the small decorative mirror on the wall. They have always been watching. I felt a surge of panic. How could this be happening? We had destroyed the cursed mirror, had we not? The whispering grew louder, more frantic. I looked around, feeling the walls closing in on me. Every reflective surface seemed to shimmer with a dark, malevolent energy. We need to leave, I said, grabbing Jacka's arm. Now. But as I turned to go, I felt a sudden, powerful force pulling me back. I stumbled, falling to the floor. Jack stood over me, his expression twisted in agony. It is too late, Claire, he said. They will not let us go. In that moment, I realized the horrifying truth. The Mirror-S curse had not been confined to a single object. It had spread, infecting every mirror we came into contact with. The entities were still with us, bound to our reflections. Desperate, I scrambled to my feet and ran to the bathroom where the largest mirror in the apartment hung above the sink. I grabbed a towel and threw it over the glass, trying to block the malevolent presence. But the whispering continued, undeterred. Jack followed me, his eyes filled with a strange, resigned calm. We cannot escape them, he said softly. They are a part of us now. I shook my head, refusing to accept it. There has to be a way. We need to find Professor Wright. He will know what to do. We left the apartment that night, driving through the empty streets to Professor Wright's house. When we arrived, we pounded on the door, our desperation evident. The professor opened the door, his face etched with concern. What has happened? They are still with us, I explained, my voice shaking. The entities, they are in the mirrors. Wright's expression darkened. Come inside. We sat in his dimly lit study, the weight of our situation pressing down on us. Wright listened as we recounted the events of the past few days. The curse has spread, he said gravely. It is not just confined to one mirror. The entities have found a way to attach themselves to any reflective surface. Is there any way to stop them? Jack asked, his voice barely a whisper. Wright hesitated. There is one possibility, but it is extremely dangerous. We would need to perform a final ritual, one that would banish the entities for good. But it requires a great sacrifice. Whatever it takes, I said firmly. We cannot live like this. Wright nodded, his eyes filled with sorrow. Very well. We must go back to the house where it all began. The ritual must be performed there. The thought of returning to that house filled me with dread. But I knew we had no other choice. The drive back was silent, the atmosphere heavy with anticipation and fear. As we approached the house, a sense of foreboding settled over us. We entered the house, now a shadow of its former self. The air was thick with an oppressive energy, and the walls seemed to whisper our names. Wright set up the ritual, explaining each step with meticulous care. The ritual requires a blood offering, he said, his voice solemn. It must be given willingly, and it must be powerful enough to sever the entity's hold. Jack and I exchanged a glance, understanding the gravity of what was being asked. Without hesitation, Jack stepped forward. I will do it, he said. I will be the offering. No, I protested, tears streaming down my face. There has to be another way. It is the only way, Wright insisted. The bond between the entities and Jack is the strongest. His sacrifice will ensure their banishment. Jack took my hand, his eyes filled with love and determination. Claire, I need you to be strong. This is the only way to save us. I clung to him, sobbing. I cannot lose you. You will not, he whispered. I will always be with you. With a heavy heart, I watched as Wright guided Jack through the final steps of the ritual. As the incantation reached its climax, Jack made the ultimate sacrifice, offering his blood to break the curse. The air crackled with energy, and the entity's screams filled the room, echoing through the walls. The mirror shattered, releasing a blinding light that engulfed the house. When the light faded, the oppressive energy was gone. The entities had been banished, but the cost had been unbearable. I cradled Jacka's lifeless body, my heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. Professor Wright placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. His sacrifice was not in vain, he said softly. The curse is broken. We buried Jack near the house, in a quiet spot overlooking the woods. As I stood by his grave, I felt a strange sense of peace. The darkness that had haunted us was gone, but the memory of Jack's sacrifice would stay with me forever. I am depressed till this day, but life moved on. But I was forever changed. The shadows that had once loomed so large were now just memories, ghosts of a past I had survived. And though the nights were still sometimes filled with whispers and dreams of a dark figure in the mirror, I knew that Jack's love and sacrifice had given me the strength to face whatever came next. In the end, the mirror had shown us the depths of darkness, but it had also revealed the power of love and sacrifice. And that, I knew, was a light that could never be extinguished. It was a perfect spring morning, late in its days, when Emily and I first arrived at our new home. The air was crispy with the aura of blooming flowers, and the sky was an unmarred expanse of blue. We had spent months scouring for the right place, and when we laid eyes on this cozy little house in the suburbs, it seemed like a dream come true. Everything was idyllic about the neighborhood. Children played in the streets. Neighbors met with warm smiles, and there was an unmistakable air of peace and security. As we unpacked our boxes and began the settlement in, our neighbors came over to introduce themselves. There was Mr. Henderson, the old man next door, who was always pruning his rose bushes. Living opposite were the Myers, a very jolly couple with twin girls who peeped out from behind their mother-s legs to shyly wave at us. And lastly, the Parkers, who on that very first weekend had us over for a barbecue. Things were so amiable I couldn't believe my luck. The first days went by in a whirl of unpacking and starting to make out our way around the new place. Emily, especially, fawned over the ample backyard that our new abode graced us with, fit for the garden of her dreams. My own time was spent getting our new home office all set up, and some of the renovation projects we had lined up planned out. In the evenings, we would sit on our porch, sipping wine and soaking in the serene atmosphere. It didn't take long for the first weird thing to happen. It was Wednesday evening, and we were both knocked out after having worked all day unpacking. Laying in bed, I heard a strange noise outside, really faint, like some kind of far-off chant being carried on the wind. I sat up and strained to listen, but it was gone as quickly as it had come. Beside me, Emily stirred. "What's wrong?" she asked, her voice groggy. "Nothing. I just thought that I heard something," I replied, while trying to push off the unease that settled in my chest. The next morning, I told Mr. Henderson when we were chatting across the fence. He looked at me searchingly and then smiled. "You will hear all sorts of noises around here. It's just the wind playing tricks on you," he said. But there was something in his eyes that belied the reassurance in his tone. I tried to put the previous night behind me, but the next night the chanting returned. This time it was louder, clearer, and it was chilling. I sat up from the bed and walked to the window, peering into the darkness. The street was empty, only the streetlights emanated a glow. Yet the sound continued, a rhythmic chant that seemed to be resounding out of the depths of the neighborhood. Emily awakened again, this time more cognitively aware. "Do you hear that?" I murmured. She nodded, her eyes wide with worry. "It's so eerie." The chanting came to an abrupt stop, leaving a foreboding silence in the room. Both of us sat there for what seemed like forever, neither saying anything. It wasn't until the very next day that I considered any form of investigation. Thus, I embarked on a walk around the neighborhood, clearly keeping an eye on anything out of order. Everything was just perfect. All the kids were playing around, neighbors gardening, and usual suburban activity. Yet, there was something unsettling going on underneath it all. Something I just couldn't put my finger on. At the barbecue that weekend, I had mentioned, in passing, to our hosts, the Parkers, that I was hearing weird noises. Mark Parker shook his head, laughing. "You're probably just hearing the wind," he said, repeating Mr. Henderson. "This place can play tricks on you if you're not used to it." But looking around at the other neighbors, I noticed a few uneasy looks exchanged. Emily and I shared a glance, saying something was not quite right with this. As the weeks passed, we chanted every night. We lost sleep, some deep feeling of foreboding eating away inside us. We tried to record the sound, but each time we played it back, it was nothing more than white noise. The friction between the both of us was growing as well, with the both of us clearly feeling the strain of both sleepless nights and the quiet, unspoken fear that something had gone very wrong indeed. And so, one fateful night, we decided to track down the sound. It was perilous, but desperation drove us. We sneaked out from the house, ensuring there were no eyes on us. The chanting lured us through the neighborhood into the denser section, the rhythm now loud and eerie. We heeded its call to a small wooded area on the suburb fringe, someplace we had never ventured. In the midst, there was an opening within the trees, and at its center stood a gathering of robed and hooded figures whose faces defied the seeing. They stood in a circle, chanting words not understood by our ears. In the circle-S center, there was a stone altar with strange marks. Emily latched onto my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "We have to get out of here," she said, her voice trembling. We were riveted to the spot, unable to rip our eyes from the gruesome scene playing out before us. By the time the chant had reached its freak-out apex, one of the figures raised a knife, and horror dawning, we realized there was someone tied to the altar. And we ran back to our house, hearts pounding fast, with that image of the ritual burned in our minds. We locked all doors and windows, petrified that those cult members saw us. That night, we didn't sleep at all, huddled together in the living room, waiting for anything to happen. The next day, we decided to go to the police. We had to tell somebody about that. But coming to the station, we faced skepticism. The officer was rather polite, of course, yet showed some signs of sarcasm and a clear wish to mean that we were just another pair of overactive imaginations stirred up by too many horror movies. This made us go home even more frustrated and scared, but more than ever, determined to get to the bottom of this. We also began keeping a very detailed journal of the noises and other strange occurrences, starting on research on the history of the neighborhood where they live, attempting to find any clues we can piece together to explain these events. What we found was chilling. The entire suburb had been built over an ancient settlement, one with a very dark past. There were rumors of some cult that practiced human sacrifice, a group that seemed to disappear into thin air at the time the settlement was abandoned. The more we investigated, the more it looked as if the cult had somehow managed to survive and had blended in with the friendly faces of our neighbors. As we pieced together the puzzle, we got a growing sense of dread. Realization dawned on us this was far deeper than ever imagined, and exposing the truth would be far more perilous than ever thought of. But we couldn't go back now, not with our lives on the line. The final straw came when we received an anonymous note in our mailbox. It was a single piece of paper, with the message scrawled in some spidery hand: "Stop asking questions, or you'll be next." Then we knew we were running out of time. Unless we acted soon, we would just be another set of victims of the horrifying rituals the cult performed. Our once quiet neighborhood had been turned into our worst nightmare, and we were in the middle of it. With no one to trust and nowhere to turn, Emily and I prepared for the fight of our lives. The reality of horror faced had not yet set in, for we knew not exactly how deep the darkness really was. But one thing we did know: we will not go down without a fight. The note was a stark reminder of the danger we faced, but it also solidified our resolve. We couldn't run, not yet. We had to uncover the truth and put an end to the cult's horrifying rituals. Emily and I decided to divide our efforts. She would continue researching, while I would gather evidence and try to find allies among the neighbors. Our first step was to install hidden cameras around the house, especially near windows and doors. We hoped to catch some footage of the chanting or any other suspicious activity. As we reviewed the recordings each morning, the tension in our home grew. We saw shadows moving outside our windows, figures lurking in the darkness, but nothing concrete that we could take to the authorities. One night, as we were reviewing the footage, we saw something that made our blood run cold. A hooded figure appeared on the screen, standing just outside our bedroom window. The figure stood there, motionless, staring into the camera for what felt like an eternity before disappearing into the night. We realized with horror that they knew we were watching them, and they were watching us right back. Emily suggested we try to find allies among the neighbors. We needed to know if anyone else was aware of the cult or had experienced anything similar. We started with the Myers. Over coffee one afternoon, we carefully broached the subject, mentioning the strange noises and our sleepless nights. Mrs. Meyer's cheerful demeanor faltered for a moment, and she glanced nervously at her husband. "It's probably just the wind," she said quickly, but there was a tremor in her voice. After that, conversations with our neighbors took on a new tone. Some were evasive, like the Myers, while others seemed genuinely clueless. But there were a few who reacted with subtle, telltale signs of fear or discomfort. One such neighbor was Mrs. Thompson, an elderly widow who lived 2 houses down. When we mentioned the chanting, her face went pale and she quickly changed the subject. Determined to get to the bottom of it, I decided to pay her a visit alone. Emily wasn't comfortable with the idea, but we both knew we needed answers. I knocked on Mrs. Thompson's door one afternoon and she answered with a wary expression. "Mrs. Thompson, I need to talk to you about the chanting," I said, keeping my voice low. "Please, we're not safe. I need to know what you know." She hesitated, looking around nervously before stepping aside to let me in. Her house was dimly lit, filled with the scent of old books and lavender. She led me to the living room, where we sat across from each other. "I have lived here for over 40 years, she began, her voice barely above a whisper. "The chanting started about 20 years ago, after that new development was built. I have seen things, heard things, but the people who speak out disappear. It is safer to stay quiet." My heart pounded in my chest. "Do you know who they are?" She nodded, her eyes filled with fear. "The cult, they're the descendants of the original settlers. They never left. They blend in, keep to themselves. But they've always been here, watching, waiting. Why hasn't anyone done anything?" I asked, frustration creeping into my voice. "They are powerful," she replied. "They have connections, control, and they're willing to do anything to protect their secrets." I thanked her and left, my mind racing with the implications of what she had told me. Emily and I were up against a force far more dangerous and entrenched than we had imagined, but knowing the truth only strengthened our resolve. We decided to try one last effort to gather evidence. We placed a hidden camera near the wooded area where we had seen the ritual. For several nights we watched the footage, hoping to catch something definitive. On the 4th night, we struck gold. The camera captured the cult members in the clearing, chanting and performing their ritual. It was blurry, but it was undeniable proof. Armed with this evidence, we returned to the police station. This time, we demanded to speak to a higher authority. After much persistence, we were granted an audience with Detective Harris, a stern-looking man in his 50s. We showed him the footage, and to our relief, he took it seriously. "This is disturbing," he said, frowning at the screen. "I'll start an investigation immediately." For the first time in weeks, we felt a glimmer of hope, but that night the cult retaliated. We woke to the sound of glass shattering. Someone had thrown a brick through our window with another note attached. "You were warned." The message was clear. They knew we had gone to the police, and they were not going to let us expose them without a fight. We knew we had to be more careful, but we couldn't back down now. The next day, Emily and I went to the library to continue our research. We needed to find out more about the cult's history and any weaknesses we could exploit. As we delved into old newspapers and historical records, we uncovered a pattern of disappearances and unexplained deaths dating back decades. The cult had been operating in the shadows for far longer than we had imagined. That evening, as we returned home, we noticed a car following us. Panic set in, but we managed to lose them by taking a series of random turns. When we finally made it back to our house, we realized just how close we were to real danger. The cult was watching us, and they were getting bolder. We decided to confront Mr. Henderson. He had always seemed a bit too reassuring, and now we suspected he might know more than he was letting on. Under the guise of asking for gardening advice, I struck up a conversation with him while Emily discreetly recorded it. "So, Mr. Henderson, what can you tell me about the history of this neighborhood?" I asked casually. He looked up from his rose bushes, his expression unreadable. "It's a quiet place, lots of history. Why do you ask?" "We've been hearing some strange things," I said, choosing my words carefully. "Some old legends about the area." His eyes narrowed slightly. "Legends are just that, stories. Best not to get caught up in them." But I pressed on. "We've heard rumors about a cult. Do you know anything about that?" For a moment, there was a flicker of something in his eyes, fear, anger, or perhaps both. Then he forced a smile. "Just rumors, nothing more. You two should focus on settling in, not chasing ghosts." It was clear he wasn't going to give us any information willingly, but his reaction confirmed our suspicions. We thanked him and left, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. That night the chanting returned, louder and more menacing than ever. It seemed to echo through the walls, making sleep impossible. Emily and I sat in the living room, clutching each other, our nerves frayed to the breaking point. Suddenly there was a loud knock on the door. We froze, our hearts pounding. The knock came again, more insistent this time. I grabbed a baseball bat and approached the door cautiously. "Who is it?" I called out, my voice shaking. "It's Detective Harris," came the reply. "I need to talk to you." Relief washed over me as I opened the door. Harris stepped inside, looking grim. "We've been following up on your information," he said. "There's just something you need to see." He led us to his car and drove us to the police station. There, he showed us a file filled with photos and reports. "These are from past investigations into the cult. Every time we get close, the evidence disappears. Witnesses recant their statements, and officers involved in the cases face repercussions." I looked at the photos, my stomach turning. What kind of repercussions? "Threats, disappearances, even deaths," Harris replied. "The cult is deeply entrenched in this community. They have people in positions of power. But now, with your evidence, we have a chance to bring them down." Emily and I exchanged a determined look. "What do we need to do?" she asked. Harris outlined a plan. We would need to gather more concrete evidence, something undeniable that couldn't be dismissed or made to disappear. He suggested we try to infiltrate one of the cult's rituals, but the risk was enormous. If we were caught, we would likely be killed. Despite the danger, we agreed. We couldn't live in fear any longer. Harris arranged for us to have a safe house to retreat to if things went wrong. With his help, we began preparing for the infiltration. We bought disguises, practiced moving silently, and studied the layout of the wooded area where the rituals took place. The night of the infiltration arrived. Emily and I donned our disguises and made our way to the clearing. We stayed hidden in the shadows, our hearts pounding as we watched the cult members gather. The chanting began, and we crept closer, careful to remain unseen. As we observed, we noticed a man who seemed to be leading the ritual. He wore a distinctive robe and carried a staff adorned with strange symbols. I recognized him as Mr. Henderson. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. He was more than just a neighbor, he was one of the cult's leaders. We recorded everything, capturing the ritual in its entirety. Just as the ceremony was reaching its climax, we heard a twig snap behind us. We turned to see two cult members standing there, their eyes wide with surprise and anger. "Run!" I shouted, grabbing Emily's hand. We bolted through the woods, the cult members in hot pursuit. The darkness was disorienting, and I stumbled over roots and fallen branches, but adrenaline kept me going. We burst out of the woods and onto a nearby street where Harris was waiting in his car. We dove in, and he sped off, leaving our pursuers behind. My chest heaved with relief as we watched the figures disappear into the distance. Back at the safe house, we reviewed the footage with Harris. It was clear and damning evidence that couldn't be ignored. He promised to take it to his superiors and ensure that the cult was exposed and dismantled. But as we sat there, a sense of unease settled over us. We had struck a blow against the cult, but we knew they wouldn't take it lying down. We would need to be vigilant to protect ourselves and each other from whatever retaliation might come. That night, as we tried to sleep in the safe house, the chanting began again. But this time it was different. It was louder, more frenzied, as if the cult knew they were cornered and were preparing for one final, desperate act. Emily and I held each other close, knowing that the battle was far from over. The confrontation had only just begun, and we would need all our courage and determination to see it through to the end. I remember the day I first arrived at the facility. It was late December 3rd, and the chill of winter had settled over the remote mountains of Eastern Europe. The drive to the research site took hours, winding through desolate, snow-covered roads that seemed to lead nowhere. It was as if we were being deliberately cut off from the world, isolated in a place where no one could reach us. The facility itself was a cold, concrete structure buried deep within the earth, a bunker designed to withstand any threat. Or at least, that is what they told us. I was one of only a handful of researchers selected for this project, a classified experiment funded by a shadowy branch of the military. Officially, our mission was to study the effects of extreme sensory deprivation on the human mind, but it was clear from the beginning that there was more to it than that. The military was interested in what lay beyond the edge of sanity, in the secrets that could be unlocked when the human mind was pushed to its absolute limits. We were told that our work could revolutionize psychological warfare, that we could find a way to break even the strongest minds, to uncover truths that no one else could. The volunteers, 5 of them, all war veterans, had been carefully selected as well. They were men who had seen the worst of humanity, who had fought in some of the bloodiest battles of the last decade. Each of them was haunted by their experiences, suffering from severe post-traumatic stress disorder. They had been promised that this experiment would help them, that it would rid them of the nightmares and the flashbacks that plagued their every waking moment. In exchange, they agreed to endure 10 days of complete sensory deprivation. The cells we placed them in were designed to be absolute. Each cell was soundproof, lightproof, and cut off from any external stimuli. There was no sound, no light, no way for the outside world to reach them. The only connection they had was to us, through the microphones we had implanted in their skulls, a cutting-edge technology that allowed us to monitor their thoughts in real time. It was a strange sensation, listening to someone's inner voice, hearing their most private thoughts as if they were speaking them aloud. But it was also necessary. We needed to know what was happening inside their minds as they drifted deeper into isolation. At first, the volunteers seemed calm, almost indifferent. They had been briefed on what to expect, and they knew that the first few days would be the hardest. But they were soldiers after all, trained to endure hardship, to resist pain. They had survived far worse than this. I remember one of them, a tall, gaunt man named Mikhail, joking with the others as we led them to their cells. He laughed as he said, "This is nothing. I have been trapped in my own mind for years. What is a few more days?" The others chuckled along with him, their nerves masked by bravado. As we sealed each of them into their cells, I could not help but feel a pang of unease. I had read the briefing, had seen the data from previous, smaller experiments. I knew that sensory deprivation could be dangerous, that it could cause hallucinations, paranoia, even madness. But this was different. This was something new, something no one had ever attempted on this scale. We were venturing into uncharted territory, and no one could predict what would happen. For the first few hours, everything was quiet. We monitored the subjects' thoughts as they settled into their cells, listening as their minds wandered through memories, random musings, and idle thoughts. Some of them tried to sleep, but the silence was too overwhelming, too oppressive. Their minds buzzed with activity, unable to find rest in the void we had created around them. It was not until the second day that I began to notice the first signs of stress. Their thoughts became more erratic, jumping from one subject to another with increasing speed. They were reliving old memories, battles they had fought, friends they had lost. The silence around them was amplifying their trauma, forcing them to confront the very things they had been trying to escape. And yet, they held on. They knew they were being monitored, and they did not want to appear weak. So they pushed their fears and their pain deep down, trying to focus on anything else. By the third day, their thoughts began to change. The randomness was gone, replaced by a strange kind of rhythm, a pattern that I could not quite place. It was as if their minds were syncing up, aligning in ways that defied logic. I mentioned it to the lead scientist, Dr. Volkov, a man as cold and unyielding as the mountains around us. He dismissed my concerns, chalking it up to coincidence. "Their minds are under stress," he said. "It is natural for them to fall into similar patterns. They are all experiencing the same conditions after all." But it did not feel natural. It felt like something was happening, something we did not understand. I wanted to investigate further, to dig deeper into the data, but Dr. Volkov insisted we stay the course. We were only halfway through the experiment, and he was determined to see it through to the end. "We need to let this play out," he said. "We need to know what happens when they reach their breaking point." So I stayed silent, pushing down my unease and focusing on my work. But I could not shake the feeling that we were treading on dangerous ground, that we were pushing these men towards something we could not control. And as the days wore on, that feeling only grew stronger. By the fourth day, the atmosphere in the facility had shifted. The air felt thicker, heavier, as if the very walls were closing in on us. The researchers, usually focused and disciplined, were growing tense and irritable. It was as if the silence from the cells had begun to seep into our own minds, making it harder to think, to concentrate. I noticed it in the way we spoke to each other, short, clipped sentences, terse exchanges that hinted at the underlying tension. We were all on edge, though none of us would admit it. The subjects' thoughts had become more synchronized, their individual voices blending into a collective hum that was both fascinating and unsettling. It was as if they were losing their individuality, their minds merging into a single entity that we could not quite comprehend. I spent hours listening to the transmissions, trying to discern any patterns or meanings in their thoughts. But it was like trying to decode static. Every now and then, a coherent thought would break through, fragments of memories, images of past battles, flashes of emotion. But they were fleeting, swallowed up by the ever-present hum. On the fifth day, the hum began to change. It grew louder, more insistent, as if the subjects were trying to communicate something to us, something they could not quite articulate. I could sense their frustration, their fear, but I could not grasp what was causing it. The other researchers noticed it too, though they were reluctant to acknowledge it. Dr. Volkov in particular seemed determined to ignore it, brushing off any concerns as mere distractions. "This is the natural progression of the experiment," he insisted. "Their minds are adapting to the deprivation. It is exactly what we expected." But it was not what I expected. I had read the studies on sensory deprivation, the case reports of hallucinations, paranoia, even temporary insanity. But this was different. This was not just the mind playing tricks on itself. This was something deeper, something more primal. The subjects were no longer thinking as individuals. They were thinking as a group, their minds intertwined in a way that defied explanation. Then, on the sixth day, everything went silent. It happened suddenly, without warning. One moment I was listening to the hum, trying to make sense of it, and the next, there was nothing. The transmissions from the subjects stopped completely, as if someone had flipped a switch. I remember staring at the monitor, waiting for something, anything to come through. But the silence was absolute. No thoughts, no emotions, just a void where their minds had been. Panic spread through the facility. The engineers scrambled to check the equipment, convinced that there must be a technical malfunction. But everything was working perfectly. The microphones were intact, the signal strong. There was no reason for the silence, no explanation for why the subjects had suddenly stopped transmitting. It was as if their minds had simply shut down. Dr. Volkov was visibly shaken, though he tried to hide it. He ordered us to monitor the subjects closely, to record any changes no matter how small. "This is unprecedented," he said, his voice strained. "We are witnessing something truly extraordinary here. We need to document everything." But there was nothing to document. The subjects remained silent, their thoughts a blank slate. The tension in the facility grew unbearable, the silence pressing down on us like a physical weight. We were all waiting for something to happen, for the subjects to break through the silence and give us some clue as to what was happening inside their minds. But the hours dragged on, and still there was nothing. By the 7th day, the silence had become maddening. I found myself straining to hear even the faintest whisper, my ears attuned to every creak and groan of the building. I was not the only one. The other researchers were on edge, snapping at each other over the smallest things. Even Dr. Volkov, usually so composed, was starting to crack. He spent hours in his office reviewing the data over and over, looking for any clue that might explain what was happening. But there was no data, no explanation, just silence. On the 8th day, I began to wonder if we had made a terrible mistake, if maybe we had pushed these men too far, driven them beyond the point of no return. The thought haunted me, gnawing at the back of my mind as I sat in the control room, staring at the blank monitors. I thought about Mikhail and his bravado, about the others and the hope they had clung to when they entered those cells. They had trusted us, believed that we could help them, and now they were lost, trapped in a place we could not reach. It was then that I started to notice something else, something that sent a chill down my spine. The silence was not just in the cells, it was in the facility itself. The usual hum of machinery, the distant rumble of generators, even the faint murmur of the other researchers, it was all gone. It was as if the facility had been swallowed by the same void that had claimed the subjects. The only sound was the beat of my own heart, loud and insistent in the oppressive quiet. On the 9th day, I knew we had to act. We could not just sit there, waiting for something to happen. We had to know what had gone wrong, what had happened to those men. Dr. Volkov was resistant at first, but even he could not deny the reality of the situation. The experiment had gone off the rails, and we were flying blind. Reluctantly, he agreed to open the cells to see what had become of the subjects. I was there when the first door was opened. The smell hit us first, a sharp, metallic odor that made my stomach churn. It was the smell of fear, of sweat and something else, something I could not quite place. As the door swung open, I braced myself for what we might find, but nothing could have prepared me for the sight that greeted us. Mikhail was sitting on the floor, his back against the wall, his eyes wide open, staring blankly ahead. His face was gaunt, his skin stretched tight over his bones, and his hands were raw, the nails torn and bloody. He had been scratching at the walls, carving strange, jagged symbols into the concrete. Symbols that I could not understand, that made no sense. But it was his expression that haunted me the most. It was a look of pure, unadulterated terror, as if he had seen something so horrifying that his mind had simply broken. He did not move, did not react as we approached. It was as if he was frozen in place, trapped in a nightmare that he could not escape. The other cells were the same. Each of the subjects was sitting in the exact same position, their bodies rigid, their eyes wide open. The walls of their cells were covered in the same symbols, scratched into the concrete with desperate, bloody fingers. And their expressions, those expressions will stay with me for the rest of my life. It was then that I realized the true horror of what we had done. We had not just broken these men, we had destroyed them. Whatever had happened in those cells, whatever they had experienced in the silence, it had shattered their minds, leaving them empty shells of the men they once were. And the worst part was, we still did not know why. We did not know what had caused the silence, what had driven them to this state. All we had were the symbols on the walls, the mute testimony of their suffering. As we stood there, staring at the wreckage of our experiment, I could not shake the feeling that we had crossed a line, that we had unleashed something that could not be put back. And I wondered, not for the first time, if we were the ones who were truly lost. The 9th day began with a heavy sense of dread hanging over the facility. The air seemed thicker, colder, as if the very building had absorbed the fear and tension that permeated our every thought. The silence had become a living thing, pressing down on us with a weight that was almost unbearable. We had opened the cells, seen the state of the subjects, but the silence remained, unbroken, oppressive, and terrifying. Dr. Volkov was a man on the edge. The confident, driven leader who had insisted on seeing the experiment through was gone, replaced by someone I barely recognized. He was pale, his eyes sunken and bloodshot from lack of sleep. I had heard him pacing in his office at all hours, muttering to himself, reviewing the data over and over, searching for something, anything that could explain what had gone wrong. But there was nothing, just the silence. I was no better off. The image of Mikhail and the others sitting there frozen in fear haunted my every waking moment. I could not close my eyes without seeing their faces, without feeling the chill of that cell and the overwhelming sense of dread that had settled over us. The other researchers were just as affected, though no one dared to speak about it. We moved through the facility like ghosts, our footsteps echoing in the stillness, each of us lost in our own thoughts, our own fears. The only thing that seemed to matter now was breaking the silence. We needed to know what had happened, what had caused the subjects to fall into this catatonic state. Dr. Volkov ordered another round of tests, desperate to find some clue, some sign that would give us a direction, a way to understand what we were dealing with. But the tests were inconclusive. The subjects' vital signs were stable, heart rates, blood pressure, brain activity, all normal. But they were unresponsive, their minds locked away behind walls we could not penetrate. It was on the evening of the 9th day that something finally changed. I was in the control room, staring at the monitors, my mind numb with exhaustion and fear, when I noticed a flicker of movement. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there, a slight twitch of Mikhail's hand. My heart leaped in my chest as I leaned closer, my eyes straining to see if it would happen again. And then it did. His fingers twitched again, a small, jerky movement that sent a jolt of adrenaline through my system. I quickly called for Dr. Volkov and the other researchers, my voice trembling with a mixture of fear and excitement. This was the first sign of life we had seen since the silence had fallen, the first indication that the subjects were still there, somewhere. We crowded around the monitor, watching intently as Mikhail's hand moved again, this time more deliberately. His fingers curled, then uncurled, as if he was trying to grasp something that was not there. Dr. Volkov's eyes were wide, his breath shallow as he watched. "He is trying to communicate," he whispered, as if afraid that speaking too loudly would break the fragile connection. But communicate what? What could he possibly be trying to tell us after days of silence, of sitting in that frozen, terrified state? I could feel my heart pounding in my chest as I stared at the monitor, willing him to move again, to give us some clue, some sign that he was still aware of what was happening. And then, slowly, agonizingly, Mikhail's head began to turn. His movements were stiff, jerky, as if he was fighting against some unseen force. But he was moving. His eyes, still wide and unblinking, shifted slightly, focusing on something just outside the frame of the camera. My breath caught in my throat as I watched, unable to look away. Dr. Volkov ordered one of the researchers to go to Mikhail's cell to see what he was looking at. The tension in the room was palpable as we watched the researcher, Dr. Kozlov, a young man who had joined the project only a few months before, hesitate for a moment before nodding and hurrying out of the control room. We watched the monitor in silence, our eyes glued to the screen as we waited for Kozlov to enter the cell. It seemed to take forever, but finally we saw the door to Mikhail's cell open. Kozlov stepped inside, his expression tense and wary, as if he was expecting something to leap out at him from the shadows. He approached Mikhail slowly, his eyes darting around the room, searching for whatever it was that had caught Mikhail's attention. And then, suddenly, Mikhail's eyes locked onto Kozlov's. The movement was so fast, so sudden, that it sent a shockwave through the control room. Kozlov froze, his face pale as he stared back at Mikhail, who was now looking directly at him. There was something in Mikhail's gaze that I could not quite describe, a mixture of fear, desperation, and something else, something darker. It was as if he was trying to tell Kozlov something, trying to convey a message that he could not put into words. For a moment, Kozlov just stood there, staring back at Mikhail, his breath coming in short, shallow gasps. And then, slowly, he began to back away, his eyes wide with fear. He did not say anything, did not even turn his back to Mikhail as he retreated toward the door. It was as if he was afraid to break eye contact, afraid of what might happen if he did. When Kozlov finally reached the door, he stumbled out of the cell, slamming it shut behind him. He leaned against the wall, his face ashen, his hands trembling. We could see the terror in his eyes, the way his entire body shook with fear. But when Dr. Volkov demanded to know what had happened, what he had seen, Kozlov just shook his head, unable to speak. It was then that I realized we were in over our heads. Whatever had happened to the subjects, whatever had caused the silence, it was beyond our understanding. We had ventured into uncharted territory and we were completely unprepared for what we had found. Dr. Volkov tried to regain control, barking orders at Kozlov, demanding that he return to the cell, but it was no use. Kozlov was beyond reason, his mind shattered by whatever he had seen in Mikhail's eyes. The silence had claimed him as well, and there was nothing we could do to bring him back. As the night wore on, the tension in the facility reached a breaking point. The silence was no longer just a void. It was a presence, something that filled every corner of the building, pressing down on us with an almost physical weight. We moved through the halls like shadows, our footsteps muffled, our voices barely above a whisper. It was as if we were afraid to disturb the silence, afraid of what might happen if we did. And then, in the early hours of the morning, the silence was broken. It was a sound, faint at first, but unmistakable. A low, guttural moan rising from deep within the facility. It was a sound of pain, of fear, of something that had been trapped for far too long. We all heard it at the same time, our heads snapping up, our eyes wide with fear. It was coming from the cells. Dr. Volkov was the first to react, his face pale as he ordered us to the control room. We hurried through the halls, our hearts pounding, the moan growing louder with each step. By the time we reached the control room, the sound had become a full-fledged scream, an agonized primal wail that sent chills down my spine. We crowded around the monitors, our eyes glued to the screens. The subjects were moving, slowly, jerkily, but they were moving. Mikhail was clawing at his face, his mouth open in a silent scream, his eyes wide with terror. The others were thrashing in their cells, their bodies contorted in unnatural positions, their faces twisted in pain. It was chaos, pure and simple. The silence had shattered, and in its place was a nightmare that none of us could comprehend. We watched, helpless, as the subjects tore at their own flesh, their screams echoing through the facility, filling every corner with their pain. Dr. Volkov tried to take control, barking orders, but it was no use. The experiment had spiraled out of control, and there was nothing we could do to stop it. The subjects were beyond saving, their minds lost to whatever horror they had encountered in the silence. As the night wore on, the screams grew louder, more desperate. The facility shook with their agony, the walls trembling as if they could barely contain the madness within. We were trapped, surrounded by the sound of their suffering, unable to escape the nightmare we had created. And in that moment, I knew that we had unleashed something far worse than we could have ever imagined. The morning of the 10th day was like waking from a nightmare, only to realize that the terror had followed us into the daylight. The facility was deathly quiet, the screams of the previous night now replaced by an eerie calm that felt even more oppressive. The silence was back, but it was different now, heavier, more foreboding, as if it were waiting for something. None of us had slept. We spent the night huddled in the control room, too afraid to leave, too exhausted to move. The monitors showed the subjects lying still in their cells, their bodies twisted in unnatural positions, their faces frozen in expressions of agony. The only movement came from the slow rise and fall of their chests, a faint sign that they were still alive. Dr. Volkov was a wreck. The calm, calculated scientist who had led us through this experiment was gone, replaced by a man barely holding on to his sanity. His hands trembled as he paced the room, muttering to himself, his eyes darting from one monitor to the next, as if searching for some explanation, some clue that would make sense of the madness. It was clear that we could not continue. The experiment had failed, spectacularly, catastrophically. The subjects were beyond our help, their minds shattered, their bodies on the brink of collapse. There was nothing left to do but end it, to put them out of their misery and hope that we could salvage something from the wreckage. But the thought of entering those cells, of facing what we had done, filled me with dread. I was not alone. The other researchers were just as terrified, their faces pale, their eyes wide with fear. No one wanted to go near the subjects to see the aftermath of the horror that had unfolded in those rooms. It was Dr. Volkov who finally made the decision. "We have to end this," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "We cannot leave them like this. It is inhumane." Inhumane. The word echoed in my mind, a bitter reminder of how far we had strayed from our original mission. We were supposed to be helping these men, curing them of their trauma, their pain. Instead, we had pushed them to the brink of insanity, driven them to mutilate themselves, to scream in agony until their voices gave out. We prepared ourselves as best we could. The medical team gathered sedatives, enough to put the subjects into a deep, dreamless sleep from which they would never wake. The guards, normally stoic and unflappable, were visibly shaken, their hands gripping their weapons tightly as if expecting some monstrous thing to burst from the cells. When we finally opened the doors, the smell hit us like a physical blow, a rancid stench of sweat, blood, and something else, something I could not quite identify. It was the smell of fear, of death, of something that had gone horribly, terribly wrong. Mikhail's cell was the first. He was lying on the floor, his body twisted in an unnatural position, his limbs contorted as if he had been writhing in pain for hours. His face was pale, his eyes open but unseeing, his mouth frozen in a silent scream. The symbols he had scratched into the walls were smeared with blood, the jagged lines cutting deep into the concrete. But it was his hands that caught my attention. They were raw, the nails torn and bloody, the skin peeled back in strips. He had been clawing at his own face, his chest, his arms, tearing at his flesh as if trying to rip something out. The sight of it made my stomach turn, a cold, sick feeling spreading through my body. The medical team moved in quickly, administering the sedatives, their faces pale with fear and disgust. Mikhail did not resist, did not react at all. It was as if he was already gone, his body nothing more than a shell, a vessel that had been drained of whatever had once made him human. The other cells were the same. Each of the subjects was in the same position, their bodies twisted and contorted, their faces frozen in expressions of terror and pain. The symbols on the walls, scratched with desperate, bloody fingers, were identical, crude, jagged lines that seemed to have no meaning, no purpose, but were etched with a ferocity that spoke of unimaginable desperation. As we moved from cell to cell, the reality of what we had done began to sink in. We had broken these men, pushed them beyond the limits of human endurance, driven them to mutilate themselves in a futile attempt to escape the horror of their own minds. And for what? To satisfy some twisted curiosity, to see how far the human mind could be pushed before it snapped. The sedatives took effect quickly, and one by one the subjects fell into a deep, unnatural sleep. Their breathing slowed, their bodies relaxed, and the expressions of pain and terror gradually faded from their faces. It was a small mercy, a final act of kindness after all the suffering we had put them through. But as I watched them slip away, I could not shake the feeling that we had done something unforgivable, something that would haunt us for the rest of our lives. The images of their mutilated bodies, the symbols scratched into the walls, the screams that had echoed through the facility, they were burned into my memory, seared into my mind like a brand. When it was over, when the last of the subjects had been sedated and the cells were finally quiet, Dr. Volkov ordered the facility to be shut down. "We will bury this," he said, his voice hollow. "No one will ever know what happened here. We will destroy the records, dismantle the equipment. This never happened." But we all knew the truth. We could destroy the evidence, erase the data, but we could never forget. The experiment had failed in the most catastrophic way possible, and the consequences of that failure would follow us for the rest of our lives. As we left the facility, the cold wind biting at our faces, I could not help but look back at the building, at the concrete walls that had contained so much pain and suffering. It stood silent and empty now, but I knew that the memories of what had happened inside would never truly leave us. The drive back to civilization was a blur. The snow-covered roads winding through the mountains felt endless, and the weight of what we had done pressed down on me with every mile. No one spoke. We were all lost in our own thoughts, our own guilt. When I finally reached home, I felt a numbness settle over me, a cold, dead feeling that refused to go away. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw their faces. Frozen in terror, twisted in pain, and I would bolt upright in bed, my heart pounding, drenched in cold sweat. I could not escape the images that haunted my mind, their hollow, lifeless eyes, the jagged symbols etched into the concrete, the bloodied hands clawing at nothingness. Those memories stayed with me, lingering in the corners of my consciousness, refusing to let go. The days turned into weeks, and still, the nightmares persisted. I barely left my apartment, too ashamed to face the outside world, too afraid that someone would see the guilt etched on my face. My colleagues, those who had been there with me, kept their distance as well. We were bound together by our shared horror, yet we avoided each other, as if seeing one another would only make it worse. We all knew we had blood on our hands, even if it was not ours to see. Dr. Volkov had kept his word. Every piece of evidence, every scrap of data from the experiment was destroyed. The facility was dismantled, the equipment sold off or scrapped, and the research team was disbanded. It was as if the project had never existed, erased from history, buried under a mountain of secrecy and shame. But no amount of secrecy could erase the memories from my mind. I tried to move on, to rebuild some semblance of a normal life, but the past hung over me like a dark cloud. I found myself unable to focus on anything for long. My thoughts would drift back to those final days in the facility, replaying over and over in my mind like a broken record. I became consumed by the need to understand what had happened, to find some kind of closure, some explanation that would allow me to sleep at night. But the more I thought about it, the more questions I had, and the fewer answers I found. What had those symbols meant? Why had the subjects been compelled to carve them into the walls? What had caused the silence? And what had they seen in that darkness that had driven them to mutilate themselves in such a horrifying way? These questions gnawed at me, growing louder and more insistent with each passing day. I began to research everything I could find on sensory deprivation, psychological experiments, and the effects of isolation on the human mind. I devoured books, journals, anything that might offer a clue. But nothing I read came close to explaining what we had witnessed. The data I uncovered spoke of hallucinations, paranoia, even psychosis, but nothing like the collective silence, the shared madness that had taken hold of our subjects. It was as if they had tapped into something deeper, something ancient and primal, that no one had ever encountered before. I became obsessed, spending hours in libraries, searching through old records, trying to piece together some kind of narrative that made sense. But the more I searched, the more isolated I felt. I could not talk to anyone about what I had experienced, not my family, not my friends, not even my colleagues. The weight of that silence was crushing, driving me further into my own mind, into my own darkness. Months passed, and I withdrew completely from the world. I stopped answering phone calls, stopped responding to letters. My apartment became a prison, a place where I could wallow in my guilt and shame without anyone to judge me. I barely ate, barely slept. And when I did, the nightmares were always waiting, ready to drag me back into the horror of that cold, concrete facility. It was not until I received a letter, an official-looking envelope with a government seal, that I was jolted out of my isolation. The letter was brief, no more than a few sentences, but it was enough to send a chill down my spine. Your presence is required for a debriefing regarding Project Blackout. Be prepared to provide a full account of your experience. Confidentiality agreements remain in effect. The letter was unsigned, with no return address, just a date and a location, a government office in a city I had never been to before. The name Project Blackout was new to me, but I understood immediately what it referred to. The experiment, the one we had all agreed to forget, the one we had buried, was about to be dug up again. I felt a mix of dread and a strange sense of relief. Dread, because I knew I would have to relive those days in detail, recounting every horrific moment to people who could not possibly understand. And relief, because maybe, just maybe, I would finally get some answers. Maybe someone out there knew more than we did, had pieces of the puzzle that I had been missing. The days leading up to the debriefing were a blur of anxiety and fear. I did not know what to expect, who would be there, or what they wanted from me. The thought of stepping back into that world, of confronting the demons I had been trying to outrun, was almost too much to bear. But I knew I had to go. I had to face whatever awaited me, if only to put an end to the endless torment that had consumed my life. The office where the debriefing was held was in a nondescript building in a city I barely recognized. The kind of place you would walk by 1,000 times without noticing. Inside, the halls were sterile and quiet, the fluorescent lights casting a harsh glare on the polished floors. A secretary, her expression neutral and unreadable, led me to a small conference room where a group of men and women in suits were waiting. They introduced themselves as officials from various government agencies, though they did not offer specifics, and I did not ask. Their faces were cold, detached, as if what they were about to discuss was just another routine matter, something to be filed away at the end of the day. But I could see the curiosity in their eyes, the way they leaned in slightly when they asked their questions, the way they took notes on every detail I provided. For hours I recounted everything that had happened during the experiment. I told them about the subjects, about the early signs of synchronization, about the sudden silence and the horrific scenes we had encountered when we opened the cells. I spoke of the mutilations, the symbols, the screams that had haunted us through those final, terrible nights. I did not hold back, did not try to downplay any of it. If they wanted the truth, I would give it to them, all of it. When I finished, there was a long silence. The officials exchanged glances, their faces betraying nothing of what they were thinking. Finally, one of them, a tall man with a severe expression, spoke. "You have been through a difficult experience," he said, his voice flat and emotionless. We understand that this has taken a toll on you. However, it is imperative that you understand the importance of confidentiality. The information you have provided is classified, and any breach of confidentiality will be met with severe consequences. I nodded, though the words felt hollow. The threat of consequences meant little to me now. What more could they possibly do to me that I had not already done to myself? The debriefing ended with little fanfare. They thanked me for my cooperation, handed me a thick envelope containing what they called compensation for my service, and told me I was free to go. No answers, no explanations, just a reminder to keep my mouth shut and a check that felt like blood money. As I left the building, the envelope heavy in my hand, I felt a strange sense of emptiness. I had hoped that this meeting would bring me some closure, some understanding of what we had unleashed in that facility, but instead, I was left with more questions, more uncertainty. The government clearly knew more than they were letting on, but whatever they had learned from our experiment, they were not sharing it with me. The nightmares did not stop after the debriefing. If anything, they grew worse. The faces of the subjects, the symbols on the walls, the screams, they were with me always, a constant reminder of the horror we had unleashed. I tried to tell myself that it was over, that I could move on, but the truth was, I knew I would never escape it. In the end, I stopped fighting it. I stopped trying to understand, stopped searching for answers. I accepted that this was my life now, haunted by the past, living in the shadow of a mistake that could never be undone. The money they gave me sits untouched in a drawer, a grim reminder of the price of my silence. I've been in the gaming industry for several years now, and I've had my fair share of strange experiences. But what happened when I worked at one of the most prestigious game development companies, one famous for its iconic titles, still haunts me to this day. I never imagined I'd end up tangled in something so disturbing, something that still lingers in the back of my mind like a nightmare I can't wake up from. It all started when I got promoted to a special development team tasked with a top-secret project. The higher-ups were vague about the details, but they made it clear that this project was unlike anything we had ever worked on. The game was based on one of the most beloved franchises in gaming history, Super Mario. Now I know what you're thinking. Mario is about as wholesome as it gets. But this wasn't your typical Mario game. This was something else entirely. We were given a code name for the project, Mario 128. For those who don't know, Mario 128 was a tech demo shown off years ago that supposedly laid the groundwork for future Mario games. But what we were working on wasn't just a tech demo, it was a full game, and it had already been partially developed by another team. Our job was to finish it. When we were first shown the files, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The game looked like your standard Mario platformer, with bright, colorful environments and the familiar cast of characters. But as we dug deeper, we started to notice that something was off. The environments were there, sure, but the code was a mess, fragmented, incomplete, and riddled with glitches that didn't make any sense. The more we worked on it, the more the game seemed to resist our efforts to fix it. Glitches would appear out of nowhere, objects would randomly disappear, and certain levels would crash the game entirely. The worst part was that every time we fixed a bug, 2 more would pop up in its place. It was like the game was alive, actively fighting against us. It was around this time that we started noticing strange things happening outside of the game too. The office lights would flicker whenever we worked on Mario 128, and we'd hear strange noises, like distant laughter or faint music, coming from the computers even when the game wasn't running. We chalked it up to overwork and stress. After all, game development is notorious for long hours and sleepless nights, but deep down, I knew something wasn't right. One night, I stayed late to try and troubleshoot a particularly stubborn bug that kept causing the game to crash at the same point in the first level. Mario would run through the first few platforms, collecting coins and stomping Goombas. But as soon as he reached a certain pipe, the screen would freeze and the game would crash. It didn't matter what I did. The game refused to let Mario progress beyond that point. Frustrated, I decided to dig through the old project files to see if there was something I had missed. That's when I stumbled upon a folder buried deep within the game's code, labeled simply do_not_open. Curiosity got the better of me, and I opened it. Inside the folder were a series of files, videos, images, and text documents that made my blood run cold. The videos were distorted, grainy recordings of someone playing an earlier build of the game. But the gameplay was wrong. The environments were the same, but the colors were muted, almost drained of life. Mario's movements were jerky, unnatural, and he would often pause to stare directly at the screen as if he were aware he was being watched. The images were even worse. They showed various characters from the Mario universe, Luigi, Peach, Bowser, all twisted and deformed in ways that made them barely recognizable. Luigi's face was stretched into a grotesque grin, his eyes black pits. Peach looked like she had been crying, her makeup smudged and her eyes wide with terror. Bowser was barely more than a shadow, his silhouette distorted and menacing. The text documents were the most disturbing of all. They were written in a frantic, almost incoherent style, as if the person who wrote them was on the brink of madness. The notes talked about how the game had started as a standard Mario title, but had somehow taken on a life of its own. The original developers had tried to shut it down, but the game wouldn't let them. One note simply read, "It's watching me. It knows what I'm thinking." My heart was racing as I read through the documents. I didn't know what to make of it. Was this some kind of sick joke? A prank by the previous development team? But the more I read, the more I realized that this wasn't a joke, this was real. And whatever Mario 128 had become, it wasn't something that should exist. The next day, I showed the files to the rest of the team. We were all disturbed by what we saw, but the higher-ups brushed it off as leftover assets from a scrapped concept. They told us to focus on our work and to forget about the files. But it wasn't that easy. Once you've seen something like that, you can't just forget it. As we continued to work on the game, things got worse. The glitches became more frequent, more aggressive. The characters started to behave in ways we hadn't programmed. Mario would sometimes stop in the middle of a level and just stare at the screen, his eyes unblinking, his expression blank. Other times, he would refuse to jump or move forward, no matter how many times we pressed the buttons. The worst incident happened a few weeks later when we were testing a boss battle against Bowser. The battle started normally, with Bowser throwing fireballs and Mario dodging them. But halfway through, Bowser's model began to glitch. His body twisted and contorted, his roars turning into distorted screams that echoed through the speakers. The screen began to flicker, and for a split second, the image of Bowser's deformed face filled the screen, his eyes wide and bloodshot, his mouth twisted into a sickening grin. Then, without warning, the game crashed. The screen went black, and the room was filled with a deafening silence. We sat there, stunned, unsure of what had just happened. After that incident, we tried to convince the higher-ups to shut down the project, but they refused. They were too invested, too determined to see Mario 128 completed. They told us to push through, to fix the bugs, and to get the game ready for release. We didn't have a choice. So, we kept working, but every day felt like a battle. The game grew more hostile, more malevolent, as if it was feeding off our fear and desperation. The glitches became more violent, with characters' models distorting into horrific shapes, their screams echoing through the office. The music, once cheerful and familiar, had become twisted, a cacophony of distorted notes and eerie whispers that played even when we weren't testing the game. Then, one night, everything came to a head. I was working late again, trying to make sense of the latest round of glitches. The office was empty, save for the hum of the computers and the flickering of the fluorescent lights overhead. I loaded up the game, trying to test a fix I had implemented earlier that day. As soon as the game started, I knew something was wrong. The title screen was different. darker with the familiar Mario theme slowed down to a crawl. Mario's face was there, but it wasn't the Mario I knew. His eyes were sunken, and his expression was one of pain. I hesitated, my finger hovering over the power button, but something compelled me to continue. I pressed start, and the game loaded into the first level. But it wasn't the level I remembered. The colors were washed out, the sky a sickly gray. The once bright landscapes were now dark and twisted, the pipes and platforms jagged and broken. I moved Mario forward, my hands trembling as I guided him through the level. The enemies were all gone, replaced by a haunting silence that pressed down on me like a weight. I tried to jump, but Mario wouldn't respond. He just kept walking, his movements slow and labored, as if he was being controlled by something else. Then, out of the corner of the screen, I saw it, something moving in the shadows, a figure, tall and slender, with glowing red eyes. It was Luigi, but not the Luigi I knew. His face was twisted into that same grotesque grin from the images I had found, his eyes two black pits that seemed to stare right through me. Luigi started moving towards Mario, his steps slow and deliberate. I tried to turn Mario around, to make him run, but he wouldn't respond. He just kept walking forward, towards Luigi, towards whatever fate awaited him. As Luigi got closer, the screen began to glitch, the image flickering and distorting. I could hear the whispers again, growing louder, more insistent. They were saying something, but I couldn't make it out. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. Suddenly, the screen went black. For a moment, I thought the game had crashed again, but then I saw something. A single line of text in the center of the screen, written in a jagged, blood-red font. "It's a me, Mario." The game crashed. This time there was no recovery. The screen stayed black, and the computer refused to restart. I sat there in the dark, my heart racing, my mind reeling from what I had just witnessed. I don't know how long I sat there, staring at the blank screen, but eventually I gathered the strength to stand up and leave the office. I didn't bother shutting down the computer or locking up. I just walked out, my footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. I didn't go back to work the next day, or the day after that. I couldn't bring myself to face Mario 128 again. I sent in my resignation via email, packed up my apartment, and left town. I didn't tell anyone where I was going, and I didn't look back. Months have passed since then, but I still can't shake the feeling that something is watching me. I've tried to forget about Mario 128, to put it behind me, but it's not that easy. The nightmares haven't stopped. I still hear the whispers sometimes, faint but insistent, like they're coming from just beyond the edge of my hearing. I don't know what Mario 128 really was. Maybe it was just a game gone wrong, or maybe it was something else entirely, something that shouldn't exist. But whatever it was, it's out there, and it's dangerous. If you ever come across a strange Mario game, one that doesn't seem quite right, do yourself a favor. Don't play it. Don't let it in. Once it's in, it never leaves.